One's cut, one's cut.
Yeah.
Cut. Cut, wait.
There's 2 minutes.
We've been waiting for this moment, and it's finally here.
There's going to be a life-changing moment for a lot of the players here.
I think that is the key word, life-changing.
It's all going to come down to who can play the best on this Call of Duty World League Championship weekend.
Welcome to the Call of Duty Championship. It's going to be an incredible weekend.
Coolest event we've ever seen in Call of Duty history.
It is time, Benson. 1 year later, a brand new game, and we will have a new champion.
Varsity's locking this down for E United.
Rise Nation, your 2016 Vegas champion.
Boys are the champions. Luminosity will be your Anaheim Open champion.
Optic Gaming with the 3-0 to seal the deal. No. The comeback alive and well.
Can he make it?
Everyone putting up MVP caliber performances.
It's coming down to the wire, just a couple seconds away.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2017 CWL Championship presented by PlayStation 4. Coverage of group play kicks off right now, live from our studio suite here at the Amway Center, Florida. My name, of course, is Benson. I'll be hosting the studio throughout the weekend, and joining me, as always, is my expert panel, Call of Duty XP Champion Merc, Call of Duty World Champion TP. We have Courage and Puckett on the desk as well to start, but we cannot wait for this World Championship to get underway. Of course, Jack, we have the top 32 teams from around the world competing this week.
These are the best teams in competitive Call of Duty. You said it, 32 of them, the largest group stage we've seen throughout the entire year. You know, 8 different groups, 4 teams per group. Only 16 will move on to the championship bracket, which means only the top 2 from each respective group will play when that big center behind us, the Amway Center, really gets taken advantage of this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a fantastic show, that is for sure. But let's not forget what's on the line this week, Chris. So much money.
So much money is on the line, and these guys are going to be rewarded just for getting to this point today. Everyone walking away with at least $10,000. But really, we're looking for Championship Sunday. Who's walking away with that 80K for fourth, 100K for third, 200 for second, and most importantly, $150,000 per person, 600 grand up for first place.
Yeah, a lot of money for first place. Of course, we had our group draw show a few weeks ago. For any of you that may have forgotten how the groups currently lie, we'll take a look and just refresh your memory right now. Of course, we have 8 groups consisting of 4 teams in each group. The top 2 teams in each group, there are number 1, number 2 seeds of the groups. They're the squads we expect to make it through to bracket play. Of course, 3rd and 4th in each group qualified through the last chance qualifier, managed to get enough pro points. But in terms of the big storylines, I think the one we have to touch on, Merc, it's Optic Gaming. They've never won a world championship. Is this year finally the year?
Well, the past few years, they've been heavy favorites going into the World Championships. As soon as this roster formed, they just saw instant success. So many championships won, but not the World Championship. The past 2, they've gotten that 7th, 8th placing, and it's haunted them since. I mean, you know, they're always the favorite to win it. I think they are this year. Obviously, they just won Stage 2, which is a huge sort of motivation for them. They know how serious this is. However, there is a lot of competition trying to hunt them down. We'll see. This is the most serious I've ever seen them, you know, prepare for a World Championship.
Absolutely. They've been here, you know, the first couple of teams warming up. They definitely coming in, trying to take it all, that's for sure. But another squad we should talk about is Team Envious Team. This is a squad who's been in 3 of 4 grand finals of a World Championship.
It's just crazy stuff overall, speaking to an org like this that have had so much success in champs in specific. A bit of a roller coaster year for them here in Infinite Warfare, a slow start, but going back to last year as well, they didn't have the best of starts. Going on later in the year, they got better and better and able to get that championship at champs. So going into this one, they have to be a favorite. They just got second at Stage 2, so, you know, really, you know, showing up at the best time possible and trying to defend that World Championship back-to-back years.
Of course, another big storyline coming into this World Championship, Jack. It has to be E United. Clayster, you throw him to the Wolves. He comes back leading the pack.
It's been the number 1 thing everyone's been talking about in competitive Call of Duty. Yes, can Clayster do it again? Last time the situation came up, he wound up winning the Call of Duty Championships way back in Advanced Warfare. The guy's been on point. He's looked really better than ever through this entire year. He had the number 1 overall KD during the CWL Stage 2 group play at just shy of a 1.3. This team is extremely well versed across every single game mode. Expect for them to make big plays this weekend.
And then, of course, let's not forget the LG Splice rivalry, Chris. That's been huge the past couple of months.
I mean, Optic has a championship. You saw United win championships. Well, Splice and LG, people are starting to forget that these guys were playing in the grand finals for Stage 1 as well as the Anaheim Open. Luminosity, we all knew the potential of this squad at the start of the year. We thought this was going to be a fierce team to look out for. Splice, though, this is a squad you may be familiar with. They were in the grand finals versus Envy for Black Ops 3. Only Bance remains on the roster, but he brought in some stellar talent, some veterans, as well as a young gun.
Well, here is a look at today's schedule. Of course, coverage from the studio suite this week, or I should say the first couple of days, is going to be similar to that to the LCQ. We're going to be jumping into a variety of different games. The first game, though, however, from Station 1 is going to be Optic Gaming versus 3Zup, and I believe map number 1 Hardpoint has just begun. We can go ahead and jump straight into all of that.
That's right, we have all Group A and Group B matches going on right now, and this is Optic Gaming's easiest match in theory. They're going up against 3Zup, and really the only notable name when you're looking at COD Champs participants, it's going to be Moch. He had success, 4th place finish back in AW. Now he's playing alongside Colchan, Drama, and Swirly here today.
And Colchan, Drama, and Swirly are names you've seen in competitive Call of Duty across the last couple of years, but they have had a fraction, even less of a fraction of the success of this Optic Gaming team. We know what Optic Gaming are capable of. They showed it in Stage 2. Even Scump, after they took home that title in the interview as he picks up 3, said Chris, he started yelling, he said, we finally won a big one. Well, they haven't won the biggest one yet. The biggest one is here at COD Champs, and they need to start off hot in map 1.
I mean, Formal started off 4-1. You saw Scump heating up early, and it's 31-4. Finally, 3Zup is going to break in with just 4 seconds left on the bridge. The hill is going to rotate, and if you're just joining us, of course, this is Hardpoint. It's going to be the first team to 250 points. You're going to get the hill moving every 60 seconds as you see those arrows positioned around the map. 3Zup trying to break in, and it looks like they may have early control. Optic Gaming, they are going to have to defend themselves, and there they do. Crim6, he's going to be my guy to watch throughout this tournament. He's a world champion in his own right, but when you look at this Optic squad, I feel like he's the guy that kind of gets overlooked at times, Jack.
Well, you mentioned Crim6. I couldn't agree with you more. We did our predictions piece. You can read it all on the CallOfDuty.com/CWL website. We talked about who we thought was going to win. I picked Optic Gaming to win, and I picked Crim6 as who I thought the MVP was going to be.
Really?
This guy's an incredible player. He's obviously the winningest player in Call of Duty history in LAN championships. And I think here he's going to be a big catalyst in why Optic Gaming finally secured their first COD Champs victory.
Again, 3Zup is going to get just the scrap time as they pick up the final 10 seconds on that hill. They'll bring it back within about 15. But Optic, they're set up for the money hills now. Crim6 is looking for anyone to be pushing through Hotel. Meanwhile, you have player number 5. That's Formal in the Cathedral, and this is where he's at his most dangerous.
Yeah, this is Optic Gaming in their prime right here, right? You have Formal and Scump at double positive, Crim and Karma doing the dirty work, getting those cutoffs, rotating when they need to. They have their big slayers, but now 3Zup are pushing down the bridge. They have an opportunity to flood on through. It's Formal all by himself. He's got 4 players here. He cuts down 2. He's got help from some others. Mochilla and Crew still alive.
Moch with a big 2-piece there. Scump still inside the hill causing problems, and Formal is there to help support. And great break once again from Optic Gaming. Anytime 3Zup gets a little bit close, they just shut him down.
And Formal plays that so perfectly. Instead of staying and challenging towards that top bridge side, he feathers on back, falls on back towards that wall, uses it as cover, challenges one by one, recognizes when he's got help from a teammate, and when he's all by himself to win those one-on-one gunfights, he lives through it all. The guy's already got a minute in the hard point. He's at 11-4, leading the team in slaying as well.
And Formal, he's the guy in hard point you expect to get the most hill time. So good at defending these hills. 3Zup, they're going to be set up for Broken, though, and this is where you can start to score back, answer back to what your opponents did on Cathedral, but you got to get the kills. You see Optic Gaming flooding forward. Colchan is going to have his hands full, and he turns at the wrong moment. Formal catches him with the gun down. Optic breaks just like that. They're already over 100 points. This could be a blowout. Look at Formal on a 5 streak, already has his payload. He's working towards those score streaks as well.
If you're an Optic Gaming fan, you've got a smile on your face. Scump has not skipped a beat since Stage 2. Formal, who was your Stage 2 playoffs MVP, is now 12-4, triple positive, 90+ seconds in the hard point. They are smoking 3Zup right now. Look at the combined streak, a 15 combined streak between these 4 players. Absolutely ridiculous.
And Swirly, you know, we saw him filling in for E United once Gunless kind of sat out. Didn't have a great tournament there. He's off to a slow start. 3-10. That's not going to cut it against the #1 team in the game.
He's always struggled in slaying so far in Infinite Warfare. It showed again when he was on that E United lineup. And now here against the likes of Optic Gaming, you are competing at the Call of Duty World League Championship. If you want to take home this title, you need to be able to gun down the best in the game.
Oh no, we saw Formal on a 5 streak, Scump on a 6 streak, and now look at Crim 6, 8-6 on a 5 streak. He's been alive for so long. Scump set up in the hotel as our player on your screen right now, has the Scarab, but didn't earn much more when it comes to the Trinity Rockets or the Bombardment. Expect that to change as the game goes on.
I think it's big to point out. On the right side of your screen, you see those yellow bars now lit up. The bottom right corner is the payload meter for the combat rig in Call of Duty Infinite Warfare. The others, though, that are lighting up are the score streaks. The reason we keep referencing these streaks is because the longer you stay alive, the more points you accumulate in one life earns you those streaks. Optic Gaming now has 5 to use between 3 different players. That lets them play these rotations towards these new hells a little bit late. They can call that on down to pick up basically 3 kills on their opponent to swing the tide in their favor.
Yeah, we talked about the Cathedral being the money hill. We'll get back to that in about 2-3 more rotations, but that's when you expect the Trinity Rockets, the bombardments to come down. Anyone that is out in the open is just going to get bombed. And here you see him popping it early. Crim calls in the first one, picks up 2. Scump is going to be rotating across the bridge. Has a player behind him. Optic Gaming trying to get in position, but so far, decent job by Threes Up to make this a strong contest.
I mean, right now it's a Formal and Scump show. Who can wind up getting more kills? They're both now tied at 20, basically doubling anybody on Threes Up. More streaks coming in from Optic. Folks, this is the #1 seed in this group going up against the 4th seed in this group. This is what you expect for a lot of these matches, as Optic are just outclassing that of Threes Up right now.
I mean, I just 1 minute ago, you saw 3 pink arrows all at the top of the bridge, ready to battle for bridge control. Those Trinity Rockets come down, not only Crims, but a second one coming in from Formal, and those pink arrows, they just spawn up on the opposite side of the map. You can't even look at the hard point if you're Threes Up at this point. Optic Gaming, 45 points away from crushing their first game of champs.
Yeah, and that's what you got to see if you're a Green Wall fan. One thing I do want to point out, folks, open up multiple streams. We've got 4 different games going on right now across the Alpha through Delta streams. We've also got multiple language broadcasts as well. If you speak French, bonjour. If you speak Italian, molto bene. If you speak Spanish, hola.
There you go, Jack.
I didn't take Spanish, but I did take English, and right now Optic are dominating in that.
They are dominating in English.
I don't know where that went.
will agree.
I don't know where that
All
went.
right. Joe just gave me the evil eye, and I loved it. 35 points to go here for Optic Gaming. They are scoring at will. Scump, he's at 23 and 10. Formal is closing in on the 30 bomb. I mean, this is just a breeze for Optic so far. You look at Threes Up. The highest kills, it's coming from Colchan at 13 and 20.
Yep.
Everyone's just getting outgunned here.
Yeah, Optic are combined positive 30 right now, meaning they have 30 more kills than their opponent in this matchup. That reflects in the scoreboard, being up by over 2 minutes of time. They can close it out on here. From what we've seen from them so far on this Cathedral hardpoint, you expect them to. Crim 6 cleans up the 2-piece. The mid lane now clear. Nobody is close for Threes Up. A dominant map 1. Threes Up will be entering the 100-point club as OG look to close it out right here.
Formal's on the 30 bomb at the last second. He's going to find it.
Wow. 250 to 94.
Well, that was a fantastic first game for the Alpha Station, but I was going to direct
16 Envious versus Mindfreak Black. This one is surprisingly close, team. I know you've been keeping your eye on it. Ooh, I mean, look at the score right now.
absolutely crazy stuff going on right now. You can see NGS a bit of a lead here going into this last rotation, this hotel hallway. Mindfreak Black is actually hesitating for the majority of this game, but the last couple of hard points, NGS is able to battle back. John went on a crazy stint on the broken hard point, got a couple of streaks, and everything's pointing in their favor right here. They should be able to close it out, and there it is, 250 to 212. A nice showing for Mindfreak Black, but Envious, the world champions, defending world champions, pull out that map number 1. It was close.
Let me tell you, they're going to be breathing a big sigh of relief. As you said, John kind of bails them out a little bit there.
Yeah,
you feel like they shouldn't be struggling against a squad like Mindfreak Black.
It's a wake-up call, right? We're here, baby. We're at the World Championships. It's time to wake up. Is it an early day? Yes, it is 10 a.m. But you know what? You have to prepare for that. You have to get into the game. Obviously, they were able to win that game. If they lose it, maybe it's a little bit different. They feel that pressure a bit, but that adrenaline gets pumping. They're able to close it out.
When you remember, folks, this is Mindfreak Black we're talking about, not Mindfreak.
The second team.
Have 2 teams here. This is the lesser of those. So, Envy, a slow start. Got to turn things around.
It just shows you can't take anyone lightly here at the biggest event of the year. I do want to have a quick look at what was going on in Station 2 as well. That was Epsilon versus Echo, folks. I personally, coming in today, thought that this was going to be a close one. Merc, I know you were watching this one seems like the Europeans just kind of rolled through Echofox.
Yeah, I mean, Hockey had a great game. He's able to get streaks, and when you have sort of that 90 to 80 point lead on Retaliation, it's so hard for Echofox to get back into it. They have streaks to counter as soon as they need to break. A great game from Echofox. If you're, or a great game from Epsilon. If you're an Epsilon fan, you see that Vortex and Josh are playing well. Those were the two players who really struggled during stage 2. You know, Dave, Hockey, again, that slaying power is very difficult to deal with. Echofox, on the other hand, not a great game one, but I feel like if they're going to win this series, it's going to come down to search and destroy and uplink.
And obviously, when we talk about Echofox, it's worth mentioning replays. Call of Duty World Champions on that squad. You can't take them lightly. So yes, Epsilon kind of had an easier game 1 there, but still, you feel like Echofox could definitely come back and make some noise. Now live looking at what's going on in Station 4. This is Elevate versus Project Evil. Of course, Elevate didn't really have too good of a group stages.
Yeah, Elevate, I mean, they bombed out of group stages, didn't win a single map, and this is a little bit of a rivalry matchup. Project Evil is talking some smack to Elevate. Talk with Brycey, one of our casters over on the Bravo stream. He said Elevate's Reedy is fired up. He wants to shut down Project Evil. But if Project Evil wins this first game, I expect Elevate to just go on full tilt. They could crumble in this first matchup.
It's definitely not an easy one as well, because we saw just how good Project Evil was, Jack, at the LCQ.
Well, this was the draw that Project Evil couldn't have, you couldn't have been a better draw for them. They wind up falling on into this group. You think, okay, Elevate, they went 0-18 in maps. Project Evil didn't even play in stage 2, and they won the same amount of maps, which was 0, because Elevate literally didn't put up a fight. And you can see right now, they're at least keeping this one close. I will say, Elevate look better in this map right now than the entirety of the time we saw them in their stage 2 weekend.
And it's obviously worth mentioning as well, we're so used to now, if you followed Call of Duty esports throughout the year, obviously when we talk about group stages, you go back to stage 1 and stage 2, you see each team play each other twice. That isn't the case here at the World Championship. Right. You only play each team once. If Project Evil can start with a win, that's surely going to give them a load of confidence.
And honestly, I have no idea who's coming out second in this group. You look at it, you have to think Envy is the clear favorite, but Mindfreak Black is now playing Envy tough. Project Evil, I think, has the edge over Elevate in my book coming into this series. This is going to be a really tight group. The race is going to be for second place. Project Evil, I think they're the favorite to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you guys aren't sure, if you haven't watched throughout the year, this was that Panda squad who was so close to qualifying for stage 1. Yeah. They obviously are, they're back here. They're picking up Glory, who just turned 18 a few months ago. He's been a big help, but Elevate, they're in control right now in this broken building, up 203 to 155. A great job from them. Talking to Watson, yesterday, they said, the past 2 weeks we've gotten more practice than the past 4 months with that EU pre-land. So we'll see how that helps.
I mean, obviously, we talked a little bit about the European teams coming over and practicing. I mean, traditionally, it didn't really help them too much, but I mean, for Elevate, it looks like they could start off with a win under their belt here.
Well, practice has been the most important thing for some of these, other regions. North America tends to have the best practice overall, and the fact that these other regions are really stepping up in that regard, really at the best time. I think that boot camp is going to pay off for these European teams. Just the most games you can get on land as possible. Playing against the likes of teams like Splice, Epsilon is going to get you better very quickly.
Got to look out for Profit in this matchup. He is double negative right now, and on the flip side, Elevate's Reedy double positive, basically. He's been kind of the stud in the second half of this game. I think Elevate's going to steal the first hard point. Profit, though, if he is having a weak tournament, they could bomb out of this group as well. Mindfreak Black, they could come in and challenge for that second spot.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? At Anaheim, Reedy was probably the best performing player for Elevate. The issue with this team is that they don't have an NV4 player. You can see Reedy's using it now.
Well, that game coming to a close. We'll keep you updated with how it finishes. But for now, we can go back to Optic Gaming versus 3's Up. Search and Destroy underway.
Yeah, we're on throwback for this one. It's 3's Up on the attack first. And, of course, they are going to be trying to plant under that bike path, that A. Optic, they try to flood through the top, and it's just the patience paying off for 3's Up. They're set up to take this first round. Only Formal left in a 1v4. Gets 2, but that's going to be it.
Smartly wins that round for 3's Up. He winds up playing in the perfect position. Optic Gaming set up 3 middle map. They want to flood through that top ticket window and hit sidewalk. Swarley playing that middle angle, checks through that stairway window, can wind up watching the sidewalk push. He gets an easy 2-piece, basically fed to him right there, as 3's Up take that first round.
And this is a good S&D team, 3's Up. Cole Chen, he was one of my favorite players to watch at the LCQ, can pull out the sniper on any map. Don't expect to see it too often, but here's a sniper from Formal. And Optic Gaming is going to be looking for first blood here in round 2. There's the spot. He gets tagged up. Formal unable to hit the opening shot.
And immediately drops the trophy. Doesn't want the nade to fly on in, but look at those arrows we see flooding on up the map through the Codcaster. X-Ray, he knows there's one close. Gets the first quick kill. Has a second player down on bomb. Formal with the challenge. Can't hit the shot. He's going to have to play his life. Scump's there to help out. Erad not going to work there. Formal in the 1-on-2.
That first missed shot gave Swirly an opportunity to move up the map. He got first blood now. Formal, last man up again. The 1v2, and he's going to be able to clutch it. That should not happen.
That should never happen. How does Formal even make that possible? Look, he can't even believe it. He knows he's in a 1-on-2. He's shaking his head at the enemy. That's a free kill right there, and somehow Drama gets destroyed.
Thank you for the gun, Scump.
Yeah.
That was a brutal finish. Here it is one more time.
Look, he has
Formal
no
getting
idea.
the first pick on Moach. The challenge comes in. Drama gets the first 3 bullets off and then just gets gunned.
Now, I will say, Formal does have the rear guard for that camo, and just a whiff shot right there from Colchamp, but still, I mean, that's one you can't slip up, Drama, especially on the big stage like this.
I'm happy to see Colchamp playing confidently against Optic Gaming. Wasn't sure if he was going to pull out the sniper. He's brought it out, but here is Crim6 on the flank, gets the first 2.
And did you notice one big difference? That time, Swarly was pushed up towards bomb and didn't have the sidewalk push. The last time when he did, that push wasn't able to wind up playing on out. Optic get a clean clear. Because Crim6 pushes up that sidewalk, they completely collapse in the setup of 3s up.
And Formal, I mean, he's working on streaks now. 5-1 in this game after getting the 1v2 clutch. He continues to score. They'll give him the defuse, and he should have a scarab.
Yeah, I mean, that's one where you had a perfect setup for that push from 3s up earlier on. Apparently, they might spot something differently here, or they don't expect Crim6 to be close, because when you give up sidewalk, if you let a player sneak in behind, especially when you're planting that bomb like Crim6 just did, you will lose that round 10 out of 10 times.
This should be 2-1 in favor of 3s up. Instead, Optic Gaming looking for their 3rd round point. And you're going to see Crim6 in the center of the map playing very aggressive. Bomb carrier Karma right next to him. And here comes the opening push. This player's already tacked up, just needs a bullet or 2. Karma gets the cleanup kill. Crim is going to be in the feed once again. It's only 1 left, and he will get dropped. Optic with a clean sweep.
So look at right there from 3s up. They get shot at by 2 to 3 players in every single engagement. Even here, it says Crim6 does all 5 hits, but still, look at the help from the top right. You see the bolts firing in from Karma, who was right next to him. That player had no chance to breathe.
2 big rounds from Crim. Playing his role incredibly well on defense. Their last attempt, we'll see what he does. Is he going to be on the fast flank once again? Keep your eyes on that arrow number 6. Meanwhile, it looks like 3's up. They're going to give up on the A bomb site, finally moving this one over to B.
And yeah, you can see Crim just try to spot this. Not challenging, just spotting for a second. They also got a call from Scump, who just peeked those mid-trains. That they have a lot of information of where 3s up are. 3s up know this. They're going to try to push on through. They should have first blood here on a Crim6, but now Formal will trade it on out.
Big opening for Colchamp, but he can't follow up with the second. Now it's Drama again, missing shots. You can't let these kills go. This is going to haunt 3s up as the game goes on. Moach in a terrible situation, was in a 1v3, picks Karma first, but he's got Formal and Scump to deal with.
Formal looking for the ace in this round. I believe he's going to get it, as him and Scump are more than fine with challenging Moach there on the open field area. Doesn't get much either. No, Scump stole it. Look, 1 bullet. Formal hits 4 shots. Scump with 1 bullet steals the ace.
What is Formal's stats right now coming into this next round?
I believe he's 9-1, 8-1.
Not bad. I'll take that start.
Yeah. No, I mean, it just seems like this guy has been untouchable as of late. You look at the performance he put up at the CWL Stage 2 playoffs.
Yeah, he's got a bombardment, Jack.
Yeah.
In search and destroy.
He's been fully streaked
and
out.
It's round 6.
2 maps in a row he's been fully streaked out. He's already used an FTL jump. This is his 2nd one he's going for.
Ridiculous start here for Optic Gaming's Formal. Doesn't use the score streaks. Instead, they're going to try and get it done with the guns. Formal will get tagged up and taken down by Drama. Drama's going to find a second, but it is going to be 3s up now, 2-4. Optic, I thought they were going to just run away with this one. 3s up, showing some life. Drama, it's good to see him finishing his kills. He got 2 big ones in this round.
Yeah, Drama found the open lane, which was that underpass area, pinched on through, and then from then on out, it was quick trades, for 3s up to win that round. Optic had the right idea. They knew they were getting pinched, so they had to just push one side together. They decided to fall back towards Bus, but the final player from 3s up was already top train, ready to fire down shots onto him.
Here is Drama, who is struggling early against Formal. Oh. And we go over to Formal screen as he is tagging everybody up. The grenade takes out Moach for first blood. There is his 2nd kill on Swirly. Only 1 man left. It is Drama in a 1v3, and Drama's going to find a kill here. So this is a manageable 1v2. And he is working on a camo. Even if he doesn't win the round, a single kill is going to help out late in this game. Potentially not going to happen. Optic now 5-2 on game point.
5-2 game point. If you're just tuning in, Optic 100-point club 3's up in map 1, winning at 250-94. Now in game 2, running away with the Search and Destroy. And again, last year at the COD World League Championships, the worry with Optic Gaming was their S&D play. Now coming into it, many regard them as the best S&D team in the world at Infinite Warfare.
I mean, their lowest win rate is on Breakout at 75%.
Jesus.
75% win rate is a ridiculous stat when you are playing the best teams in the world. Here's Optic slowing things down, and look where Formal's at.
So he's going to wind up calling in this Trinity Rocket, and he's going to try to pick off whoever he can. So there's one kill. There's the second on the Drama. Just like that, it's a 4v2. They're going to use the bombardment now to give a free plant over to Karma.
Just get the ace, baby. Everyone get off the map. Let Formal do this.
Karma has never been so secure in planting a bomb in Infinite Warfare, I can tell you that.
Bombs raining from the sky. Finally, 3's up can move, and they are going to get flooded with Optic players. The pistol gets one. Moch is going to find a second. Still Formal and Scump to deal with, and Scump is going to seal the deal. 6-2. Optic now is going into game 3 on match point.
A fantastic map number 2, but I want to go to a live looking with Station 3. Envious were down in map 1. Guess what, boys? They're down in map 2.
Oh, no.
It's 5-1 in favor of Mind Freak Black. The Australians turning up in a very, very big way.
It just seems like Envious's S&Ds is a bit crumbling. Swiftazor now trying to pull off this 1 versus 2. He might be able to get it there. He does get it. And I just don't understand. An extremely fast Search and Destroy going into Mind Freak Black's favor, and they probably should have won that first hardpoint as well. Possibly could be having a 2-0 lead, but regardless, they tie up the series at 1-1. Swiftazor and Zeppa just dominating that throwback.
Want to now quickly jump into a live looking with Station 2. Of course, this is Epsilon versus Echo Fox. You can catch this action casted on the Bravo station. Echo Fox are 5-4 up here, but it was Epsilon that won map number 1. Merc, you've been keeping your eye on this one. Replay seems to be having a good game.
Yeah, Replay's obviously started out about 6-4, but the big thing with this game has been there's so much B play. Typically, we see teams going to A and playing that retake, but so much B. You know, the past 2 round wins for Echo Fox, they were able to use a camo from Methods, a one-on-one win from Replays, but Reactive, but Replays just gets absolutely destroyed right there by Hockey, and we're going to a round 11. Epsilon, they've won the past 2 rounds. It was a 5-3 lead for Echo Fox, but as I said, they used all their payloads. Epsilon now, let's see if they have any.
We talked about Josh and Vortex struggling throughout the group stages, didn't have an answer for Optic Gaming throughout their group. Now we'll see what they can do going up against Echo Fox. Great to see Josh getting the first 2 kills there, and Vortex, he's leading the team.
Yeah, one thing I do want to point out as well, Dave did use the active camo in that round 10, so he won't have it for round 11. They still, though, have the reactive armor. So can Josh use this as a catalyst to push them on through for their map win here? It looks like he's going to get an engagement right away.
Yeah, this is scary. So he does pop it because he could get team shotted, but he does have help from Dave. He's going to challenge another one-on-one. Huge play from Josh, and Echo Fox, they throw away that 5-3 lead. Nope. Replay's still in a 1-on-3, but we typically don't see that. We don't see that very often, especially with bomb planted. This is going to be so difficult for him.
He's going to show you why he has a ring right here. Could potentially turn this into a 1v2 now.
He got really good timing. He actually got the best timing he could have asked for.
Well, 1v2. Replays. Whoa! Almost makes it a 1v1, but Epsilon make a big, big comeback. As you mentioned, they were down, what, 5-3 in that one, Merc? They come back, they take it in a round 11, which means Epsilon now, of course, they're going to be 2-0 up in their game, but it's Envy versus Mind Freak Black. That one currently tied at 1-1.
Upset alert.
I mean, a huge upset alert. It is also worth mentioning for Station 4, Elevate did win map number 1, so they have a 1-0 advantage. That one closed out 250-202. For now, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we return, more coverage from Call of Duty World Championships. Welcome back to the 2017 CWL Championship presented by PlayStation 4. We are live with our coverage of group play, and there's been some interesting results so far. Of course, 2 maps down. Envious and Mindfreak Black already tied up at 1-1. That's the game I really do want to keep my eye out on. In terms of the rest of the results, Epsilon, of course, they're 2-0 up against Echo Fox. That game is going on the Bravo station. You can catch that casted over on our Bravo stream. Elsewhere, Elevate, they find themselves 1-0 up against Project Evil. The Search and Destroy looks good as well to go to the Europeans, but an interesting start so far, Merc.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, Envy having a very slow start. Elevate, we weren't too sure how they were going to perform. That EU pre-land obviously paying off for them because Project Evil, man, they've been pretty darn good, you know, these past couple of months. And then obviously Optic Gaming just handling business. Yeah,
Optic Gaming versus 3s Up. Of course, that's the game we're primarily following. Optic 2-0 up in that one. Formal had a great map 1. It rolled over into map number 2. He's picking up 1v2s like it's easy. And I mean, Merc kind of mentioned it earlier on. This is a squad who, you know, kind of first in the venue warming up. They're taking this year very seriously.
Oh, 100%. You know, back-to-back years, they were that favorite. And, you know, Scump trying to get that elusive ring. The fact that he doesn't have one is really, you know, shocking at this point. So these guys really want to take this championship.
They definitely do. As I said, Optic Gaming up 2-0 against 3s Up. Map number 3, Optic Up Frost, is now underway.
Oh, man, this is bad news if you're 3s up. Already, you're down 2 games. This is match point for Optic Gaming. And since Dallas, Optic has only dropped 1 map on Frost. They've won it 11 times.
Jesus. I mean, that's one of the best map count records you could have in Call of Duty Infinite Warfare that I've heard of, as now they already look to put on the offensive. Crim6 starting off this game 2-1. Scump had Formal there as well. They've only got 1 more player to beat. It's Colchan trying to hold off his base. This should be a 1. Not going to get the throw off in time. Drama with the nice hold keeps this game 0-0.
Man, that was dangerous for 3s Up. It only took 30 seconds for Optic to be in your base, but again, stronghold from Drama. So now he's going to take this along the top. He's going to be running at Cliffside, and Optic, they're getting picked off in the middle of the map. You need 1 more wave of kills if you're 3s Up, but I am impressed with their first opportunity here.
Yeah, this is an unorthodox type play from the side of 3s Up. Typically, you see teams move that drone in towards Ship Bay, but I think it's more of a sign of them not wanting to go straight up gun-on-gun gunfights in that close range area. Avoid that bottom side of your minimap, avoid that top ship side, and give yourself a chance to breathe near Cliff. Give yourself some different lanes and some different routes you can take. As you can see here, even Swarley using that side to pick up a flank. He gets 2 free kills. It's now 3 dead on Optic Gaming, as Mochilla has another 1-point play.
And they're going up and over Optic members who may try and intercept that. 2 straight scores here in a minute for 3s Up. Nice attacks. The question is, how long can they keep this up? Their kills that they got on the last attempt they were kind of flanks, catching Optic Gaming off guard. But now you have Optic winning all 3 gunfights in the middle of the map. It's straight up one-on-ones, and Optic should be able to run through you here. This could be a dunk.
Again, look at how, great Optic is when you get the drone inside ship in towards Robo. They walk right through 3s up, and again, Scump now on a 5 streak, 9 and 4, hasn't skipped a beat from that first respawn game mode.
And now he's fully streaked out after that one. The 6 streak will give him the bombardment. He is setting up for the alley-oop, looking for spawners. There's one behind the tank. He's going to pick it up for his 7th, looking for number 8 as the drone comes flying through. It's Krim with the dunk.
And there, if you're wondering, why does he kind of peek back on out there? Why doesn't he continue to stay in cover, play his streak? He's just buying time for Crim6 to move on in with that dunk. Krim has nothing to worry about. The only player up has to be focused on Scump. Now Optic Gaming have a lead, but again, 3's up. What do they do in response? They grab the drone, move it towards top clip, and look for a play from Research. This should be at least a 1. Oh, okay.
There must have been a call there.
That for me is a team that again shows a weakness in their communication in this lineup. They should have known that that's a free dunk. Instead, they settled for a 1 where they really had a wide open play.
I think the difference maker so far for me has been Drama. Look at him, 10 and 9, double digits from a player, helping stay toe-to-toe here with Optic Gaming. Optic getting shut down by Colchan on that attempt. Drone is down, and you will see it reset. So Optic Gaming will be the first to it. We'll see what they do with this here.
You actually saw a little bit of a mistake from Scump. He wound up sliding around that corner, accidentally swapped to his fists as he went to aim it and shoot. He wound up just punching the air, which gave Colchan that free 2-piece. If he has his gun up, that's a free kill, as Colchan was already weak. Instead, it will be 3-3, just 90 seconds remaining in this first half. As again, 3's up are fighting for their life in this first series of the weekend.
Now keep your eyes on player number 2 on your mini-map. That's going to be Drama, and player 4 is Swirly. Swirly constantly going cliffside, and then he crashes through on a flank. Meanwhile, Drama, he's been doing it through sub-bay. Colchan, he's been working with Moch up the gut. It's paying dividends here. Again, Optic Gaming on the back foot. They're having to play out of spawn.
When Optic used to be weak on throwback uplink, it was because of players like Swarly who keep finding that open lane, pinching and getting free kills near the power position. For example, in middle map, that bulldozer just to the left of Formal right now. It used to happen on throwback. Players would hit underpass, shoot Optic Gaming in the back towards bike path, and then they would be questioning, how does that even happen? It's going on again here from Swarly. This is an example of where Optic, after this match, whether it's win or lose, can go back and watch this film and learn where their holes in their setup are and improve for it as the weekend goes on.
That's right. Optic's next match is going to be 4:30, so plenty of time to go back and watch your footage from map number 1. And here you have Scump taking control of the sub-bay. You see Formal at 19 and 12. Scump, he was fully streaked out, but your score is 3-3, and that could be our final score going into the halftime. Can Optic Gaming put one more on the board? They're trying to clear the way, but another flank. This time it's Colchan finding 2. Optic, they're getting pinched from behind. Can Karma get the 1-point toss? He will. Optic will have the lead.
I would love to see the numbers and the amount of Optic deaths they have overall just because they've been shot in the back. They're slaying in straight-up gunfights, but the amount of times they've been shot in the side or from behind is actually quite extensive to the reason why 3's up are still within 1 point in this map.
And I think, going to Frost where you can just run these ERADs, the SMGs, that's where you're seeing some success from 3's up. They're getting outgunned on maps like Throwback, the long-range gunfights. But a solid first 5 minutes from our pink team. 3's up, keeping it competitive when they need it most.
Here's the worry, though. They're also 5 minutes away now from being dropped to 0-1 in this group. Remember, this is not double round robin like the CWL Global Pro League. This is, you face each team once in your pool, and you hope you got the better record than the others. And Optic could start off not only with a great series victory, but a 3-0 map count.
Optic up by 1 as we start the second half, and they already pick up 3 of the opening kills. Scump is going to find player number 4.
Yep.
And here comes the green wall. We have the drone in the hands of Formal. Scump is going to be the lead slayer, I guess, using these score streaks, but he doesn't find anything with the Trinities. Finally, he's going to connect with Drama. Krim and Karma have to pave the way, and it pays off. A 1-point play coming through from Formal.
And I don't mind that to go for the throw right there after Optic Gaming. There was still a player alive underneath the base. They did a smart, it was smart from 3's up. They knew there was 1 rocket left, and they sent 2 players out in the open, spread out far enough where 1 was able to be there to play defense. He couldn't kill both with that last Trinity. So they had a body there to at least force Optic to go for the throw. But now OG, their slaying continues to show how powerful it truly is. 7-3 now to score. Formal's 25 and 15 as he dunks it on through.
And he gets the FTL jump kill right after. Moch on the attack now for 3's up. It's been total control for Optic Gaming. And we will see if Threes Up can now answer back with the attempt. We have Swirly with drone in hand, shot from behind, but Optic cannot stop it. A nice dunk coming through a one-possession game, and you look at the numbers. Cole Chan is not slowing down. His teammates 14 kills, 13 kills. He is at 25 and 19, paving the way.
This is where they needed Cole Chan, man. We talk about Drama. Drama was 10 and 8 to start off this map. He's now 13 and 21.
Oh, no.
So where Drama's kind of fallen behind, Cole Chan's picked up the slack for his team. But again, if you're going to beat Optic Gaming, you need all 4 players putting up a great performance.
Formal and Scump at 25 kills each. Krim and Karma doing their job, doing the dirty work. Drone in the hands of Threes Up, though. This is all going to be a battle of the kills, and there are 3 from the green, but unfortunately one was on Karma. Krim holds strong on defense, though. The 2-piece puts it back in Optic's favor, and look at that overdrive. Krim could pop it. Instead, he's going to toss this one forward, slay out first, and then try and push it through.
Yeah, the payload Crim6 is using basically gives his character super speed for a few seconds, which in a game mode where you've got to put an objective through a portal is pretty darn good. Unfortunately for him, he will come back off the respawn. Scum trying to keep this pressure on. Some nice shots there with the ERAD. OG, they don't touch the drone within 15 seconds, so it does reset the middle map. Could be a saving grace for Threes Up.
And here comes Formal, drone in hand, resets. Gonna push this one forward, looking for the opening challenge. No one from Threes Up showing their face yet, and it's because they can't. Scump is in their base. Formal coming right behind him. The distraction pays off. Just another 1-point play. So there's a lot of opportunities when Optic gets close. They've been held to 1, but a 3-point advantage with 2 minutes and 9 seconds. This is when you might start to panic if you're Threes Up.
Yeah, Optic have outslayed by nearly 50 kills combined between map 1 and 2. Ridiculous numbers. Cole Chan has to settle for the 1, but that does make it a 1-possession game. So remember, you can only score a 1-point play or a 2-point play here in Uplink. The 2-point play comes when you dunk it on through. No opportunity for a 3-point play, so at least they brought it down to 1 possession. 1 strong push as all Threes Up needs to at least force an overtime.
Player number 4, Swirly, was trying to get behind Optic Gaming, but player 5, Formal, holds strong once again. The drone is going to fall off the map. Optic, all they have to do is hold off for 90 more seconds. And you still have the bombardment to work with if you're Scump. Formal on your screen now, setting up, gets the calls, helps out Karma with 1. Drama's going to be pinching. Formal just taking his time, picking up kill after kill. It's all going to be Scump in a 1v1. He gets help from Krim, actually, on the back end, and here comes Krim with the overdrive.
Yeah, and if he gets 1 kill here, I think he begins to pop this and try to go for the dagger. 1 minute left. If he makes this a 2-possession game, that could be all she wrote. A great challenge from Moach, but it's not going to be enough. Crim6 playing his life. He's got 2. Formal now with the dunk. There it is. Optic up 10-6 with only 50 seconds left. And only 1 payload available for Threes Up.
I mean, you look at Krim, 2 points, Karma, 1 point. They're just setting up Scump and Formal for success so far.
Yeah.
Fantastic uplink performance here. A 2-possession game, 40 seconds to go. Unless it's all pink in that kill feed bottom left, there is no chance for Threes Up. You have to get this next wave of kills. The camo's coming in. Here's your opportunity. Your first dunk. You still have plenty of time. There's no body block, but he's not going to be able to weave his way in. Optic holds strong.
Yeah, and there's only 1 player left. Swarley can try to still go for this dunk, but you see Scump off the respawn, cuts him down. GG. Optic come out white hot here at the CWL Championships. A 3-0 sweep over Threes Up.
Everybody around 30 kills here in this game 3. Dominant performance in the slaying battle, and that's what we've seen all season from Optic Gaming.
Optic Gaming looking fantastic, continuing a rampage in terms of groups. For now, though, I want to go to a live look-in with Station 2, Epsilon Echo Fox. Epsilon, of course, 2-0 up in the series. It was Echo Fox the twist, 5-3 lead in the search and destroy, but this one, Merc, 5-5, all tied up, 30 seconds left.
Yeah, in the past 2 minutes, both teams have been, trying to get that camo player into the enemy base. Dave has it on, on Epsilon. Again, he's been trying to use this outer run. Both teams doing a great job. There was a lot of points very fast. 4-0 for Epsilon, then Echo Fox sort of fought back into it. Since then, though, these last 3 to 4 minutes have been super dry, and I think we're going to go into an overtime with both payloads, both those camo payloads on both teams.
And this is frustrating if you're an Epsilon fan, because if you look at the scoreboard, look at what Hawkey did in map 1 on the hard point, and now look at how much he's struggling here in the uplink. He has been either the best player sometimes on this scoreboard or the absolute worst. Right now, weighing this Epsilon team down, he's double negative. In map 1, he was leading in objective time, leading in kills. had the best KD, and here it's the polar opposite. You can't have that on a map like CWL
we saw
Champs.
this during the group stages, right? He's an AR player. He needs those long-range fights. Frost not playing to his strengths in this one. It is good to see, again, Josh Vortex near the top of the leaderboard, and Dave finally taking control as the best player on this team. Already 35 kills, the best in the lobby.
Oh, I think the big question now, though, is how do you use that camo TP?
That's a lot of scarabs. That was 3. They just flew out the door.
Did they just mess that up? There was no call for the pass.
Yeah, if he gets that pass, Dave has that camo. Again, he's had it for at least 3 to 4 minutes now. Same thing with Methods. Both these teams are just struggling to effectively use camo, and we've talked about that all year long. The best, teams in uplink in the world, they're able to use their camo play so effectively, but both here struggling. And again, just seems like hockey 16 and 30, as you guys said, just not having a great game. But Dave, he's having an exceptional one.
Bear in mind, you talk about the 16 and 30, but he could well be that player to kind of take the game by the scruff of the neck. He pumps his overdrive, goes for the dunk and gets it. 52 seconds, the time to beat, and I believe both teams still have camo.
Still have it.
When have we ever seen this? At least have like a fail play with it.
At least use it.
Do something.
At least fail with it.
Now I wonder, do you like try to camo off the break and play something cheeky with how short a time you have here, JP?
Play drone control.
50 seconds.
It's 50 seconds.
Go camo, grab the drone, bring it back to your base. I think that's how you play it there. There's percentages in your favor, right?
High risk, high reward.
You would play for defense here, too.
He has
100%
replays,
take
has
a flip
reactive
side.
as well. He has reactive. We'll see. There's a lot of payloads. That's a huge first blood for Mosh. Let's see if replays he's able to make a play. This could be huge for them. But the drone gets away?
How many times have you seen Matthews with the 2-piece?
Because he used camo.
He used
exactly
camo.
yeah.
He used camo. This could potentially be the game.
Uh-oh.
Dave!
David!
30
Are
seconds.
you serious? 30 seconds.
Still a lot of
It's
time. You
doable.
can see they have drone control. Who's number 3? Pick that up. You got to take it into the ship.
It's Ruiz.
You got to get it to your
They believe
camo
blocker
player.
as well.
No, they got.
You got to get it to your camo player. Oh, yeah.
Mr. Davies struggling
That
here.
Centurion placement, brilliant. I mean, look what that just did. It stopped their flank off the break.
That's frustrating.
There's 2 players here.
Dave can breathe a big sigh of relief there. He basically falls off the mat. You can see what he was trying to do. Bought his team obviously a little bit of time there, but Epsilon will take the uplink, and with that, they will take the series as well. That is going to be a 3-0 in their favor. A good start to groups. Elsewhere, of course, as I mentioned earlier on, Elevate going up against Project Evil. Their Search and Destroy, I believe you can catch the final round of that one. Elevate, of course, they were 1-0 up in the series. They won the hardpoint 250 to 200. We'll see how the Search and Destroy closed out. I think it was a relatively close one last time I checked. Yeah, 5-4 in favor of Elevate, but I mean, Project Evil, they did impress us a lot, Merc, the LCQ.
Profit again, not having a sort of a very weak game. He's been the weak link when you've talked about this team. That's a huge issue. You're at the World Championships. A player cannot struggle the way he has in game number 1 and now in game number 2. Elevate, though, they're putting together a good performance. Yet Project Evil, I think, is probably the team that, if they're going to cause an upset, it's them and try to steal second place, maybe even first place from Envy. But Elevate, they're doing a very good job. And again, maybe that practice that they've had, that pre-land has paid off big time for them.
I'll tell you this right now. They are down 2-0 in this series. From speaking to Profit after they qualified for the CWL Championships, he said, Jack, we're the best uplink team in the game right now. They're going to have to show it here if they want this reverse sweep to happen.
Obviously, Chris mentioned a bit of a rivalry between those two teams as well. Elevate, they have the upper hand, currently 2-0 up in that series. Elsewhere, of course, the Envious versus Mindfreak Black game. Surprisingly, that was tied at 1-1. Of course, the Australians, for so many years, have been known for their Search and Destroy. You can go back at previous Call of Duty World Championships. I think that goes to the Australian. You know all too well. But I survived. It goes back to the kind of Australian pro mod history they have there in terms of Search and Destroy. But we can now go to a replay of what happened in map 3 of that series. I believe it was Team Envious that were able to come out on top. I'm pretty sure, at least. I think it was a 6-1 final score. You were watching this one. What happened?
So this is just clinical envy, in my opinion. The first respawn, quite close, obviously, on that retail. This Frost, though, completely in their control. Slasher took over with the camo, got them that 6-1 lead. And then when you have a 2-possession lead on Frost uplink in specific, they just kind of played that slow style. There's nothing that Mindfreak Black could really do to break through that line and just couldn't get any points on the board.
The big thing to me is JCap, right? Because he struggled game 1 and 2. Game 3, he obviously stepped it up, and he's the X factor for this team. We've talked about it a lot. If it's not John, it's him. He has to step up. Typically, he plays big in those game 5s, but he's typically the reason Envy goes to game 5, right? So, he has to continue to play better.
Of course, JCap, a 2-time world champion, looking to go back to back to back. Team Envious was able to win a World Championship here this year. But for now, we go to a live look-in with that matchup. Of course, this is map number 4. Hardpoint on Breakout. Team Envious do have themselves a lead, but to Mindfreak's credit, if you go back, Teep, and you look at this series, map number 1, Mindfreak had the lead for pretty much 90% of the map.
They had a 60-point hardpoint lead there on that retail, and the fact that Envy was able to bounce back on that Cathedral over towards that Broken was very, very impressive. Again, going back to it, John was able to get that 7 streak, got those streaks, and they're just so important. So, you know, that first hardpoint, Mindfreak back could definitely do the same here and possibly close out the last couple of hard points and take this one.
And that's the thing to me is Envy's such a disciplined team, right? You feel like Breakout and Retaliation would be their best 2 maps, especially when you have an NV4 player like Slasher who's been amazing, but Swift Azor obviously just coming on in. They hit that wall run, and MF Black's able to break the commissary.
And honestly, coming into this tournament, I knew Swift Azor, I knew Hopi, but Zeppa to start off,
yeah.
I think he was 8-4. Now he's sitting
been a
at
beast.
10-6. This is a guy to look out for throughout the tournament. Who is Zeppa, and what is he going to do this week?
I'm really not sure who this guy is, to be honest. I'm pretty familiar with some of the top Australian players. Zeppa coming into this team, or you know, they qualify obviously for this champs, and he's playing extremely well versus one of the best teams we have throughout group play. So the fact that he's able to do it for multiple maps now is quite impressive.
Definitely is, as it stands. Mindfreak Black still keeping things close. And Jack, you kind of mentioned it earlier on. It is worth reiterating. This isn't Mindfreak.
No.
This is their brother or sister squad, Mindfreak Black,
yes,
that is giving reigning world champions Team Envious so many problems early on in group stage.
It's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, I got to ask you guys, Merc and Teep, this Envy team, what's wrong right now with their hardpoints from what we saw in the group stage where they looked fantastic in the game, but really only dropping it to Optic to right now?
It's tough to say. The first retail, there's, you know, two clear-cut, Apathy and JCap not having the best of maps, but overall, look at the scoreboard right here. You know, all players positive right now besides JCap sitting at even. The lead should be a bit more, in my opinion. They seem to have a lot of map control, but it just seems like they're not able to, you know, turn those kills into hardpoint time.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the difference maker. Sorry to cut you off there, Joe.
Yep.
You see John heating up once again, a 7 streak, and that's what you have to be afraid of if you're Mindfreak Black. At any time, one person can take over the game. Is it going to be Slasher? Is it going to be John again? You got to keep this game close, and Setsi at 4-12. I think he's been the anchor holding back Mindfreak Black so far in this game.
Yeah, it's a huge issue, but, you know, we saw Envy. When they were able to get to commissary, Mindfreak Black broke it. I think that's the big issue. Envy are getting those kills, but Mindfreak Black are getting the ones that are breaking that hard point. That's why this game is so close, and again, just doing a great job, Setsi just contesting, but we'll see here. Envy, they could be able to break away if they're able to get this kill and then move over towards that graveyard hill. That's really where you see the separation in the second half come from.
Mindfreak Black proving to be a thorn in Team Envious' side currently. Score 117-77 and growing for Team Envious, much like Merc just said. They're picking up a lot of time here on Cellblock.
I'm going to make a bold prediction.
Oh, here we go.
I think this map ends in a 100-point club of Envy 100-point clubbing Mindfreak Black.
All right, calm down.
Too bold.
Way too bold.
I think it's going to happen. I think they're going to rotate right here.
I mean,
they do have streaks,
John's
so
going to
really
pop
could
his
happen.
streaks. He's going to wind up breaking this hard point. Envy are then going to wind up earning these other payloads to use them to break commissary. They're going to go back to middle map.
So was it that
Black.
bold, Jack? I don't know if it was. You
Calculated.
Just said, well,
Calculated.
all the weapons they have. I don't know if it was that
Well,
bold.
you know what? You guys didn't think about it, and I did. So I'm smarter Call of Duty player than you. Pick me up
right,
next year on the
settle
team,
down,
boys and girls.
You're sat on a desk with an XP champion and a world champion.
I didn't know how to say hello in Spanish earlier. I'm super
Hola.
Current score 150-77. Jack may have actually been correct. We'll see. Of course, John fully streaked out. They have their specialist abilities as well ready to use. And I mean, Envy team right now, they're building themselves a big cushion.
Yeah, just very comfortable hold overall. It doesn't seem like Mindfreak, they can't break the line. It's the same thing we saw on the previous map 3 on Uplink. When Envious gets a setup, it doesn't seem like they have the proper, you know, mentality overall in order to break. Yes, they do have a player 4-16.
Yeah.
Well, obviously that's not quite good when a player is -12 on a map like Breakout. You need every single kill, try and get those intro kills to break, but nothing going right for
It's
them.
been 2 minutes since I've seen Setsi get a kill.
Hey, you just got one.
2 hard points. and what's frustrating here is I've been watching Zeppa. Zeppa's getting these tough picks. He's flying out, he's challenging guys like Slasher, and he's winning the gunfights. Where is the follow-up from Mindfreak Black? Jack, I thought you were crazy when you said 100-point club.
Jack's a wizard.
This has been a dominant showing here from Envy. This is where Mindfreak Black, though, got their early points. Can they hold the commissary once again?
I thought there was a chance if Apathy did a little bit more, kind of put up some more numbers on that Grave Hill where he could have earned his payload for this hard point. Not having it yet, but Slasher pushes on through, gets a 3-piece himself, now 200-80. This is one final big push for Mindfreak Black for their hopes in this game.
Definitely is. Envy with a big cushion. Zeppa FTLs directly into the hill and dies team.
This Envious is scary, though. When Apathy and John are able to perform like this on a consistent basis, this is what we saw from them last year. Two of the best SMG players. Now, a bit hybrid players at times, but John has really stepped it up. He's been the liability, along with JCap, throughout the year for me on this roller coaster ride for Infinite Warfare for him. But the fact that John stepped it up so heavily in the past, I don't know, month and a half, he really brings them to the next level.
Jack, I'll give it you. You were close, but
JCap didn't save him. JCap should have won that gunfight. The time would have been uncontested. Jack would have won $1 million.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Ben, I'm going to make a bold prediction. Mindfreak Black is going to come back and win this game.
Okay, here we go.
Now, listen, Chris, it is way too early in the day to be saying something like that.
What's the rationale there behind that?
Well, I figured Jack looked bad. I wanted to make him look better. I got you, Jack.
It's fine.
What a nice guy.
Thank
John
you, Chris.
going to use some streaks here. So, I mean, Envy, they have put themselves in a fantastic position to close this one out. Again, if you are just tuning in terms of the series score, this Team Envy is 2-1 up. They dropped the S&D to Mindfreak Black. 6-1 was the score in that one. So Mindfreak Black comfortably took that away from Envy. Now, though, it does look good for Envy to close it out. But to be fair, Mindfreak, as I said earlier on, the spawn in Envy's side, they're just not going away.
Yeah, so Envy had a set of streaks, and they just thought, let's get him off this rooftop. But Swift as well responded. I didn't think they expected him to have those full streaks. So, you know, I mean, Mindfreak Black, they're able to get a little bit of that time, but now they've rotated. And this is really the hill for me. If Mindfreak Black is able to control this cell block, they'll be back into it. If not, Envy should close it out.
See how nice that nade was from Hopi right there? Bounces it
nice.
right off the ground and hits the player on the wall run. Typically, that's a great way for a player to wind up dropping to that wall run, going for a pinch on that hard point. It's how a lot of teams go for a break there. Hopi reads it like a book.
He's just like Formal, man. This is a Formal Halo pro who made the transition, saw the opportunity in Call of Duty, trying to make a name for himself this weekend. Big opportunity for a lot of these Australian players, but Apathy and crew are looking to shut down all of their hopes and dreams. They need just 25 points. They should finish it here on the cell block.
Oh, Apathy's gunning right now. That is for sure. It looks good for Envy to close it out on the cell block. Like you said, Chris, Apathy continuing on. That's a 6 streak for him. Almost makes it 7. Teammates still in the hill. It's going to be capped at the time. It will be contested.
Dance, baby!
Enough? That's the question.
Swift as just went charging on in there, spraying hip fire with an NV4. That, for me, is waving the white flag. This should be done.
We're going one more.
I wouldn't. We will. But I will say, Envy, for this series in general, winning of this map or not, this was not as clean of a series as they would have wanted. As simple as that.
Yeah, definitely slow start for them. Uncharacteristic for sure. I wasn't expecting that first map to be so darn close, but they only need a couple of points here. There is a good setup for Mindfreak Black, though.
Envy with streaks, you have to think they're going to break it. I actually want to pull away from this one as it seems all but dusted. Moving over to Station 4, Elevate versus Project Evil is still going on. And of course, Elevate are 2-0 up in the series. However, in terms of the uplink, this one is in Project Evil's favor. It's 9-6 lead with 60 seconds left. This could be big if they could take it.
Just for full confirmation, Envy do win that map. Now we are into this Game 3. Elevate up 2-0. Project Evil trying to hold on. We talked about how at the LCQ they said we are the best uplink team in the game right now.
That's a little bold.
It is a bold prediction. They are currently up in this map 3.
And honestly, Project Evil, they showed it against Rogue. I thought that was going to be one of the toughest matchups of the LCQ. Project Evil blew them out. And you look at Elevate here, you have Zed who's having a great game. Where did Reedy go? Where did Watson go? They had no answers for the Erads of Project Evil.
Very, very true. 27 seconds left. Fast bullet with drone control. Project Evil, I mean, 3-point lead. You think this one should be over, Mark?
Yeah, Prophet, though, he's sort of the story for me. He's having a much better game number 3, and that's what you wanted to see from him again. Games 1 and 2, he really struggled versus Elevate team. So they're sticking with their guns. They're winning this uplink and, you know, potentially, you know, taking this to a Game 5.
Yeah, potentially the start of a reverse sweep here for Project Evil. And stay alive in the series. It's going to be 2-1. Elsewhere, though, here at the 2017 CWL Championship, we had Optic Gaming 3-0-3s up. We had Epsilon 3-0 Echo Fox, and of course Envy 3-1 victory over Mindfreak Black. This game, Elevate versus Project Evil, still going on. We'll keep you updated with the scores as we get them. But a pretty interesting start, I feel like, for the most part, standard, what we expected. Chris, Optic Gaming with a 3-0.
Yeah, I don't think anyone expected Optic to lose his first match. I think the real story in this first round is Elevate. Elevate, who looked abysmal throughout group stages, they're trying to really prove everyone that they still have enough in the tank that they are a threat in this tournament.
Yeah, of course, Epsilon as well. For European squads out there, a 3-0 over Echo Fox. They're going to feel pretty good about that one. For now, though, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we return, coverage continues. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to coverage of the 2017 or CWL Championship. Oh, I'm so excited to be here. I'm not even going to lie. Of course, group play well and truly underway now. We still have one game currently going on Station 4. That is Elevate versus Project Evil. Of course, Project Evil able to win the uplink, make it a 2-1 advantage in favor of Elevate. Benson now joined at the desk by the wonderful European Momo. Matt's joining me as well as Christopher Puckett once again. But I want to jump straight to you, Momo. Talk to me a little bit about this Elevate squad. Obviously, they performed so badly in terms of regular groups back at the regular stages. Now, what improvements have they made that you know of?
I mean, straight away, I do want to point out for those guys, that was an embarrassment for them. You know, 0-18, they didn't win a map, they didn't win a series. It was an embarrassment. They've had this European pre-LAN where they've been amongst the best of Europe, so they've really had a chance to kind of work on certain things now. In particular, you know, I don't know exactly what, I think they've just had to work on everything. Let's be honest, nothing was great for these guys. But they play best when they're fired up. We all know what Reed is like, and obviously a bit of social media drama before the event. You know, these guys were talking trash to Elevate.
Just a little bit. Yeah, Chris, obviously you mentioned that earlier on. Both these two teams make a little bit of a rivalry, it seems.
I love it. You know, this is kind of like two tier 2 teams battling, and both of them have a lot to prove this tournament. Project Evil, they've showed their potential while they're playing under Panda. I think a lot of people kind of wrote them off after we didn't see a strong Anaheim performance, but they're always a threat. Elevate, we always knew the potential, and at the very start of the year, Elevate was contesting for the #1 team in Europe. A lot of people thought that this squad that was coming together could do something in IW.
They were horrible in Stage 2, though. So I mean, let's be real. I mean, they were by far and away, I think, the worst
You can
team
make an
we
argument
had.
they were the worst team in kind of
I mean, in both, right?
I mean, they didn't win a map.
I mean, they didn't win a game. And right now, I mean, they're smashing Project Evil, which I think it just shows, like, the strength of the Global Pro League teams, right? I mean, you know, some teams come into the Global Pro League, they don't win games, they don't win series, and we just kind of write them off. But, you know, still that skill gap between, you know, the Global Pro League teams and the teams from the qualifier is still pretty large.
Of course, don't write Project Evil out just yet. Still potential for a bit of a comeback. But
is there, Ben?
I mean, there's always potential. There's always potential. You can never write off comebacks.
Don't lie to the people.
I mean, I expect Elevate to close it out. Yes, Matt. But, you know, I'm a man of storylines, Matt. I love a good comeback story every now and then. But, Phil, did you see any chance personally?
I think the way that Elevate are playing on the respawns, I was actually behind them and watching them play, and they feel like a different team. Not internally, not as in the game, but just the way that they're communicating, they're fired up. When they won that first map, which was so close, I could see them just taking this series, and we know that Project Evil very good uplink, but I think this is ending 3-1 right now.
Well, there's no downside for Elevate, right? I mean, you were so bad during Stage 2 that, I mean, coming in here and winning games, like, that was, I don't want to say that's the expectation, like, just to come in and win games, but you get a very good first series here, maybe get a win, a lot of confidence the rest of the weekend.
Current score in this one, 140-76. Going to pull away from this one and just take a quick look at our schedule of games, because our second set of games are now about to get underway. Of course, we will keep you updated with the Elevate versus Project Evil matchup. The 11:30 scheduled games, E United versus Mindfreak on Station 1, LG take on Supremacy on Station 2, Infuse versus Lethal Gaming on Station 3, and as soon as the Elevate matchup finishes, we'll have Rise versus Vitality. But that matchup on Station 1 is about to get underway. It's E United versus Mindfreak.
And here we go, Matt. E United, Mindfreak coming in. E United, the heavy favorite in this battle. For Mindfreak, though, this is a squad I was pretty harsh on. You know, I expected a lot from Australia. They didn't really get anything done so far in 2017. They had opportunities, but every time we went to an open event, the pool play, it wasn't the performance we expected from them. They did have a little bit of a loser's bracket run at times, but going up against Clayster's new squad, E United, you have to think they're the heavy underdog.
Oh, without a doubt. Speaking to Clay and, you know, some of the United guys, like, they feel very strongly that this is their tournament to win. Like, they come in here, you know, the favorites in this matchup, favorites in the group, you know, maybe even one of the overall favorites. And on the side of Mindfreak, I think, have to prove that the APAC region is still strong. I know they've kind of, you know, lived off of this, you know, top 5 finish a few years ago. You know, they've had some rough performances in the Global Pro League at the open events. You know, they pick up Dens again for Excite. thing that's going to make a big impact, and it really doesn't off the rip. So I think this is a big event just in overall terms of, the APAC region asserting their top spot amongst the guys in Call of Duty.
Now the good news for Mindfreak, this is your second best hardpoint breakout. They currently have a 50% win rate with Dens on the roster, and they do just now take the lead. But if Mindfreak is going to win in this series, there's two players to look out for. It's going to be Shocks for me and also Buzzo. Shocks, we saw his potential. Stage 1, he was topping the leaderboard in so many categories. He was an all-star that weekend. On the other end, Buzzo, he's been your anchor at times. He brings you down. He wasn't able to keep up with the rest of the pack, and he simply wasn't scoring. He's had great games throughout Stage 2, but he's inconsistent. If they want to beat E United, you need strong 5-game series out of Buzzo, because I think it's got to go the distance.
Well, the thing with Buzzo is he's a very slow player, right? He likes to play at a distance, does not like to push up a lot. You need him to play fast. You need him to play aggressive. But the way Infinite Warfare is, you get some of these AR players like Clayster, like RC, set up in these power positions. They can start rallying off, dozens of kills. Where Buzzo, you don't see that at all. So it puts a lot of pressure on the rest of his team to kind of be those aggressors and be able to take those AR players out at range with your submachine guns, with your K-bars. Makes it very difficult for the rest of Mindfreak. Buzzo, I think, needs to go big for them this weekend if they're going to advance out of groups.
Clayster, the AW champion on your screen right now, currently on a 3 streak. And you see the Scarab scouting out for him. Teammate Arcides is inside the hill scoring with his twin brother Pristini. So a nice setup here on Graves, but some splits coming in on the mini map. Those pink arrows coming from all directions, but look at that feed. Nothing but blue, all 4 down. Clayster on a 5 streak. He's 225 away from the Trinity.
But there's the problem with Mindfreak. In those type of situations, who's got to be the first guy that picks somebody up? It's got to be your assault rifle player. There's no way with Clayster or another top flight AR player playing inside of the caves that you're going to send your ERAD player in there and he's going to win a medium to long range gunfight. You need Buzzo to be the one that picks somebody off, lets everybody else flood in. Because they're not able to do that, it's going to be a full 60-second hold there for Reunited. Now they've blown open a big lead.
And I was going to say, with the addition of Dens to the squad, that pressure isn't solely on Buzzo's shoulder. You see Dens running the NV4 quite a bit throughout Stage 2. And we will see what he can bring to the table, because coming into this squad, I always thought Dens was the greatest player in Australian history. We saw him in Ghost. We saw what he could do in previous titles. But throughout IW, it's been a bit lackluster since he joined this squad. Even when he was on Tainted Minds, I remember watching games where he would double his teammate's score.
Yeah, on Tainted Minds, look, I mean, they did not have the best of talent. Dens was clearly their best player. You looked at his stats after a lot of the events, they were absolutely sick. But he comes back to Mindfreak, and when you're on Tainted Minds, you haven't made it out of groups, you haven't played against top competition all year, it's very difficult to get readjusted to the speed of the game, what other teams are trying to do. And I think, inserting him into Mindfreak, they probably expected it to just kind of do it with ease, and it has not worked out like that.
I've been impressed with Buzzo over the last 2 minutes, I'm not going to lie. Dens was there to support, but E United, they're in total control of this game. 132 to Mindfreak's 45. We go to the central rooftop, and it's all Clayster getting the feed. Another 2-piece, he is at 11 and 7. Pristini on the opposite side, he is going to be at 10 and 9. And I love the slow pace from Clayster, the super fast pace you're going to see from Pristini from E United all weekend long.
Right now, E United blowing out Mindfreak here in their first map, and this is an MF team. We've seen them tweet about it. A lot of supporters from their region this weekend want to make them proud. This is not a great start, Chris. I mean, when you had a rough Stage 2 and you came in here, you expected to kind of right the ship. Obviously, E United a very difficult matchup in this first round, but still, you expected it to be closer than this.
And just to give you guys kind of an idea of how these two teams performed at Stage 2, when it came to Hardpoint, only Fida from MF had above 1.0 KD. That's more kills than they had deaths. On the other side, everyone from E United was positive. You had Silly at the very bottom at 1.0, but then you have Clayster, who's number 6 overall in the tournament at a 1.22. E United straight up gets kills, and that's what you're seeing in this game so far. The last 2 minutes, though, Mindfreak showing some more life. You got Buzzo, positive 3, currently on a 3 streak. You've seen some strong play out of Shocks, and Fida with some good opening kills, but Fida, -6 at this point. He's the other half of your Bash brothers of Shocks and Fida. You need more out of the young Australian.
Yeah, it was Mindfreak in control of the hard point here on cell block early. but it's United able to break. They go all the way around. They're able to kill Buzzo, and then they get control of the spawns. And now you see they just flood on in, take out the rest of MF. Looked like MF was going to get a good hold there, you know, maybe 40 seconds or so. They do not get the remainder of that time. So E United will take the last few seconds. And E United has rotated here over towards Graveyard. And you see Clay, just the threat of him on this dozer. Mindfreak does not want to push in.
And I think Glazer actually blew up the Scarab coming in from Shocks. The assisted suicide is going to set up E United once again. A big gunfight at the top of the map. Pristini and Clayster were in a 2-on-2. Pristini up once again. Buzzo is here to contest. And it looks like Mindfreak is actually going to have early control. So a big fight, one from the Australians. Here's where you can start scoring back. There's still 40 points to score on the Graveyard. How do you hold off E United here?
Oh, well, I mean, if you are MF, obviously you have to figure out where the spawners are coming from on E United, and you know you're focused just straight in front of you. You know you're spawning up behind. There's no reason to really watch that, maybe in case of a flanker. But you see Dance, I mean, just these pot shots, you know, putting the damage down on the guys in the window, pushing them further back. That's how you got to hold that down.
Here comes a long flank from Arcides. He's going to try and give his teammates the new respawns, but it's going to be blue in the kill feed. Arcides now has 2 more supporters. They're going to be pinching from the back grave for the players that are trying to rotate to commissary. And Arcides is just going to back up, make sure they have total control. Nice rotation from E United. They gave up 40 points there. It is just a 45-point game, but E United should be in control for our next 60 seconds.
Yeah, but it's fine. I mean, commissary is a hill you can take a ton of time on. Arcides and Clayster, a kill each here on the rotation. Pristini coming to help his brother out here, and now it should be E United able to hold onto this hill, and now you see Mindfreak where they're spawning at the bottom of the minimap. They have to go either across that wall run with his death trap or go towards that middle of the map, which takes a lot longer. So it's a really good hold here from E United.
And Shocks just made some huge plays. You saw Arcides totally lost him. Shocks gets away with his life. In fact, I thought he was going to cause bigger issues, but Clayster will find him on the flank. So no real threat for E United. They're going to have total control. I thought Mindfreak had the opportunity, and that may cost them here. E United 25 points away from taking our first game.
Yeah, I mean, Shocks gets behind enemy lines, but his teammates still spawning at that wall run, so they're so far away, they're not able to really make anything happen there on commissary. Pristini's had a fantastic game 1, 22 and 18 on a 3 streak right now. We talk about him, you know, one of the best, you know, up there, you know, in your top 5, definitely in terms of ERAD players here in Infinite Warfare.
You know, FaZe couldn't get gunless. They were talking about what other names are attractive to him. Pristini was on that short list. You want a guy who can play with his speed, constantly put pressure on the opponent. Shocks, though, on the flank once again finds one. Can he do more? Nope, it's Clayster waiting for him. What a blowout here. 20 and 15, 21 and 16 from Arcides and Clayster. Pristini at 23 and 20. It's Silly getting the objective work done, almost doubling their opponents. It is E United with total control, 250 to 126 in our first game.
Well, a fantastic start for E United in terms of their group campaign. A 1-0 lead currently against Mindfreak. Elsewhere, though, Elevate versus Project Evil. We'll take a look at how that series closed out. It did go in Elevate's favor. They win the hardpoint 250 to 207. Thus giving Elevate a 3-1 series advantage. They'll win the first series, Momo, so this has started off much, much better than, of course, the regular game.
Oh, absolutely. Zed, he spoke to me at the likes of Anaheim saying, you know, I've been to 3 events, I've not won a series yet. And, you know, this is, you know, when they need to turn up, everyone knows it's Champs, and yes, it's Project Evil, not a global pro league team, but take what you can from this series. Project Evil are a very good uplink squad, but Elevate, they close it out in 4. They can go on, they'll be happy with that. We all know the trash talk before the game. They'll be able to move forward and really try and gain some momentum.
Yeah, I thought this is one of the tightest races for second place. For Elevate to get the win over Project Evil, that may seal their way to the championship bracket. All you have to do now is beat Mindfreak Black, right?
Well, Project Evil, too, is one of the stronger teams, I feel like, coming out of the LCQ. So to see them lose to Elevate there shows you Elevate's playing pretty well this weekend.
Elevate definitely playing well, but don't count out Mindfreak Black. We obviously saw them take an S&D off Team Envious earlier on there. But elsewhere, we can go to a replay of what happened at Station 2. This, of course, was LG versus Supremacy. It's a Group D matchup. As expected, Chris, LG come out all guns blazing. Final score of this one, very, very heavy in LG.
And Classic is the man again. You saw him in Stage 2. You could see what he was doing back at Anaheim. Positive 10 to finish things out. incredible stuff from this Luminosity team. You look on the other side and you just have to feel for the boys. Easy Vortex balls. What are you going to do against a super stacked team like LG?
You got to say, though, when I was watching this game just on the side here, it was like 100 to 100. It was pretty even. I was thinking, okay, they're making something. And then LG, it's just they stepped up a gear. You know, they stepped up maybe 3 gears, actually, and it turned into a one-sided affair.
Now going to a live looking of that series. Currently only 2 matches going on here at the 2017 CWL Championship, presented, of course, by the PlayStation 4. And Matt, Supremacy actually in the lead here in the Search and Destroy.
Even if they win this, Ben, there's still some respawns coming up. So, I mean, unless they... unless they go to the bathroom, swap some players out or something, I don't know. I don't know how they're going to beat LG in a respawn. So, I obviously this is a must-win. But I think in the case with any Luminosity series, you need to see a team, like, unless a team wins a respawn, like, it doesn't really feel like a real series to me. Like, it's a lot like, you know, how they say, like, a basketball series, like, in the playoffs, like, doesn't start until you win, like, a game on the other team's home court. I kind of feel like that with this series, with Luminosity in general, right? I mean, unless you win a respawn game mode, I don't kind of see the series going that far.
And I'll take it a step further. I think you can beat LG by 1, maybe 2 points in uplink, but I want to see you beat them in a hard point. If you can beat LG in a hard point, you can beat them in a best of 5. But man, this is a tough squad to deal with. Supremacy in a 1v1 here. Big round for Tony. Can he get it done against Classic?
Who you guys got? I got Classic.
Tony.
I got Classic, 100%.
Tony! Oh. Not going to happen.
Matt just looks at me like, yeah,
we knew
good
that.
pick.
As soon as I saw Classic go off the wall run, I was like, this is such a good idea.
Tony, yeah. Didn't really have much of a chance there, did he?
To be fair, I mean, Classic, we've talked about him as you know, a top 5, a top 3. I mean, how do you not pick him? Octane's having some fun as well.
Octane picked Classic as well.
Yeah.
That's the thing about Octane. He's the type of guy who can just sit back, put his feet up, and still just destroy. It really is extremely scary.
And I do want people to keep your eyes on Easy throughout this tournament. He is one of the best players we've seen come out of France, or at least representing a French team. So keep your eyes on this guy. We're going to go back to our stage number 1. Looking forward to this battle once again. It's Mindfreak who needs to steal a Search and Destroy against E-United. Just like Supremacy, you're going to be the heavy underdog in those respawns. Can you take a victory here as we go into Search, Matt?
I feel like E-United is just a very strong team in all game modes. I know Search and Destroy, we've seen them do some very nice things. Even when they had Gunless on the roster, you add Clay. Now you pick up another sniper, right? I mean, we've seen Arcees run the sniper, Clayster, Pristini on certain maps. So I think just a very overall strong team in Search and Destroy is E-United. I think it's going to be very tough for Mindfreak.
Buzzo on your screen here for Mindfreak as they will be on the attack first in Search. Of course, in this game mode, you only get 1 life per round, and looks like that bomb will be going down, and Cilia is going to get dropped first. So a man advantage for Mindfreak, everything going in your favor. What do you do if you're E-United? Well, now you're in a 2v4. Good luck, Twins.
Yeah, it looks like Silly falls off the map at the beginning. Potentially, could have gotten bumped on the wall run or something, but to be Pristini and his brother Arcees, it was a 3v2.
Oh, no.
And now it is United able to clutch up, and that is an awful round for Mindfreak. You spot them a player, you see Clace there on the screen, he just looks down towards his teammates, he's like, what is that? Like, how are you able to win that round?
And I believe there's a team kill that came in as well for Mindfreak, so you just totally blew up, and that is not how you turn the tide.
No, it is a unfortunate round for MF. If you're looking to build any kind of confidence coming out of the hard point, in Search and Destroy, you have a clear advantage in round number 1, and you totally give it away.
Tough start here for Mindfreak, a round that was all in your favor. You just blow it. How do they play on defense? So it's E-United on the attack, and you're going to see the bomb moving up in the hands of Arcees, who's currently sitting at 1-0. Pristini leading the lobby at 2-0 on your screen.
Well, you play to your strengths here if you're E-United. You get the bomb down inside. You have a dominant submachine gun player like Pristini. He's able to draw first blood. And now Mindfreak, they have to run at you and challenge you gun on gun. You really like your chances if you're E-United.
And you can see player number 6, Clayster, is way back on that mini-map watching the flank. So everyone just has to look forward here, win the 1v1. Shock's going to challenge in, and he will find 1. Can he find a second? He does with the help of Buzzo. So all of a sudden, Mindfreak has control inside. The time is against them, and all they have to do is pick up Pristini, but Pristini with that kill may have won the round.
Yeah, because now it's going to put Buzzo in a situation where he has to defuse the bomb. And right there, I mean, you can't fire a few shots and try and run away. Like, you just got to fight the gunfight. Pristini wins it. Believe he'll start things off at 5-0. it's going to be very close to score streaks and getting closer to that payload ability.
Wow, 2 rounds that Mind Freak has the opportunity to steal. Instead, it's going to be E United with the lead. And we will see them back on the defensive end. Mind Freak will be attacking. The bomb carrier going to be Shocks, and of course, he is going to be a camo player to look out for. On the other side, E United, they switched up the payloads throughout the year. Pristini is now going to be your camo player, and he is 50 points away from unlocking Trinity Rockets. Look how aggressive he's playing anyway.
If you're E United, why would you slow down at all? I would just keep playing fast, challenge gunfights here against Mind Freak. So you see, they're going to go on a very long flank. It'll be Buzzo, the one responsible for taking him out. He's able to get one, not able to take out Silly, so we'll be at a 3v3.
That's a good job from Buzzo, though. Just trade out 1v1. Bombs down. You're playing for time, and those are 2 more kills. Mind Freak, don't throw 3 in a row. Arcides draws 1. Has 2 more players to deal with. It's Fida and Dens. And Arcides is going to win the fight versus Fida. Just jumps on the bomb. Where is Dens? Look at the mini-map. Dens is so far away. Does he get here in time, Matt?
He does. He does. Dens comes through the mid-cut. He's able to take out Arcides while he's on bomb. Mind Freak wins their first round. Definitely scary there towards the end of that one.
Oh my goodness. Arcides was about a second away. Here's the instant replay. Arcides just powering his way through. Fida instantly jumps on the bomb, and you see that arrow on the minimap in the top left. Dens having to wiggle through the corridors, hits every last bullet to take down Arcides, but that was too close for comfort if you're Mind Freak.
Yeah, I think Dens probably had an extra 2-3 seconds there to get towards bomb, but definitely not a situation you want to be in. As I know, during the playoffs for Stage 2, we saw a lot of ninja diffuses, players just being able to defuse the bomb with others alive. So, be Pristini drawing first blood. Pristini picking up a second kill already with active camo here in round number 4. It'll be quick kills coming in from E United as they take their 3rd round.
E United just flopping around. Picks up the kills, and the trade's outside. Straight up gunfight's gonna go to them. I was a little bit worried. Your bomb carry got picked, and I thought the bomb might drop off the ledge. Doesn't matter, though. All the kills are scored, and E United in total control of game number 2. They have a 2-round lead, and you got to look at Pristini throughout this one. Already, he has the camo unlocked, 7-2.
And I wonder if he decides to use it early. If he uses it here, let's say E United wins a round, goes up 4-1. Even if MM is going to come back, you think maybe he gets that camo again if he keeps up this strong play. So we'll see how they decide to use that active camo, how they'll play around it.
I don't know if you need to, honestly, if you're E United. I expect them to save it a little bit later in the game. Trophy system going to block the early grenades. Arcides knows where they're set up, and he is going to wait for the help of Clayster. Mind Freak waiting for that intro push.
You wouldn't mind using camo here to break. It's just whether they want to use it early. So here comes the camo from Pristini. He's going to take out Buzzo, now get behind enemy lines. Not going to be able to pick up a second kill, but still, just the positioning he gets there swings the round in E United's favor. When you get behind that box and you're able to take that person out, it's going to split the players on Mind Freak. So you have to look behind you, respect that Pristini's there, know there are players flooding through the other side. Makes it very difficult to defend.
Matt, is it a confidence play to pop the camo early in a map?
Well, I think with the way that he's playing, I think you have a decent chance, let's say if Mind Freak were to come back, to be able to get another camo if you're Pristini. So I think that's the kind of logic there.
And there is a look. United 2 rounds away here in game number 2. Currently a 1-0 lead in the best of 5. And we will see what they can do back on the attack. You see the bomb moving directly to the bomb site. Those pink arrows, the purple arrows, so far away. Mind Freak's going to be on the flank. Clayster's going to be the player from E United to spot them. And this bomb is going to go down safely. You have player 8, that's Pristini, working with his twin brother Arcides, and they're going to find Buzzo.
Yes, I was going to say, as long as Clay got one, they were in good shape. And you saw he tags up Fida, but then Dens actually gets a team kill there, and you see kills traded out from both sides. It'll be a 2v2 here, and E United has bomb down.
Shock's going to get picked. It's Arcides with the win. And now it's E United on game point.
E United 1 round away here from taking a 2-0 lead in this series. Arcides here at the end, able to take out Shocks. And you see the United guys extremely confident here. No worries against E United, against Mind Freak.
Look at Arseny's smile, man. He's fired up. We were watching the recon piece, and United, they're playing so confident this weekend. They feel this is their tournament. You kind of touched on it before. They are playing like it here, going up against a team that is in the top 16, one of the best squads in the world in Mind Freak. But honestly, throughout this series, they have looked simply outclassed. You're going to see the payloads going down. Centurion on the floor, but Buzzo is going to draw the first pick here on Clayster. So a good open here for Mind Freak.
And United's been very aggressive at the beginning of these rounds. Doesn't really matter if they get first blooded or not. They still feel great about taking them. It'll be MF getting bombed down. We'll see how United tries to break in here. Pristini gets one. It's going to be Arcees actually blowing up his brother with the trophy system there as Arcees takes out another, evens it up at 2 players apiece. And we'll see Arcees now with streaks. He's going to call him in right away. The Trinity's going to get one. They know exactly where this last player is. Oh, but there at the end, it was actually Arcees that blows up.
Like, is that my rocket?
How did he die here at the end?
Let's watch this again. The FTL jump is coming through.
We're not going to see it. So his own rocket there, so he shot it down so fast and got out of it that he ended up hitting himself with his own Trinity rocket.
You can't defuse if you're dead. Round's
to give
over.
MF a round. I mean, look, I've seen rounds end in a lot of odd ways, and that is definitely one of the weirdest. Killing yourself with your own Trinity rocket as the only one alive as you win a gunfight.
Welcome to the not top 5, Arsenes.
It's not even it's almost impressive. like it's not even like
mad.
I'm not even really upset. Like, I think it's just really odd as Clay picks up 2 kills. This should be where it ends here for Mind Freak. Arcees just blows up Clay with the bombardment. It's only 1 player alive, though, here.
So far, Arcees has blown up his twin brother. He blows up himself, a teammate, and they still win the game 6-2.
One of the weirder ways that Search and Destroy will end. You see the bombardment call down right on the rest of his teammates. Just gives you a sense of how relaxed, how confident United here is against Mind Freak.
Now, of course, 2-0 up in that series. Elsewhere, though, in the group stages, LG took on Supremacy. Of course, they cruised through map number 1. We can take a look at what happened in the Search and Destroy. And remember, this one was surprisingly close.
Yeah, this was a bit of a strange one. We're jumping in on 5-5, but I want to recap. Supremacy was up 5-2. They had all their payloads. You can see easy on 14 kills here, but every single time it started to slip away. But the interesting thing about this 5-5, you know, how they got there was, we were kind of watching it, Ben, was a 4v2 in favor of Supremacy that they lost. It did go down to the wire. Luminosity, though, it turns to a 2v2, leaving Moles all on his own. He had Reactive, which was the most bizarre thing in the world. It was like Supremacy just, their brains kind of just disappeared for a second.
And to your point as well, I believe they had, what was it, like a 3-2 lead in favor of Supremacy. And then you look at that game and you're thinking, all right, Supremacy should close it out. The round 10 was just absolutely bizarre. Yeah. As you said, it was a 4 versus 2 that they completely threw away. Octane uses camo in what was, at the time, I believe, a 2 versus 3. And Sage just killed 2v4. And Sage basically just killed everyone. It was crazy to see. Really
What more can Easy do? 14 kills against Luminosity in a Search.
Nothing.
Yeah, pretty much.
I think the
nothing
first
else to do.
The 14 kills as well came in, I'd say, the first kind of like 9 rounds.
Right.
But then it just kind of all fell apart for Supremacy.
You can only do so much.
Yeah,
you can.
They needed that one.
Elsewhere, though, Lethal going up against Infuse. We can take a look and see how map number 1 went in terms of that. I believe it was Lethal that took it. We'll take a look at the replay of the closing moments. Of course, this a Group C matchup. Lethal with a pretty comfortable lead, 241 to 193. And no shocker, Human Jesus, a name that we're kind of getting a little more comfortable with saying more and more. And he's playing very, very well, as we expect. 23 and 14 right now, Chris.
This little guy's fun to watch, I'll tell you that. I mean, Human Jesus, he was fun to watch at the LCQ. You saw rough games from Clink, you saw rough games from Juju, but I felt like Human Jesus, he was the guy you could see consistently dropping kills. To see him top in the leaderboard, no surprise, 250 to 201. It's a big win over the European team.
Yeah, and you see Infuse roster, and you'll notice a few of the names on it, like Nolson and Nile, and I feel like they're just kind of the leftovers of like that tier 1 of European players that kind of just dropped down. And I don't know how great their practice has been. I believe they were not at the EU pre-LAN, so with all the top teams in Europe coming to Orlando early and getting the practice in, you don't know what Infuse's practice schedule's been like.
Well, no games currently going on. Still waiting for Rise versus Vitality to begin as well. For now, we're going to do a quick commercial break. When we return, action continues. Action continues here at group play of the 2017 CWL Championship presented by PlayStation 4. Just to update you with currently where we are, Rise versus Vitality on Station 4. That game has only just begun. Infuse versus Lethal. Lethal is 1-0 up in that one. LG find themselves 2-0 up against Supremacy. And of course in our featured game, E United find themselves comfortably up 2-0. Even after some interesting mistakes which came through. Clayster's rolled a little bit of a slow session destroy. Doesn't really matter. E United kind of just doing the business, Momo.
Yeah, I mean, they're turning up here. Actually, ironically, was speaking to Clayster before this, and before the tournament started, he was like, we're just excited to get into that bracket. Like, these first 2 days for E United, it's almost just like, the, you know, the warm-up, the stepping stone to that bracket, and you've got to respect that. I don't think that's, you know, overconfident. I think that's just kind of how it plays out, really.
You never know, man. You can't take teams too lightly, because upsets definitely happen here at the biggest tournament of the year. Well, without further ado, map number 3, Precinct Uplink, underway.
And jumping right back into it with Arcides, the man who blew himself up with the Trinity rocket to lose a round of Search and Destroy and still get the win. Love watching this E United squad when it comes to uplink, and there you see the teamwork in the first 20 seconds. Already a pass coming in. Pristinia's going to slam this one down.
And Chris, I think this is a game mode where if you were to say, you know, coming into the series, where can Mindfreak win a game? I don't think this one would have been it. No. I would have said it would have been your game 1 or your game 2. It's a game mode we've seen E United throughout the year has such great teamwork on. They're so talented in terms of slaying. You know, their positioning is always great. This will be the toughest game for MF to win against a team like E United. And E United gets a defensive hold here. Now they move the drone up a little bit towards the Mind Freak base and see if E United can turn this into points.
Since adding Dens, you got Mind Freak 1-3, a 25% win rate on this game type. On the other end for E United, since adding Clayster to the squad, they're 3-0. They have not dropped Precinct in any of their games throughout Stage 2. Arcity is going to find the beat down on Shocks, 3 down for Mind Freak, and here comes another drone run. They're just waiting for Pristini and Clayster to get back into the mix. And look at the spawns. They're all back gas here for Mind Freak. Arcees has them pinned. That's a good intro kill for Fido. Can they get to the drone in time is the question.
Well, there's 2 players here for E United, Clayster and Silly, trying to open up a lane for Pristini. Tries to go out the window, is going to get tagged up. Denzo on the defensive end picks up 3 kills. Stops E United from putting more points on the board. Big kills there from Denz.
And they're going to wrap this one low. A lot of times throughout the group stages, you saw everyone running Cat Statue. I like the switch up here from Mind Freak. May catch E United off guard, but as you say that 2 players are going to get dropped, it's all E United in the feed. And Matt, it looks like United is going to get the full hold here. It looked like Buzzo had an opportunity. Drone was on the ground behind him, though. Couldn't get it done.
Yeah, they try and catch E United off guard, but E United's defense just too strong. Now they're going to give them a decent opportunity to attack. So you see Arcity's going through that back alley. It's going to spawn Mind Freak up towards that top side, and maybe they can get the drone in the back alley or down that middle street, get a 1-point playoff, and this should be 2. It'll be Persini going high off the wall run. Clay picking up some kills with the NB4. He's on a 5 streak, working towards score streaks. As E United's taking a 4-0 head start.
I got to ask you, man, out of all the guys in the tournament, I can't help but cheer for Clayster at this event. Is there one guy this weekend you're looking out for?
I think Clay, obviously, you know, with everything that he's gone throughout the course of the year, as we see a 1-point play coming in for E United. And then I think you would kind of turn your attention to somebody like Scump, right? Can he get his first win at a COD Champs, his first ring? Now, do we see JCap sweep the last 3 champs, you know, go, AW Black Ops 3 in this champs and win? Or, I mean, do you see Karma get his 3rd ring? A lot of good stories coming into this one.
Lots of rings to look out for as the weekend goes on. There's a good hold from E United at first. There's the drone being passed back out. Mind Freak's going to go on another attack. They had a scoring opportunity in the last minute. Can they make this one count? It looks like E United has given up their base. Shocks isn't going to dunk it yet. He's going to wait for his teammates to score some kills, make sure they don't get counter-capped on here. And it looks like now your score is 2-5, but that could change if E United gets this to the top of the map.
Yeah, they do have drone towards this top side, does E United, but Buzzo picks up a first kill here. It's going to just let his team reset, as now they're going to get into this position, try and push E United back. Maybe they can get some drone here, but Clay with the NV4 playing around this corner, you're going to need to try to trade this out. Denz goes high, is able to take him out, but that next kill needs to come in for Mind Freak, and that's the difference, Chris. You see, when Denz picks up that first kill, slides on forward, that second player needs to be there faster, so he's not getting 2-piece like that.
We've seen some nice teamwork from Mind Freak on that last push, but they were just a little bit slow on the final kill. And that is why you still see Clayster causing problems here at the Cat Statue. He's buying enough time to get everyone back into position. The reinforcements are there to stop him. Scarab not going to do any damage here. Clayster looking for the pick, but Fida comes from the top. Arcity still focused on the drone, and a good defensive stand here from your Australian crew. 30 seconds left. They could cut this down to a 1-point game. They're looking for the dunk. They got the opening kills. A clear path. They just have to take out Silly. They do, and it's in from Fida.
Yeah, and it was Denz leading the charge there for Mind Freak. Fida puts in the points. And they do still have control of the E United base. If they can get the drone out of that middle, maybe they're able to get some more points on the board, but was Pristini able to take out Buzzo before he can throw the drone towards that top side. No more points to go through here at the end. It should be E United up 1 going into half number 2.
Very impressive stuff from Denz on the defensive end. You saw a nice push in the end of that half as well. Mind Freak, they had opportunities to get some dunks, and E United had some nice defensive stands of their own, but a very tight game after our first 5 minutes. The question is, does Mind Freak have more? Can they take over the second half and force a game 4 hardpoint?
It's going to be very tough. You expect E United to come back here in the second half, not let up some points, but Mind Freak is on the side where we do see teams get some advantage of that back alley. You're able to put a lot of points on quick. It'll be kills from Clayster and Pristini to open things up. Buzzo picks up a 2-piece though, so that's going to allow Mindfreak to get the drone at least out of that mid-map, maybe over towards this top side, and you can push it on through.
And I think the difference here that we saw from E United, where we kind of expect them to be able to blow out win, well, you only had Silly on 7 kills, meanwhile Shox was +7 after our first 5 minutes of gameplay. Arcides all over your kill feed, finds 3-1 on a teammate. But with 2 down from Mindfreak, it's going to be E United surging forward. And Arcides, he's got 2 lead blockers in front of him. He has a player on the back end to make sure he doesn't get flanked. Only 1 player to deal with. He's just jumping around. Finally, Fight is able to connect with that E-Red. Mindfreak will live another day, and now they're going to try and wrap this one cat side.
And Arcides almost catches them off guard there for a second, because a lot of players go towards that right side to that back staircase instead of trying to run the drone like straight up the middle from that back alley. Almost gets by 1 or just close enough to get around that corner to get off a 1-point throw. It'll be 2 kills here for E United. You see the drone on the minimap down right to Silly's right. He's going to try and put some shots in at Buzzo, misses them all, but they were really just kind of getting Pristini in that position. Maybe he's able to pick up a kill as now you see Silly answers one more. 1 player to beat here for Mindfreak. It'll be Dens yet again. I feel like he's been fantastic for MF on defense in this map so far.
Dens is now going to try and get the intro kills. There's the first, knows there's a player in the window. Nice 2-piece from Dens. That's going to pave the way, but the drone was stopped. Silly with the big kill will slow this one down. Fida is up. You're going to have player number 5, Arcides, into position first. He is dropped, and this is a 1-point play to tie it up from Shox. Shox not done yet, is going to earn himself a camo, and the payloads could be the difference maker as we get down to the final 3 minutes. Buzzer with drone in hand is just trying to run this away from E United, wraps it all the way back to his base. They're looking to get a full setup before they push forward.
And you got to wonder if Shox there would have been able to go in for 2. You know, they had control of the E United base. They're picking up some kills. It's a 1v2, him and a teammate there. So the player on the base for United decides to shoot at Shox. The other guy picks up the kill, puts the drone in for 2. Or if, you know, they don't shoot at the drone carrier, it's an easy 2 there from Shox, and MF would be in the lead. You got to wonder, maybe that one should have been a 2-point play there for MF.
I think that guy who was left was Clayster, and you know what Clay can do. They are respecting the skill of the E United players, playing it safe so far. E United, they're holding strong despite the FTL jump coming in from Dens. Not much more after that. Silly is starting to heat up. We talked about just 7 kills in your first 5 minutes, already 10 here in 2 minutes and 50 seconds of the second half.
Yeah, Silly starts to heat up towards the end of this game. You expect E United to put more points on the board, but you know, MF, they get the drone back, but it's such an odd spot for it to be in. They're over by this gas station. You have players coming out of gas. You have E United controlling them mid-street. Even if they get control of drone here, Mindfreak, there's not really a great angle for them to make a play on getting a score.
Buzzo's holding his own throughout this series. Impressive stuff from Shox and Dens throughout game number 3. You need more out of Fida in your last 2 minutes if you're Australia. You want to go to another hard point. You're on match point for E United, and here comes the dagger. Pristini popping the camo. He is going to dunk this one in. I believe Shox is still going to have his camo, though, to answer back from Mindfreak. The question is, can you get him into a position to use it?
Well, they need to get map control before they even think about using it, because we've seen a lot of times, see Shox there die off the spawn, so now Mindfreak doesn't have control. It's like teams that have to use the camo just to get back towards mid-map to get that drone control. Arcides pops overdrive, going to go down towards this bottom side with the drone. Has a lead blocker here in Pristini. Pristini picks up 1 kill. That should be enough to get Arcides a score.
Distracting for the twin brother and picking up the kills on the way. Pristini helps give E United a 3-point advantage. Mindfreak, 50 seconds left. They need a quick toss and then a dunk. Buzzo gonna fall, though. Everyone is getting dropped. No attempts here on the payloads because you can't even push up the map.
Well, yeah, here's the issue. It's the exact kind of situation I was talking about. Is now Shox, he has this active camo. When does he use it? He picks the drone up in his hands now and has no teammate support. Not gonna pop it in mid-map. 30 seconds left. He's had this camo
overdrive, though,
with about 2 minutes on the clock, and he hasn't got anything for it. I mean, you see Fighter there. He pops overdrive, goes mid-street. There's 3 players waiting there for E United. And see, look, now you're going to have to use just the camo here just to try and get closer towards the drone and make a play. You get nothing out of it. It's a good second half here from E United.
Man, what a difference maker Pristini was throughout this game with the E-Rad. Arcides holding strong on the final defense, as you saw the overdrive used by Fida. E United with a clean 3-0 here over, in theory, the toughest competition they're going to see in their group.
Well, United starting off group campaign very, very well. Don't drop a map. Definitely room for improvement, but we talked about that earlier on. Of course, it is their group play games, definitely not going kind of 100%, if you will, but still a good result over the Australians. Elsewhere in the tournament, though, Infused versus Lethal at Station 3. Here's a look at what happened in the Search and Destroy. Of course, it was Lethal that took map number 1, but you can see Momo, comfortable lead here for Infused.
Yeah, and again, you know, Alex, the newest member, a very new member to kind of the European scene, they had a very strong lead in the hard point. They kind of threw that away. This time they closed things out on Search and Destroy. Keep your eyes out for Alex, obviously, kind of in future. This is a guy who's very young, he's kind of coming into the scene. It wouldn't surprise me if, you know, he finds himself on, you know, rosters going into, you know, the new season, if you like. So definitely one to watch, but of course, sitting 1-1.
Yeah, that series, as you said, tied 1-1. Elsewhere, Station 2, the Bravo stream. That one, LG versus Supremacy. Well, this series is over. LG, a dominant win, but again, Mo, this was another weird kind of game to watch.
Yeah, let me just break this down for you. First 4 minutes, Luminosity are 10-0 up, and I'm like, okay, this is game over. The half ends at 15-0. Yet the game ends at 15-4. And whether Luminosity just started chilling out for a bit, I don't
Phil,
know.
see, you've never beaten anybody that bad, so let me tell you what happens.
I did actually.
You get that big lead, and then everybody says, let's just post up and try and get as many kills as we can.
Pad them stats.
Played Bryce in a 1v1.
You gotta play for that KD leaderboard, right?
Don't take advantage of poor Brycey like that.
I didn't, I'm lying.
Of course, elsewhere, Rise versus Vitality. That game has finally begun on Station 4. We can take a look at what happened in map number 1. This one goes in favor of Rise Nation. Final score, I believe, 250 to 200. Really, Vitality, not much they could do with.
I was going to say, honestly, we've seen Shane at how many champs so far? He's always here. He never has great success, but to see them within 50 points, I wonder, is this a sign that Vitality is going to play strong this weekend, or is this something we should be concerned about for Rise Nation?
I think as well, Rise were outslaying there by like nearly 30 kills. They should be winning a lot more comfortably from that, but Shane, you know, he's been a nuisance, but I think that for me should have been like a 250 to 100. When you're out slaying every single one positive like 7, 8, it shouldn't be in question.
I actually spoke to Shane yesterday. He was like, I don't get it. I've been to every single $1 million tournament, and you guys all still think I suck. I'm like, well, you're pretty good. Obviously, if you keep making it.
I saw Shane
How much
as well.
have you won at those tournaments?
I was going to say,
important. That's not important. He won a lot of the original XP since then.
Nothing.
It's not been too good. We can go to a live look now at Station 3. Of course, this is Infused versus Lethal. This series tied at 1-1. They find themselves currently in an uplink on Precinct, and Infused with a 6-0 lead, member.
Alex, he's turning up. It's his first champs. He's ready to rock and roll. You know, he found himself here, you know, kind of jump up the hierarchy of European Call of Duty very, very quickly. I had no idea who he was. I went to CWL Sheffield, and he impressed me there, so I've kind of kept my eye out ever since, and he's been continuing to turn up. Obviously, both these teams last chance qualifiers.
Pocket, your boy Human Jesus. What's going on?
You know, he's consistently slaying, Matt. That's what I said last time. He's going to do it in the second half. He's pulling a silly where you want to finish with 7 kills in your first 5 minutes. The second half is where you show up. But honestly, though, this match is really important right now because you look at the group, it's Group C. United, the clear favorite here. Mindfreak just got blown out by United. So now, whoever wins against Infused and Lethal Gaming, if you beat Mindfreak later, you could be heading to that championship bracket.
I think either of these teams has the potential to beat Mindfreak as well.
Well, I looked at this group and I thought, yeah, United, of course, #1. And then I just kind of automatically just put Mindfreak through, and looking at it now, you know, especially the way Infused are playing, I think they definitely can kind of steal that second place, find himself in the bracket. That'd be interesting.
I'm curious to know, in terms of this matchup specifically, coming in, who did you guys actually have winning this one? Because to me, this could well decide the group.
I would have said Lethal Gaming coming into this one. I did not know what to expect from an Infused roster that's kind of put together, you know, on spare parts. There was somebody, Alex, who, you know, we don't know much about. We didn't see him really play at all in the States, and you know, knowing the EU pre-LAN was going on, you were worried about their practice at home. I mean, who really is there to practice? They could play against Vitality and knew some of the Tier 2 EU teams, so I was actually worried about Infused coming in, quite surprised.
On the flip side, I actually was going against Lethal Gaming. I was not impressed with the way they played at the LCQ. I thought they had a lot of weaknesses. At times, they were just throwing games away, and they really had to go to the final match to get in.
That sums it up pretty well.
Yeah. 8-0 here for Infused in the uplink. I think, you know, the hard points, that could be the difference maker in this series.
I think going into this, it was one of those the two teams from last chance qualifiers where we know a lot about these teams, but also we don't know a lot of, you know, there's a lot of kind of mishaps where, you know, are they good at this, are they good at that, but I think it's one of those that I look at and think, yeah, it's probably going game 5. Whoever turns up on the day wins. But I don't know. It just seems a little bit one-sided.
I actually think a lot of these games that are, your LCQ teams versus LCQ teams and whatnot, it really comes down to just who makes less mistakes. I feel like all of them are just pretty balanced. It's just who's hitting their 1-point throws, who's rotating early, who's playing smart team play and search and destroy. I feel like, in terms of just like mechanical skill and just like aim and movement and whatnot, they're all pretty similar. It's just eliminating those small mistakes.
Well, if you look at these squads, I mean, Lethal Gaming, a lot of people remember them from Black Ops 3. They looked like they could be a threat in group stages last year. This year, you see Infused with Nolson and Nile, 2 guys who are in the top 16 of the CWL for the first half of the year. Nolson, at one point, was considered the best player on Millennium. Nile, he had some ridiculous games for Red Reserve. So when you look at just the names alone, I think you have to give the edge to Infused in this series.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, in terms of the score memo, it's 10-0. 3 minutes remain. Infused in the driving seat well and truly here. I mean, Nolson picks up another double. I mean, is this just Infused playing the game mode perfectly, or is it just mistakes coming in from Lethal?
I think there's definitely mistakes from Lethal, but Infused, they're simply outslaying. We talk about, how important it is to slay in a game mode like Uplink, but I always say this about LCQ teams versus another team. These guys have individually probably never played each other at all, not even on a different team, on a different roster, at a different event, maybe once in like an open bracket and an MLG maybe, but we see that, Optics and LGs play each other all the time. This, for me, is just one team. Their playstyle is clearly outshining Lethal Gaming. But in the half point, I saw Infused in a huge lead. They just threw it away. Lethal Gaming, they bounced right back into it. But the S&D, that was all Infused.
I think we just got a little glimpse of what Alex is bringing to the table. Nice 2-piece there to slow down the push. Infused looking pretty strong here. I mean, Zerg got a triple kill earlier, and you're getting what you expect out of Nolson and Nile. How far does this team go? Is Infused a real threat here from Europe? Because we were talking earlier with the casters, how many European teams do you expect to see in the top 8? Let's take it a step further. How many do you expect to see in the top 16 when we get to the arena here on Friday?
I mean, to answer that question, I think it all depends on Infused versus Mindfreak. That matchup is basically... Yeah. If Infused play like this, assuming Infused win this series as well, that could well be for second place, Matt.
And I called it. I didn't think that Mindfreak was getting through. I did not think they were heading to the bracket. This could come down to Infused versus Mindfreak. It could come down to Lethal Gaming versus Mindfreak. Either of these 2 squads could be dangerous.
I think with watching these teams, I think either of these teams has a very good chance to beat Mindfreak.
Ironically, it could come down to this match because Mindfreak might not win against anyone. It's these 2 that are fighting for that second spot.
That's a good point.
United, I think, are a little bit ahead of all 3, but
just a little bit.
Yeah, but it is kind of, for me, quite surprising how dominant Infused are right now. Because, yes, I know they're a good team and, highly regarded in Europe, but I didn't think they'd come out in here and just kind of make Lethal Gaming look amateur.
It's the World Championship. It's the time to do it. It's right here, right now, this weekend.
There was one time to be good. This should be the time.
You can kind of say, the rest of the year didn't really matter, but, we performed when we needed to perform, and that is exactly what Infused are doing right now. 13-4 the score. This one is... pretty much over, so it will be Infused with a 2-1 lead in the series, winning map 3. Of course, it was Lethal that won map 1. Infused cruised through the search and destroy, and that's a scary thing for me. It was a 6-2 victory, and Infused made it look so easy, Phil.
Yeah, Infused, they just kind of were that more disciplined team, and again, sometimes when you get players like the likes of Nile and Nolson, even Zerg, when we go back 18 months ago, he was in, the CWL. He's been amongst those players. This is a team which I look at, and I think they look right together. And me knowing a little bit more, obviously, about the European side is when Nolson was in Millennium, it just didn't feel right. Nolson, I think, has a lot more comfort here.
Completely agree. Of course, there's only one other game currently going on live, and that is going to be Rise Nation versus Vitality. Rise took the first one, 250 to 200. I'm glad you noticed he's 11-2. It's almost as if Shane was like, all right, boys, you've had your fun, you've had your banter on the desk. Let me show you why I continuously qualify for the $1 million tournaments. And I mean, it is a fantastic search.
Paying Activision back for these free trips, man. Giving us a good game here.
Best dressed player of all time as well. Shout out to Shane for his fashion sense. But coming in, he always just has fun these weekends. Now he's showing you why he's been a top-fledged player from the UK forever. This guy, He's been around
He's a
since
veteran.
I remember coming over from Halo, seeing him like lighting people up, and he's also a trash talker. He'll let you know when he is winning.
I mean, remember, you actually competed against Shane many times.
Yeah.
I mean, he truly is a veteran of the European community.
He really is, and I'll be the first to say, you know, when you're playing a respawn game like Hardpoint, you know, you're not looking at Shane as like, oh my, he's going to be the biggest threat. You know, I'm stating the obvious, but he was that objective kind of base player, which, you know, always like annoyed you. He was always shooting you in the back. Every time it's like, he shot me in the back again. Like, he's just behind enemy lines.
I mean, let's not forget, he was part of the Epsilon squad that famously beat Impact back in Black Ops 2 Anaheim and Hardpoint when they 100-point clubbed him, and everyone kind of sat there going, wait, what is going on? Like, he has been a part of some massive moments throughout his career.
Yeah, I mean, he's always been on one of the top teams in Europe. Like, I think Shane is like a fantastic player. Like, all jokes aside, right? I think, you know, this guy, obviously, he's, you know, been to every $1 million event for Call of Duty for a reason. Like, he always finds himself in a good situation. He's one of the selfless players. Like, a lot of players, you know, and they may play for their KD or whatnot. Shane is strictly just playing for the win. That doesn't excite him, you know, the KD and the stats and, you know, all the glory and whatnot. As long as he helps his team get wins, regardless of what he has to do, that's how he's going to go out and play.
I will say he was probably one of the greatest CTF players.
Oh, he was incredible
to
at
literally,
CTF.
to literally ever play CTF. I will say that.
In Black Ops 2, I remember Clayster's looking at forming his team, and he's like, all right, we'll get Tommy. Well, we need a really strong objective player. Let's bring Shane onto the squad. So Shane, he got a free ride playing alongside Clayster on United back in the day.
A shame that didn't end very well.
Sorry.
I think as well with Shane, you know, when that kind of role of objective kind of disappeared, you know, that was also when I disappeared. But Shane did adapt, and I will say when kind of this new era came out, he did step it up. I think Black Ops 3 and obviously this game alone, when you do watch him in respawns, he is holding his own. You know, he's not kind of trailing behind his teammates, especially in a team like this, Vitality. He's there. He's there with his teammates, sometimes leading the pack.
Well, that was always odd for me when people would talk about Shane. They would just be like, oh, well, like, he's not a Slayer, or he just can't put up numbers. And when I would watch him play, like, in big games, like, he was never really kind of letting his team down. Like, he was always, like, right there in terms of kills to deaths. I feel like he just kind of got the short end on the stick between teammates.
To put this on the flip side now, guys, we've been talking a lot about Shane, but let's look at Rise Nation, right? This is a squad that won Vegas that I thought was going to be top 8 coming into Stage 2. They underperformed there. They've been letting down the fans for a little bit now, but Aqua on the flip side, he is definitely a guy to look out for. He's about to match Shane's score. He's 10-4. He's helped them win the last 2 rounds. Rise, they outslayed, like you said, Momo, but it was just a 50-point difference in the first hard point. I'm a little bit worried for Rise Nation in this group.
I'm very worried for Rise Nation. I mean, you have Facento sitting at 1-6. I mean, Matt, you look at the rest of Group D, right? I mean, you got Luminosity, Rise, Vitality, Supremacy. I mean, we all expected Rise at LG, that matchup, to basically be for first. I mean, Rise needs to be careful here.
I would not be surprised if you saw this go 5 games and Vitality somehow steal it and Vitality make out. Like, Whalers at the beginning of the year was like one of the players we really looked at in EU, and like he was super talented. And I think Shane like knows how to beat these top teams. Like he kind of he's done it a million times. So like I wouldn't be surprised. This is like, I feel like coming into the tournament, you looked at a lot of the matchups. Like this is one of your kind of sleeper games coming in where. No, because quite frankly, Rise, I mean, like Chris said, they have not really been great the second half of the year. I mean, after they lose in Stage 2, you're seeing Aqua tweet about, like, well, why am I even practicing? Like, what's going on with my team? Like, it just doesn't really see them getting better as you see Shane there pick up 2 kills. He got 13 so far through this game.
He did pop the reactive, though.
But they're in a good spot, though. I mean,
he's invested in it.
You should have the bomb down here shortly after.
Yeah, you're good.
Should be their round.
This is it. Vitality's got it. Facento, you got 1 kill. You need 3, and it's not going to happen. Facento finishes with 1. You saw Aqua going on a 7 streak during that game. Rise Nation was once known as a dominant search force. What has happened here?
Vitality making that one look easy. That is for sure. Of course, that series now tied at 1-1. There's only 2 series currently being played right now. Infused versus Lethal is the other one, and it is Infused that sit 2-1 up in that series. For now, though, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we return, coverage continues. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the group stages of the 2017 CWL Championship presented by PlayStation 4. A few games now underway. I want to go to a live look straight away with Infuse versus Lethal. This is Station 3, and just to catch anyone up just tuning in, Infuse find themselves 2-1 up in the series. It was Lethal that won map number 1. Of course, that was Hardpoint. Benson, of course, joining the studio, still with Momo, the wonderful Jack and Maven. You guys have joined me in the studio.
Hey, buddy, this is one of the first. I was off the first 2 matches today. I've been chilling for 3 hours.
I mean, champ's well and truly underway now, Maeve.
I'm ready to get going. And looking at this, I'll tell you what, our old buddy Nolson, who started to explode into the scene last year during the first season of the CWL, looks to be having a hot game, 23-17, and they are trailing, however.
Obviously, I know you two weren't on the desk before, but we did have a discussion. If you look at group, the group obviously that Lethal and Infuse find themselves in, right? You got United, Infuse, Lethal, and Mindfreak. Mindfreak now at 0-1. United obviously at 1-0. This very well could be for second place in the group here. I mean, do you think both these two teams could beat Mindfreak after what you saw earlier on?
Can you take much from that Mindfreak series?
I mean,
versus United. I mean, can you?
True.
But you could take stuff from what we've seen from Mindfreak so far this year up to this point.
True.
And
that's true.
I don't know. I had one random person that I hit with the quick swift block button on Twitter because he was roasting me for not having any faith in the APAC region.
Oh, you're like that, huh? You go straight to the block button.
Oh, 100%. I'm sorry for not having faith. Where should we have had faith so far in Infinite Warfare? I mean, it comes to a point where you got to go, hey, when did we stop hanging on to a 5th, 6th placing at Champ 5 years ago? If I'm being completely honest and transparent. Hold that block button As long as they keep getting 3-0'd, I'm going to keep doubting them.
Jack's face just got real red.
Sorry, but I don't like dumb people.
I mean, you're not entirely wrong.
I'm sorry. It's just being honest.
My Freak Black, a solid search and destroy against Team Envious. They take that, but obviously they don't win the series. It's definitely something that we're going to keep our eyes on. But for My Freak, 0-1 in this group, I mean, you know, you got to be hoping that, you know, Lethal and Infuse goes to a game 5. You start thinking about potential tiebreakers that could come through. I mean, obviously that's still a fair way away.
I think the one thing that I do take away from the Mindfreak LG game and looking at this is I know that Mindfreak aren't going to come in here and just destroy Lethal or destroy Infuse. There's no way that happens. Yeah, they can, you know, beat both of them. They can also lose to both of them. But I think those 3 teams, excluding the United, you know, it's kind of that round robin. Who's going to grab that second place? And you can see how close these games have been with Infused. Yes, they can qualify, make it bracket, but do they? I don't know.
I think we both sit in the same boat.
Yeah.
We expect Mindfreak to win. If Mindfreak would win those series, I would not be surprised. I would say, okay, that's what Mindfreak should do. If they lose those, I would say, wow, you know, this Mindfreak team is worse than I thought. Simple as that.
They've got worse almost. Yeah. It is a bit of a shock because stage 1, I will say, even though they went like 1-5 in the Pro League, they impressed me. You know, they did okay. They were very good. When they came back with Dens, they didn't impress me.
Well, I think that the big thing is, it kind of to that point, Mo, is the team changes that we've seen Mindfreak make, Clint. It's almost as if you want them to form that big powerhouse Australian squad, which we know they can do.
I know, we've all been critical. Was Excite the answer? Maybe, maybe not. Is Buzzo the answer with these 3 players? I think it's pretty clear it's a no. To hang with the likes of Lethal and Infuse, sure. Do I think Mindfreak will make it out of bracket, out of group play? I do. Will they ever have a chance against a team like United? Hell no. They will not.
Well, I believe our next set of games are about to get underway, so I do want to just take a quick look at our schedule. Of course, just to recap exactly where we currently are. Evil Geniuses versus Straight Rippin'. That is a game which I am so excited about. I honestly wish I could actually listen to the player reactions to that one. Then we have FaceCon versus Allegiance, Red Reserve versus Era, and Fnatic versus Tate and Minds. But bear in mind, those bottom 2 games cannot begin, of course, until Infuse versus Lethal and Rise versus Vitality conclude. And we will keep you up to date with those final games. It looks very much as if Infused are going to be able to close out their series versus Lethal with a 3-1 victory. Elsewhere, Vitality versus Rise, of course, that is actually tied 3-3 in the uplink and tied 1-1 in the series. But this matchup, this is the one that so many people are excited for. I'm honestly, I'm on the edge of my seat. I really am. EG versus Straight Rippin' about to begin.
All right, buddy. This is one of those matches when you see the schedule, you circle it, you put a star next to it, you underline it. We've been hyped for this one ever since we saw it.
This is going to be fantastic. So many storylines. Straight Rippin', this team formed of, you know, the 2 new 18-year-old players in Dashy and Temp, the future of competitive Call of Duty, with 2 strong veterans in Studdy and Ricky. But how did Studdy get here? He got dropped from EG after that major Anaheim event. Now on over to this squad, having to kind of rebuild himself coming into Champs. And right now, Straight Rippin' come out of the gates hot. They're up 25-0, and Studdy's a perfect 3-0.
It's interesting. I talked to Crimsix from Optic a little bit about these 2 teams, and he said, you know, they played Straight Rippin', absolutely rolled through them. They were crushing to the point he thought they might see a sense of despair. But then he said EG, I think, scrimmed E6 right after that, and they also got completely throttled. So I don't know exactly what to expect in this matchup, but an early lead for Straight.
This is the start you need to have if you're Straight Rippin', especially on this big NV4 hill. One thing I do want to point out, Dashy, we know him as the superstar, especially in Search and Destroy. If you're hearing his name or have heard it once this year, it was probably because of that 17-kill performance in S&D to help them clinch that victory and take the spot and get into the CWL Championships. We'll see if he can keep up those great performances so far up this weekend. Right now, he is 3-4.
Yeah, I think the big question is, you know, how much does the pressure of Champs apply to these players? When you talk about the young ones in Temp and Dashy, like you mentioned, and then you look at EG, where you have players that have either a win or a top 3 finish at Champs, Nameless, Parasite, Nagafin. They have a lot of experienced players, right?
Yep.
How much of an edge is that? Right now, it doesn't seem to be a whole lot of one. It's a 57-7 scoreline. But maybe that'll come into play. You know, we're in a different environment right now for groups. Maybe once you get into that stadium for bracket play is really where that pressure is going to hit.
Well, also, what struggled was one of their main NV4 players in Nameless started the game 0-5, now 3-6. Finally, when he gets a 2-piece and kind of clears this lane for Nagafen with the K-bar to surge into the hill, they do chain together some time, now down by just 30 seconds, and they're on the rotation already. Parasite needs to stay alive here as his teammates hold his cuts.
Nameless. backing up. Looking to look over any push from Bridge. Should have eyes on one, hitting the higher wall, run inside a curb, but Ricky actually able to get picked before Nameless can put shots into him. A couple kills, make it 3, make it 4, going the way of EG. Clean wipe, and they're right back in this game.
And you're about to see a full setup come in from the side of Evil Geniuses. They know where everyone's spawning from straight. That's an example of what you cannot have happen at all from Havoc. He's got to at least get one before he gets cut down. Thankfully, Nameless is here to try to relieve some of the pressure. No eyes on Parasite, and Nagafin with the pinch. EG, it's going to be a full 60 now on this Cathedral hardpoint as they just chain together some kills and finally get involved in the slaying.
Yeah, I mean, it was, what, 57-7? I think we were talking about the massive lead for Straight Rippin', and EG just demolishes them then from the last bit of Lower Street all the way into Cathedral. Now with a couple seconds left, let's see how the rotation works into the broken building. Nagafin first gunfight, the slide from Temp, able to burn him down. He will be traded out, but there's still multiple players here from Straight Rippin' to collapse. They should have the opening time, but who's still in the back? That's Havoc all the way there, but he will get picked. One by one they flood in, but it looks like Straight able to hold.
Havoc had the right idea. He wanted to play his life. Unfortunately, the angle not there for him. Study's actually going to give up the hard points so he can retake with his team, and Nagafin's looking for him. They didn't expect him to push out the front side, and because of it, this collapse is actually going to work.
That was a hell of a play. Hell, if he dies there, you're what? You have a 3v4.
You're spawning all the way out.
The setup for EG, exactly. He rotates out, gives it up, ends up getting the opening 2-piece, and finally a team kill takes him out. But fantastic play from Study, and what could have been a nice break from EG.
So smart, and if you're someone who watched a lot of competitive Call of Duty a couple of years back, and you know now you're back for CWL Champs, you're seeing the name Temp. He actually went away for a couple of years. Obviously, the age restriction then came in, wasn't old enough to play. Now turned 18 just before the online qualifier began, wound up qualifying with the Straight Rippin' team, performed quite well at the LCQ, was a big reason why they were able to get into this Call of Duty Championship event. And it looks like he's still on top of his game. 11-7, almost a minute in the objective, leading the game right now in hardpoint time.
Yeah, and I mean, if there's a question about maybe pressure getting to Temp, I know the Champs experience isn't there, but we've seen him perform on the big stage, even in his young career. And we know, just talking to players, about what he does when they play 8s, play scrims, even though he's competed all year, he's been able to hang with those guys, so you shouldn't be surprised at all.
Well, some people, you know, when they aren't of age to compete, they wind up still kind of playing, but they don't take it too seriously. Temp, he was still practicing like he could be on the main stage the next day, and I think that's helped him really get back into the swing of things at the top of his game.
It certainly is, but game nearly tied yet again. 10-point advantage here for Straight. Have it picking up a kill inside of the bedroom. With 5 seconds left in Hotel Hallway, you see at the top of the minimap the 6 and the 5. That's Nameless and Parasite watching either side of this bridge as the rotation will come through. Havoc maybe looking to get a lucky timing in behind a few as they rotate out.
Yeah, and he actually does get that lucky timing onto Ricky. Second player in Study, can't connect with the shots. But either way, he's gained a lot of information for his team. One thing I do want to say, I always feel like it's Nagafin or Havoc. One of them is always hovering near double negative when we cast this team. I don't know what it is, Maven, but it seems like they just never have both of them go off.
I know, it really does. I mean, Parasite and Nameless have had to be the consistent force. Yes, Havoc, he had some matches when they were looking to qualify for Stage 2 playoffs. Remember where he had a nice stretch of hardpoints where he was dominating. But then there's always that fear of, you know, where his bottom is. We've seen the ceiling. Nice shots there from Ricky over the top as he's sitting at 12-12, doing what Ricky needs to do, I think, for this team to find victories. Hover around even, make the smart plays, make the plays around the objective. Give your team a chance to win.
And all they're doing is relieving some of the pressure that they put on the likes of Temp and Dashy back at the LCQ. Temp and Dashy were dominant in slaying, especially in respawns. And there was one map in particular that we casted. It was a throwback hardpoint where each of them had 44 kills. And then you added up Study and Ricky's kills, and they had a combined 46. They had a third of their team's kills between two of them.
Study was upset we saw that one. He's like, man, you didn't see the next map?
Exactly.
He's like, I went off.
Yeah. But it just shows how much potential these guys have on this team.
It does, it does.
And when you get the weight that needs to be pulled from the likes of Study and Ricky, it's a completely different story for this squad.
You got a lot of guys playing with a chip on their shoulder with something to prove, I think, for everybody in this lobby right now, and why we've been so excited for it. Just under 30 seconds left on Lower Street. The lead, similar, 4 Straight Rippin' right now. On with Parasite as he's trying to flank in the backside of Curb. He gets a very nice timing onto one. Can he win the second gunfight? Not able to do it as Dashy's able to turn and take him out. But now look at the minimap, top left. All red arrows getting set up. Ricky rotating back. They're going to need to worry about market, worry about a push through hotel, and also keep eyes on bridge. Let's see how EG tries to rotate out of this.
What you're going to see right here is Ricky winds up getting 100 points just for getting the hard point, and Havoc winds up streaking Study and Temp. So, of all people, the person on the streak in the hill, that is Ricky, has a chance now to earn that final streak. His trophy actually gets him the points. So now he'll have Bombardment and Trinity, and his teammates are dropping down rockets as well.
I'll tell you what, Ricky's playing like this, getting fully streaked out. Temp's got streaks as well. This is a very deadly straight ripping team. Again, one we marked. You just knew. With just looking at this group overall, there was so much potential for upsets, and there's only, I think, a handful of groups we can say that for. This one not disappointing in game one.
Yeah, this streak was really not needed right there from Ricky. But hey, you know what? They're trying to secure the full 30. I get it. They want to make sure that there's no doubt in their mind that they will get this last time on Cathedral. So far, straight ripping. After, you remember the first rotation, Maven, they got smoked on this hill by EG. EG got a full 60. It's on the opposite case this time around for straight.
Certainly is. And just quickly to remind people at home, like why this game is so big is, you know, we mentioned earlier how some could decide second place. This really could decide first or second when you take a look at having Fnatic in here as well. And that's not to knock Fnatic. I mean, they've been great, but it's one of the pools that has upset potential. 230 now hit by straight rippin'. Couple of players working on streaks, 4 in a row for Temp, 3 now up for Dashy. They can end it here. You've got one final push coming in for EG. Temp's got Camo to work with. The Bombardment's out as well. Ricky slaying all over the map, whether it's with his gun or the 3-piece from the Bombardment. This one's done.
Wow. EG gets smoked. Temp 22 and 14 on a 5 streak of his own. And look at Study getting up there letting him know. His former teammates that dropped him just got destroyed in map 1 hardpoint by over 100 seconds.
The Nameless looked like the best.
Look at Study, baby.
Nameless just looked at him.
Champs.
Nameless just looked towards him and like nodded, like, okay, all right, you get that one.
This is Champs. This is what he's fired up about.
Maybe getting a little bit told off there, but it's all big smile. The rivalry is huge. This is his old team. He was dropped from this team. You're playing this team in the group stage of the biggest tournament of the year. You have every right to be getting loud and smiling. I
interviewed this man on the main stage after they qualified for stage 2 as well as Champs. He cried in the interview after what a relief it was, and then he was dropped to have to re-qualify again. More emotion than anybody here in that room.
Want to obviously welcome Proof to the desk. Hey guys, back on the desk here at COD Champs. It's great to have you.
Thank you. Thank you.
One of the best looking desks I've ever seen.
It really is.
Want to jump straight into the action though, because we had a replay of what happened with that Infuse matchup. Of course, that was on Station 3. It did close out in Infuse favor. Infuse take it. That was a 3-1 advantage to them, which means that series is now well and truly over. Infuse could be making a little bit of a run for their money here. Excited to see how much further they can go. But elsewhere, I know the FaZe matchup did actually begin. That's FaZe versus ALG. Proof, you actually watched the whole of game 1 actually out there by the players. What was going on in that matchup?
It's been the same story for both maps for FaZe. This is the FaZe I've been wanting to see. Yes, it's Wednesday. Yes, it's the first series of the tournament. But with the first series, you want to kind of see these players playing at their game, not having to get warmed up, not having to get their mistakes out of the way. You want to see them playing at their potential. FaZe, sweeping them away, not having any trouble with them at all. But we're looking at the search. They're starting to come back from the rounds. They had a 5-0 lead. They're starting to climb back in the search right now, though.
Here is a look at those closing minutes of that hard point. 242 to 152. Gunless. Whew, what a performance from him. A minute 44, 28 and 14 as well.
Yeah, I mean, Gunless looks great, but we never had doubts in FaZe Clan's respawn gameplay. It was always a search and destroy. And I will say, Allegiance, one of the tougher draws you can get from that LCQ. They were one of the teams that absolutely went through and smoked everybody they faced there. They look quite solid. They're names we've seen before. But if FaZe Clan can beat this team, that'd be the great start to the weekend they need.
Obviously, elsewhere as well is that the Rise versus Vitality game. I was telling you that one was actually surprisingly close. A little bit worried there for Rise. Well, their uplink was pretty intense. I ran to the bathroom, Proof, came back, and you're like, bro, you just missed it. You just missed it. A camo play comes in from Vitality to force the overtime in the uplink. I mean, we'll show you the replay of that and exactly how that one closed out as well. I believe it did go in Rise's favor. I'm pretty sure it did.
They ended up getting a 1 with like 2:26, I think, to end up winning it.
2:26. I mean, here's the closing moments of regulation time. You were saying it was kind of crazy.
Oh, it was the Rise. It was Placenta.
Oh, you got me all excited. I thought Europe was doing it. It's a Vitality choke. God damn it, Shane.
Oh my God. Some things don't change, Benson.
Oh, some things don't change. Yeah.
Where's Momo?
Don't kill me. Don't kill me, guys. I'm sorry. I take it back.
Oh no, it was.
So we do get to OT, it looks like, unless somehow the drone travels real far. Okay.
Yeah. And Aaron Rodgers won.
Oh, so actually the HUD is the wrong way around here. Rise is actually yellow.
Yes.
And Vitality is purple.
confusion.
So Vitality actually have the 1-0 lead here with 43 seconds left. We'll see if Rise is actually able to get a potential point in here towards the closing moments. Zako with the drone. Is he going to be able to get it? Oh, we hit those! We hit those! He's 42 and 32 as well, by the way.
Oh my God, Cap is sitting at somewhere in this venue just laughing right now. For all the crap that he got for missing that one.
Cap's still crying. Cap's still crying somewhere.
Still 20 seconds left here in this matchup. I mean, Rise could theoretically still do this.
Oh, they're going to do it.
Think?
12.
Oh my God.
Clock. Vicente.
Oh,
Come on, baby.
Oh my God.
Gets it. Nicely done. So Rise do in fact take map 3. That gives Rise a 2-1 advantage in that series. Obviously, we mentioned a little bit as well about the FaZe matchup, FaZe versus ALG. FaZe 1-0 up in that. Map 2, I believe, has actually concluded as well. So we can take a look at what happened in that one. Obviously, Proof, you said FaZe had a big lead.
All FaZe, man. They went up 5 rounds to 0 with 5 first bloods. It didn't look like ALG would even get a round off of them, but you can tell teams started to slack off when they get that 5-round wins in Search and Destroy. ALG might get a few more rounds. I don't see them winning this Search. I see FaZe closing it out next round.
See it happening right here. I believe last time alive, FaZe take it 6-2.
I'm excited to see what this FaZe team can do. I feel like Gunless, man, he has to feel he has more to prove than a lot of players here. Just with, how everything went down with him not playing at Anaheim, leaving the team, his humbleness kind of going out the window in the span of a week.
Yeah.
People saying Clay now better into the trade. Like, Gunless is pissed. And when you set somebody off like that, I'm really excited to see what he does this weekend.
From a player's perspective, if you were in kind of a Gunless situation, you kind of get traded away, then all of a sudden the team that you used to play for all of a sudden is playing better than you. I mean, that has to be a weird feeling.
The best thing about Gunless position are all the talks about will FaZe be good, all the pressure that really happened right after the roster changes off of his shoulders. He doesn't really have to worry about if FaZe is going to play good or bad. Nobody's really trying to see how good they are anymore. It's pretty much relax, play your game, find the FaZe that we're used to seeing, and get a W, guys.
Yeah, pretty much. And FaZe looking good so far. Of course, they find themselves 2-0 up against Allegiance. We'll keep you updated. Obviously, Red Reserve versus Era is going to begin shortly, as will Fnatic versus Tainted Minds. That one has to, of course, wait before Rise and Vitality completes. That one, Rise find themselves 2-1 up. Can Vitality try and force a Game 5? As I said, we'll keep you updated with that. But back over to the game on Station 1. A huge rivalry. Straight Rippin versus EG, and Straight Rippin is 1-0 up.
Here we go, Jack. Is Dashy dropping 15 plus?
No. He's dropping 9 and 3. And Straight Rippin win this game in 8 rounds.
He's fun to watch, though. As we say it, there's a kill. Temp, the young duo, getting it done. Ricky involved as well. Havoc suddenly and very quickly in a 1 versus 4. And he has some of the more famous 1v4s of all time. Can he somehow do it here? The pressure comes forward. First one picked off. Second one made 1 bullet. If they staggered that a little bit, yeah, maybe he's got a shot.
No. There was no shot, Maven. He was dead. Everyone was there. Straight Rippin closed it on out.
I will make a 1v4 seem possible every time, even if it's not.
Look, meanwhile, look at the pinch that there was on him. Yeah, he staggered that one and literally teleported on the map to a safe spot. He had a chance.
I'm a hype builder, a moment builder.
Good.
I'll disguise boring moments as great ones.
Great stuff. As right now, it is going to be EG down 1-0. Dash again pre-aiming that Nagafen spot, and look, Study fights fire with fire. It's 2 straight kills. Now with the third, Dashy reads it like a book. Havoc, 1 versus 4 again, and this might just happen.
It could very well happen.
If they stagger this just a little bit more, there's a chance.
Well, 1 versus 3 now. Dashy already has 3 kills, but he was taken out. 35 seconds now on the clock. Take a look at the minimap positioning from Straight Rippin. Havoc knows he's got to make a play. Not a lot of time to work with. Spots 1 in the back, has to check both corners. Picks wrong.
Easy cleanup. Straight Rippin now up 2-0. Look at I just want to can we have an Echo stream that's just a Study player cam?
I think what's so beautiful about it is a lot of times when you see like the trash talk and someone's pissed and playing former teammates, they almost look angry, right? He almost looks just happy. Like the smile on his face, it looks different than I've seen a lot of people in his spot.
He was happier than anybody when he watched the pool draw show and saw that happen. He said, "It's all come true."
I know, but you get what I'm saying. Like he doesn't look like animosity as much. Well, all right, Study. We'll see you next round.
There we go, Nagafen shooting some life into the side of EG.
They need it.
And there's Parasite with the second cleanup. They should have this bomb site secured. Plant now about to come in. Dash actually picks Nagafen off, and a shot beat down on the Havoc. Puts it in a 2-on-2.
He's so fun to watch play. He has FTL to work with as well. 2 versus 2. There's one at the backside of Grandma's that he'll have to deal with.
He needs his teammate to try to get something developed. It's Temp and Dashy. It's the new duo versus the old guard of Nameless and Parasite.
I'll tell you what, there's no doubt in their minds they're winning this.
Well, now they've gotten together.
They do not lack confidence.
Oh, no. This could work out for EG, though, as they're going to this site where they should get a free plant. Unless they wrap it back. Oh, they're going to wrap back, and this is going to be a straight-up 2v2 gunfight, it looks like.
Oh, well, the wrap back.
Oh
There's
my
another wrap
gosh.
back. Everyone just trying to get what information they can. Now they know. They know they can't be there. They're going to try and make a play. Just saw one over the top. Temp first in, lands, I think, directly on somebody's head, so he'll get shot in the back. Dashy now has to clutch up. Dashy already has 2 kills in this. It's going to be for the ace.
Ooh.
And Nagafen says bye-bye. Opens with the snipe, closes
Don't worry,
with one.
don't worry. I think that was Nameless. I think that was Nameless.
Oh, I thought he hit the snipe. Oh, did he?
He picked it up.
Okay.
He hit it. He hit a snipe, but I know we're used to Nagafen. They're both NA names.
Yeah, Nagafen's not even in the round.
Oh, no. We actually made it a big point to talk about how it was Nameless and Parasite. Like multiple times.
I saw the end, and I'm so used to Nagafen sniping.
It's fine, buddy.
Oh, the Nameless Nagafen.
As long as you're
same
good on
thing.
Championship Sunday.
No.
Isn't that how it works?
If I make it there, it's 5 days.
Yeah, that is true. As Nagafen hits the shot at a Dashy this time.
See, I was premeditating that.
Yep, you're right. You saw the future. So, whoa, Study just whiffs that one.
That's called foreshadowing, actually.
2-1, still the round count lead for Straight, but now First Blood's starting to go in favor of Nagafen. So he's going to be a key to potential success for EG on this map.
A little bit of sniper duel going down between Naga.
This round's over.
And Study. Havoc has gotten him behind.
This round's over.
Havoc has easy pickings.
There goes Temp. Pinching now to the other 2 players on Bomb. Ricky, 1 versus 4. It's just a matter of time.
Havoc taking them out 1 by 1. Parasite will get the final kill, though. 2-2. EG right back into this second game.
Evil geniuses. You boys, you need something. You need something to light a fire under you. Maybe a good, maybe another First Blood snipe from Nagafen. That's what I want to see here.
Sniper in the hand of Nagafen again. Study has put it away. Nagafen has back-to-back opening First Bloods with the snipe. Going to try and peek the angle again. Does he see anybody at Lemon? Answer's no. No one down at Bomb either. Who's got in position mid-map? That's going to be Havoc, kind of tucked away by the train. He could be the first engaged if anybody decides to hit towards mid. They got a lot of information, at least, across mid and the railroad tracks.
Very, very passive round. But it looks like EG want to be the first ones to make a move. Makes sense. They're on offense. You might as well. And they're going to actually develop towards this field side where Serpent have no presence at all.
Only player is going to really be Ricky in the back. He cannot get picked. Spotted 1. We'll get the opening kill. Beautiful. Now get away with your life. Wait for your teammates to come and regroup.
Oh, no. Havoc missed his wall run. He drops down right in front of the door. Dashy gets a free kill. He falls off the wall and just gets picked up for free.
Dashy FTL's forward, but Nameless wants none of it. Naga now last man up. They've spotted him. Hits 1 on the snipe.
That's it.
Finally picked off. Round is Straight. So, what, 2 for Straight to open up. Back-to-back rounds did from EG. Now Straight back on the board. 3-2 advantage. I feel like Study is just constantly looking across them after every round.
Oh, he wants to. This is,
I love it.
His dream come true right now. Dashing crew talking strategy between rounds. On the side of EG, Parasite looking quite focused here as we head into round 6 with Straight Urban back in the lead.
Face nearly in the monitor.
I don't know how people play that
I can't
close.
do that. I'm a guy that sits back away from it as well.
Yeah.
All right, 3-2 lead for Straight. Nice shots from Parasite to back Ricky away quickly. Nagafen not yet able to make an impact early, but does at least get 1 shot away. We'll get a second one too. Dashy again eliminated early. Advantage to EG, and I'll tell you what, Nagafen's opening picks have been a big difference maker. If they win this round, all 3 rounds they will take are behind opening snipes, right?
Well, I'm pretty sure that 3 rounds so far, Dashy's been first blooded by Nagafen's sniper alone. Just him. Not counting anything else. Good pinch from Havoc. Nagafen with the defuse. Another solid round from EG, led by a first blood from Nagafen's shot.
Well, I mean, Dashi obviously having a good game overall, but like you said, first blooded several times by that sniper. What should he do differently, or maybe the team, to stop getting caught on those early picks?
I mean, that last one was just a good read from Nagafen to expect someone to peek towards that letterbox side, but, I mean, they tried to make a change there. They stopped challenging the middle map when Nagafen was flying high over underpass with the sniper. So now Nagafen still plays a different angle, gets first blood. At this point, it's time to start throwing on cold-blooded.
And, I mean, he's basically taking the sniper out of Study's hand as well. He did see one, I believe, for a moment there, pushing towards Lemon. Worried about aggressive. Yeah, they send Dashi right at him this time. They're letting him fly the sniper. He has a little bit of help, but he's able to take his help away and get away with his life. Nice opening kill there from Dashi.
That's a great play to get out with his life as well. It looks like Temp and Dashi won't actually spot Havoc. But Nagafen trailing this. There's one. Second player there. Temp gives away his position. He'll be cut down, and now look at Havoc across the map. He's actually just dropped behind Ricky, and they both don't have an idea that the other's there.
Havoc still playing that top track. Looking over to Study. Study trying to get the back bus. There's one player here. Does he get the timing? He does. I think he spotted one up top as well. Actually, pre-fires below. Study in a 1 versus 2. How loud is he going to get if he clutches this?
Oh, yeah. Oh, spots one top train. Just fluttering back and forth. Repositioning on the map, and this could work out perfectly for him. He's got one just below him. He didn't spot him.
Oh.
He didn't spot him. EG win the round.
Oh, that's one of those where it's so tough to spot that. Obviously, a lot easier for us in Codcaster with the X-ray, but he spots him there. Just maybe he can hit 4 shots before he gets underneath him, and they're able to do some kind of bait play there. But they're able to close it out. Study not able to clutch the 1 versus 2.
Heading on to the next round, what does Straight Ripper now change up? They had a 2-0 round count lead, and they gave it up. Then they earned another round count lead, then they gave it up again. Oh, don't go through there, Study.
Yeah. Oh, is that who it was?
Yeah.
Yeah, his toe just got obliterated. He still lives, though, with the severe toe injury.
You have one of those.
Yes.
Dashi gets first blooded again. Dashi, 8 deaths. Second in the lobby is 5.
It's been all first bloods or first blooded for him.
Yep.
Temp, your bomb carrier, playing a close position, but I believe he was hit with the tactical as soon as we swapped off of him. Now on Ricky and Study in a 2 versus 3. You see where bomb is down. It is not in a great position.
Nagafen just snipes Ricky again. What's that, 5 snipes this map for Nagafen now?
5 is 6, I believe. And we've seen him do that on this particular map before. It's not the first time. It was back in Stage 1 or Stage 2 qualifiers where he completely took over with it.
Yep. I think he has been spotted. I can see Namel's repositioning on the map. 25 seconds left. They should have an idea of where the bomb is down at. And wow, instant reaction time. And you can see Nagafen showing some emotion, smiling. And I'm actually going to give a Nagafen an award. He's the worst fist bumper I've ever seen.
Oh, look at this shut. Nagafen's reaction.
His reaction time's incredible.
Absolutely nuts.
But we need to get him to the school of fist bumping with your teammates, because it looks like it challenges him more to do that than snipe the enemies.
It must be the skinny arms.
It is. He's afraid. He's afraid of what will happen.
He's worried his arm's going to break.
And Mr. X is the same issue.
He does. Nagafen has FTL, 125 off the Trinity rocket. Sniper has been on point throughout.
Whoa.
Narrowly misses on another shot there.
But look at how much positioning he's buying his team on the map, right? I mean, you just had Straight Ripper all have to fall away. They're now staying spread as possible. Namel's dead in middle. This looks like it should be Straight Ripper's round to take.
You got to close out this 4v2. Give yourself a chance to push this the distance. They will need to win it in around 11 if that's how it's going to get done. All 4 down for EG. Plenty of time for the defuse. Now let's take a look when we get into this next round just at the payloads. Who's got what available? What opportunity does Straight have to push this into around 11?
We'll see. As I just have a smile on my face, man. I love watching this match right now. It's knowing the storylines and the rivalry, I guess you could say, that's developed. It's hopefully just the beginning of a lot to come within this game, obviously, and next year.
It's what makes Champs, well, I think just the Call of Duty year a beautiful thing. The stories that develop, the team changes that happen throughout the course of the year that leads to these final moments with so much money on the line. But, you know, we mentioned the payloads. Really just 2 available for EG. FTL not going to be a huge difference maker. Havoc might have the opportunity to do so. But let's check the bomb plant. It was coming in for Temp.
Dashy's dead. First blooded again.
So many, but Ricky is able to answer back. He's getting pushed from multiple players. Parasite gets the better of him. Parasite 2 kills here. But now, a 2v2.
2 payloads.
Just over 30 seconds to go.
Oh, the push coming on through. 1 versus 1. Study. His character doesn't slide. He gets him challenging. Havoc in the one-on-one. The nade! The nade gets the kill! And look at him! Oh, God, I don't want to be in front of Study right now.
Round 11, baby. The Kobe over the top.
One more round. One more round to go.
I mean, honestly, the reason he gets that kill is, I think, the nice shots at the beginning, just to get him weak before he got behind. He misses a couple of those. That nade doesn't finish him.
Oh, man.
What more could you ask for? Round 11.
2 payloads available for EG there, neither used. It all comes down to this. Study now earns a reactive armor. He's got a Scarab as well. Parasite with reactive too. Who can use them better? Simple as that. Study gets nearly killed again off the underpass push.
How many times has he
sees
been
him.
hit?
He sees him. He sees him. Study's gonna. It's up to Study to make the play. It's gonna be up to Study to make this play. The Scarab is coming back towards him. He pushes on out with the reactive armor. Tag that up. Parasite pops it in reaction, but Temp is there for the bait and switch. It's now a 4-on-3. Reactive's gone. Nagafen dead. Nameless dead. Havoc all by himself. And just like that, the map collapses onto EG.
Show me Study. Show me Study.
That is a map that you can't let slip away. That 2 versus 2 where you have reactive armor, good for Parasite. You've got Centurion ready to go for Havoc. It winds up getting thrown away, and now Straight Rippin' are up 2-0.
Well, all smiles on the Straight Ripping camp. Of course, we mentioned the rivalry between these squads, right? I mean, obviously, Study, Ricky dropped from EG. Study, very, very emotional player. Then you think, all right, well, he's now playing against Nameless, who has been his former teammate so many times. It's like a duo almost. You go back to 2014 champs, they famously made that run through the losers bracket, ultimately finishing second there. This is a very, very emotional matchup that you're watching, and what a game it is, man.
Yeah, it's not just, I mentioned throughout that, like how great this Call of Duty year has built this, but like you said, it's not just what's happened in 2017. I mean, we've got so much history. Yes, we have a lot of young players in this series, but a ton of veterans. Like the history amongst them. I mean, when Study and Nameless got back together, we're like, all right, yeah, the old duo's back in town, and now it's just watching him, screaming him, and it's crazy. There's nothing better in the world. It's amazing.
And let's not forget, the player that replaced Study on EG is a world champion from 2013. So you have a lot of talented players competing in this matchup, and what a matchup it is so far. But elsewhere in the tournament, we can go take a look at what happened in Station 4. Of course, that was Rise versus Vitality. Bad news if you're a Shane fan or a Vitality fan for that matter. But Rise was able to close this one out. It was a 3-1 victory in their favor, of course. Vitality, though, definitely showed some life, and I think Rise as well, I think it's fair to say, showed a little bit of weakness against this Vitality squad. It definitely makes that group a little more interesting, man.
Well, I mean, I think there's a lot of people that root for Shane. He's a very exclusive list, right? It's what him, Clay, and Tommy that have been to every single $1 million tournament for Call of Duty.
All of them.
I'm always rooting for Shane to win. Do I see him making a deep run in this tournament?
Maybe
Sorry,
not.
Shane. No.
I like that face, Maven. I like it.
Maybe not, but Shane does have a big support out there, and we'll see if maybe he can do it. Moving on as well, FaZe versus ALG. We can take a look at what happened in map number 2. I know, Priti, you were watching this one. Map number 3, I should say, the uplink. What happened? Did ALG, did they take it?
ALG did exactly what they needed to do. Being down 0-2, this is champs, man. You gotta wake up. You gotta get a map when you gotta get going. So they did what I would expect a team to do in map 3, being down 2-0, take the W versus FaZe. FaZe playing really sloppy. It wasn't like a game where they got dominated. I was watching them miss ones. They would get all 4 dead and wouldn't push together as a team and kind of collapsed in that uplink. I see them winning game 4, but you shouldn't lose game 3.
Fair enough, of course. As it stands, Straight Rippin' are 2-0 up against Evil Geniuses. FaZe 2-1 up against ALG. Red Reserve versus Area is about to begin, as is Fnatic versus Tainted Minds as well. So still so much action today here at the World Championship. For now, though, we're going to have a quick commercial break. When we return, coverage continues.
ladies and gentlemen, here's a look at your key player matchup. This time it's between Study and Parasite, and we've seen a lot of Study so far this series getting fired up. His numbers and uplink quite similar to that of Parasite, but you've got to think the momentum that Straight Rippin currently have will help propel them to a potential 3-0 sweep against their rivals, EG. Or can Parasite carry his team now to at least force another hard point? This has been your G Fuel key player matchup.
Of course, group play continues here at the 2017 CWL Championship presented by PlayStation 4. There a look at Straight Rippin, who find themselves 2-0 up against Evil Geniuses in one of the biggest rivalries, currently right now. I mean, when we had the group draw, everyone kind of sat there and went, oh boy, we get the game we want. I know Study, I think he was streaming at the time, he was jumping up and down, he was dancing around. I mean, this game, there's so many rivalries, there's so many storylines between these two teams. It really is exciting, but I do want to go down the line, kind of get your opinions here. Is this going to be a 3-0 to Straight here, or do you see EG fighting back?
I think Straight's going to take it from, like, you look at their faces, especially because they were up in the search and destroy. EG was up in that search and gave it to Straight Rip, and you want to tie that series up 1-1. When you got a player like Jay getting hyped with every W he gets, it's kind of hard to stop him. And like you guys said, they're all best friends. I'm in Skype calls with these guys, honestly, and it's usually this core group that are in those calls, always talking crap to each other, getting in each other's heads. So this is the series that they wanted.
If I'm looking at things, this is a test to the practice Straight Rippin have had since the LCQ. Temp, even after they qualified, was very vocal in the interview he gave and said, we made some poor decisions. Dashy was not making the right calls for this team. I want to see if they've improved.
I feel like it goes to 5 games. The series has to. It does.
It's just one of those series in Call of Duty history. Yeah. It's just one of those games where you want to see the storyline really develop as it goes. But currently, it is Straight Rippin in the driving seat of the series. Of course, FaZe versus ALG going on elsewhere. Red Reserve versus Era. Fnatic versus Tainted Minds. Those two about to get underway. We'll make sure we keep you updated live here from the studio. For now, though, EG versus Straight Rippin. Map 3 underway.
Here we go. Can EG fight back into this, push it to a hard point, push it to an S&D Game 5? It all starts right now in the opening of your Frost uplink.
Here we go. What can Evil Geniuses do to stay alive? We are following Study from Straight Rippin. Now dead. Ricky also cut off the map, and just like that, it's EG on the offensive.
Nogafin grabs drone. Nameless going to push things out, see if they can get an early point on the board. Needs a lead blocker, needs an opening pick to try and make a play behind. He's worried about the flank, but his teammates got him covered. Now's maybe his chance. Is he going to strike? The one-pointer away, and good. Early score for EG. All 4 go down in the process, but they strike first.
Ricky and crew just fighting for mid-map control again. They get wiped off quite clean. I mean, best case scenario is they get away with only giving up a 1 right there. If you are Straight Rippin, again, where you guys were vocal about where you made some poor decisions, a lot of it came down to the pacing, where, you had a teammate too far pushed up, they would die, you'd then be in a 3-on-4, you'd have to drop the drone, try to fight at a number disadvantage. You never gave yourself a chance to really go on some strong offensive plays. Temp was the one that mainly brought it up. We'll see what they fix now. As again, Parasite and crew are trying to bring this drone in towards the ship bay, the most popular route to bring the objective.
Yeah, they were set up for a moment to get something going, but 3 kills from Straight Rippin closed that down quickly. Drone in a scary position right now. Straight trying to answer back, not able to do it as multiple ERADs holding the back line for Evil Geniuses. As Temp dies, it's going to likely stagger this push even more, but the reinforcements continue to flood. You've now got 3 here. Study and Temp pick up a couple kills. Drone all the way back to mid-map, though. Dash is going to have to make a play for it.
Yeah, and he at least does get 1. If there's anything that come out of this, it's maybe a 1-point play, and a lot of it will start with Study being a great lead blocker. He's gotten a couple kills so far. Dashy and Study, the ERAD duo up to this point. Study continues to surge on through the tactical as well, but it's a missed 1-point play. The 1-point throw is botched, and that's a reset.
This is the kind of stuff that can't happen where you have, what, a solid 60-plus seconds where you've held EG pretty much inside of their base trying to fight out of spawn, and you don't turn it into any points. Granted, I don't know if the flood is quite over yet, but as Nogafin gets a flank through Cliffside, that may stop the pressure for now. I know Drone's still in possession of Straight Rippin, but you've got to get at least a point, more than likely more than that, in that scenario.
Yeah, thankfully, this has been a very kind of back-and-forth map so far. Straight Rippin again, they've pushed on through. Temp's 4 streak, and Ricky just ripped Nagafen into pieces. There's the dunk. He just melted Nagafen right there with the K-bar.
There we go. I mean, yeah, back and forth, I guess. I mean, EG scored in the opening 30 or so seconds since they got in, but since then it's been all straight. So finally, you get some points to kind of show for that control. Study hunting all around ice and mid-map. Just trying to get eyes on somebody, and he gets a nice timing there behind Fat. Havoc snaps behind, Nameless, down 2. Third player wants the challenge, will back him up with a grenade. He is just in cruise control right now.
He has most certainly just gone into cruise control, and he's going to keep on going. It's incredible how much better Study seems to play with a chip on his shoulder. There's the dunk as well. Turns around and steals the kill on Parasite. That actually earns him a streak. 4-1 straight, Rippin completely dominating this map.
And you know, I know we didn't see all the games from the LCQ, but just in general this year, yeah, Study and Ricky have taken some flack for their ability to slay and maybe keep up with their teammates at times. In the game 1 hardpoint, Ricky got fully streaked out, had a great performance. Here you just saw Study get some streaks, go on a 6 streak for himself. If those two keep playing like this with the talent we know is in Temp and Dashy, I mean, maybe your top 8 prediction you had for them isn't that crazy, Jack.
Hey, that was my dark horse. Everyone's got a crazy pick. Wasn't yours Rise?
Mine was Rise, yeah. Heck, maybe mine's crazier.
At this point, no.
I don't know.
No. I mean, I think people would have more confidence in Rise to do that. But the thing is just, I just saw the potential straight Rippin when they played. I know what Dash is capable of. When Study and Ricky play the way that they need to, they'll absolutely be great, and Temp's a very consistent player.
Well, so far, the 3-0 looking very good. Almost done with the first half, and you're up 3, and it's not even the scoreline so much as just the, I guess, the slaying domination and the control of the drone and position on the map that you've enjoyed for almost the entire half. The lead could be much bigger for straight Rippin. You take away a lot from this first half.
Study tries to force the 1. If he waits a second longer, he's got Dashy there. Dashy intercepted by Nagafen, so if that's the last thing that happens on this side, at least EG keeping a 3-point game.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only good thing you can say for EG is, hell, this could have been an 8-1 game, and it's not. We held them off a little bit, had a couple of nice defensive stands. That's about all you can look at.
All I know is you kind of look at where we are in this game right now. You've got 4 players negative on EG, but what did we talk about in the first hard point? You've got 1 player double negative. It's Havoc. It always feels like Havoc or Nagafen. Yeah. It's like they trade off. All right, you're going to have a really bad map. Now it's my turn. I want the spotlight this time.
So they got a lucky, like, rabbit's foot. They're passing back and forth between maps. Well, let's see if both of them can maybe pick it up in the second half, because they need a full 4-man effort when Study and Ricky are playing the way they are on this team.
What would their lucky rabbit's foot be if you were Nagafen and Havoc? I don't even know what it would symbolize.
Not sure.
A jetpack or something like that?
Yeah,
Probably.
Probably a jetpack.
They have check if they have gas left or something.
It's on their keychains.
Yeah, it's now again the drone in the hands of Nagafen. They're bringing it into ship. This is a setup they want. This is where the wave of kills. This is where they failed to get the wave of kills that they need. It's what Straight Rippin have done so far to clear out the base and at least be able to go for the drone. Like, look, Ricky gets a trade advantage. He can now move forward the drone, get it away. They know where Havoc is. He's about to get cleaned up. And now EG will lose all map positioning.
Yeah, I mean, last time at least you had a nice early attack for EG that turned into a point. That's all the offense you had throughout the rest of the game.
Yep.
Now you don't score, and you're immediately on your back foot, and a point for Straight Rippin. That's as bad as it can get in the opening 60 seconds of the first half.
And with the two-piece headshot there from Ricky, he's still in their base. Dashy finds a kill middle map. Now score streaks are coming into play. This game could get ugly quick if EG cannot find a foothold on this map.
Yeah, I mean, if they can grab the drone, I'm surprised more points haven't been through. I guess one player dropped and one's controlling spawn and someone was calling in streaks, so you didn't have anyone to really grab it for a moment there. Finally, it is going to turn into a dunk, though. 7-1 advantage. Ricky's still here.
4 dead. Active camo now earned from Straight. Overdrive now earned from Straight. This is just done for.
So, you know, I said it needed to go 5 just because I wanted it to, but I did not expect them to come in 3-0 like this. I did not at all. I thought this had at least 4 or 5 maps written all over it. You know, EG, a team that all year long, whether it's through a series or through a lower bracket run, when their back's against the wall, they will fight back. We've seen them do it so many times. I guess I expected them to do it here, not just bend over and die sort of in the game 3 like has happened, especially in this second half.
Oof. At least counts as a 1, so that won't be a dunk for Straight. EG on the verge of getting 3-0'd. All I can ask of our director is that we make sure we have that camera shot ready right for the end of this map.
Yeah.
Even with 15 seconds left, if it stays this way and Straight Ripper know they've got it won, hell, I'll watch the last minute just to see Study. Because this man is going to be on another level of hype if they can 3-0 his forward team.
I don't think it's a matter of can, it's a matter of how much longer do we have to wait, and the answer is 2.5 minutes.
That's the second wave. That second wave of kills, when you look at how negative EG is, every single play, -8, -9, -4, -4, absolutely abysmal. Yes, Study gets turned on right there. That's 1 engagement out of 20 that Straight Rippin have yet to give up.
Yeah, nice kill from Parasite, but I don't know how much it'll matter in the scheme of things. Straight Rippin still in complete and utter control. Drone out towards Cliffside. The 2 players that were patrolling there, actually one was Havoc, but he does come up with a 2-piece, so maybe they can make something out of nothing. Drone resets, mid-map control, all 4 players starting to flock forward. Yeah, you have to start to rally something through now. You've had 2 spurts of offense. You need 4 to 6 in the coming moments.
Just get a kill. Somebody get a couple kills. Oh my goodness.
They got 1.
Yeah, and that's been every single push so far.
Yeah, and do you think that's is it a gun skill issue in this particular series right now, or is it more a communication thing to you with that, like the lack of effective trading they've had?
It's a mix of everything. I mean, just look at the numbers between the teams. It's so one-sided. Now a 9-point game. Straight Rippin start out their group play stages here at Champs with a statement 3-0 victory. Simple as that.
I mean, the slaying was lopsided in game 1. Maybe even more so here.
Straight's outslaying by 30 kills. 30 kills right now. 31 now.
It's unreal. I just didn't expect it at all. I really, really didn't.
I mean, when we look at the series today, when we end day 1 and we go, boys, what do we think of day 1? This is a series we're going to talk about.
Oh well. What's crazy is like usually, if you were gonna mark down the ones you were gonna write about as big blowouts. I mean, maybe E United's first series versus Mind Freak, or LG's series versus Supremacy we chalked up as one. This was not one that we even had on the list. That would be kind of a 1 seed versus 4 seed type annihilation that we're seeing.
Temp looks like he's playing a pub. He looks like he's playing a pub right now.
Statistically, he is.
Wow, 31 and 18, 7 points to his name. 13-1. EG score the first point of the game in 30 seconds, and then don't even get close to pointing up a second point through the rest of the 9.5 minutes.
Unbelievable. I guess the question now becomes, what's the limit of this Straight Rippin team?
Look at Ricky's smile on his face. That sums it up perfectly.
That's a rare moment. Ricky smiling?
That sums it up perfectly. Okay.
I gotta say though, I do like how Study's handling. Yes, he's getting hype. Yes, he's smiling, but I don't know. It's just I like how he handled that whole situation. Some people I would have been jumping over the desk throwing monitors.
But let me tell you, I think if you're on EG, there's nothing worse than that, because you're expecting him to blow up. Just seeing him go, okay, good game. Good game. Like, to me, that would send me. I'd be done for.
The uplink wasn't close enough for him to get hyped, dude.
I'll lose a match.
Probably true.
I'll lose a match with
I'd be
someone.
sitting there like, damn, we couldn't even let him get hyped. It wasn't that close.
I'll lose a match with someone, and they'll send me GG on Twitter, and I'm mad. And all they're saying is GG. But the fact that they acknowledge they just beat me.
I will say,
that is so true.
I am a little concerned though for Straight, and I'm curious to get your opinions here. Study is a player who, throughout his career, we've always said is very emotional, energy-based. That was such a big game for him emotionally. He needs to carry that same level of energy through to the other games, because you can't now say, all right, tournament done. This is your first game. I mean, I am a little worried for that. Should I be worried, I guess?
I think I know where you're coming from, because the fire has to just be lit. You can't have a reason to win this tournament because someone's talking crap to you. You got to want to win the tournament because it's COD Champs and you want to win it. Fire should already be lit. Yeah, Parasite talk crap to you, Nameless talk crap to you, and you were able to get hyped versus their series. Do it all weekend.
Here's their thing that can keep their fire lit. And Maven, I know this might have been the point you wanted to bring up. Fnatic were the team that shut out their playoff hopes for Stage 2, with Wuskin getting that final kill to win that final map in Search and Destroy. They've got some history, obviously, coming into things as well with the rest of this group, whether it's EG, whether it's Straight. There's all sorts of rivalries in here where energy's going to be at an all-time high for every single team.
I don't think energy should ever be an excuse or
especially
a reason at COD Champs.
Yeah.
There's $1.5 million on the line.
You're 100% right.
We're in a damn stadium. Like, there should not be an issue with energy.
They put up the screens.
I think Point being, I think still to be fine. I think maybe it's actually good that it was a 3-0 and just got it done with. It wasn't like a long, grueling 5-game series ending in around 11 where he exerted himself more. I'm not worried at all.
Extremely unexpected, though. That's true.
Yes,
I think many people expected that.
Absolutely think that's very unexpected.
To your point, though, Maven, directly behind us, of course, is where we'll be on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We are in the suite here in the Amway Center for the first couple of days, and then we'll move right behind us. And you're absolutely right, Jack. The screen's going up, and we're in a stadium.
We are. I can't
First
wait.
time for me. I was laughing. I was saying I got like kind of back to the MW3 days where we're in the hotel basements.
Oh my god, we had a VA
ridiculous.
beach land at Ego's house. Like we couldn't have a land here. We had to go to a beach.
Now out here in stadiums, it really is crazy. But I believe we can actually go down to a live interview with Study to hear his immediate thoughts. Over to you, Rich.
With Study, who just got the 3-0 over his former team, Evil Geniuses. Study, obviously, you were on this team before. Was there any bad blood going into this match?
No, absolutely not. It was just a team I wanted to play, and I'm happy it was the first match that we can because it sets the tournament for us.
Yeah, definitely does set the tone. It was getting pretty loud. You and Temp in particular screaming, throwing a little bit of shade at them during the game. What's it like to play with this new squad, though, and playing with all this young talent?
I just got confidence in every single one of my players. I know how hungry Donnie is. Donnie hasn't played in 2 years. He's at Champs for the first time. He's hungry. Dashy, he's just a freak of nature. And Ricky's just, vocal leader, does what he got to do. He fried them on the first map. That's what he need to do, baby.
I've done quite a few interviews with you, Study. Yeah. I have never seen you this charged up. I have never seen you this charged up. How important is this is the match you wanted, and you get it as your first match here at Champs. How important is this going to be for you for the rest of the tournament?
People say, like, I don't know, as the years went on, when I was 18 years old, I was meant for the yelling. I was meant for the trash talk and all that stuff. And as I got older, simmered down a little bit, but I'm playing for $1 million. I'm bringing it back, and I like to get my teammates hyped. They get hyped. They will all feed off of it, and it's amazing.
Study is definitely hot right now. You need to keep your eye on him at Champs. He is back. Giving it back to you guys at the desk.
Study, he just really is a bowl of energy. As I said, I mean, he was part of the famous Team Envy squad in 2014 that went through a huge losers bracket run, and a lot of that was part to some of the energy that him and Nameless were able to gather, and I'm excited to see what the ceiling is for that straight ripping squad. But elsewhere, so much action going on. We can actually go to a replay of what happened in Map 4 in Station 2. That was the FaZe matchup, and I believe FaZe closed this one out, Proof.
Yeah, FaZe finally able to step up and get AOG out of there. They kind of slowed down. It was neck and neck until they get to the 150 mark. Attach going absolutely off. In the uplink, I think he went double, almost triple negative. So to see Attach step it up like that and get the W for them boys. Nova, if you end up seeing this, man, you're in group play. Bounce back. Forget about your performance. You got more to play in this tournament. Don't focus on all that went wrong. Try to remember what went good for you guys too, and bring it tomorrow, or bring it later today.
Of course, elsewhere in the tournament, I should say rather, FaZe closed this one out 3-1, so that completes everything going on in Station 2. But elsewhere, Red Reserve versus Era, that one kicked off on Station 3, and map number 1 already completed. And it actually went in Red Reserve's favor, 250 to 180. And I feel like
if you would have said something different, I would have been
very
surprised.
This is true, but I feel like Red Reserve,
wow,
they're like a sleeper team. I'm going to be honest, I feel like they could really cause an upset.
I said that for whatever reason, due to maybe how Splice and Epsilon struggled recently, I thought Red Reserve was going to finish the best of all EU teams this weekend. I got this feeling, man, Rated, he wants it bad.
This is simply just a Tier 1 versus Tier 2 European team.
Red Reserve do obviously take map number 1, but I actually want to immediately jump into a live look on that same series for map number 2 because they are underway, and I believe it's actually 5-2 in favor of Red Reserve. So Red Reserve find themselves 1-0 up, looking to go 2-0 up in the series. Hopefully we can jump over to that very, very soon because it looks as if that round may be over. I'm looking at it on my bottom left. We can finally jump in. 6-2.
Hey, it's the thought that counts.
You see the scoreboard,
but you get the game when you click
it. They should be winning searches. They're a very good surge team. There should be no shock there.
Okay, I tried. Red Reserve 2-0 up.
But I mean, I actually want to correct what I said earlier. A Tier 1 versus Tier 2 European team, that's more like a Tier 2 versus Tier 3 European team. Obviously, you put them.
I've kind of put Red Reserve in Tier 1 lately. Maybe it's just me.
That's just you. No, it's definitely Splice, Epsilon, then them a tier below, alongside Fnatic, as well as the rest.
Red Reserve and Anaheim look nice.
Top 6, right? Or top 8.
I feel like the problem when you're trying to tier the teams is there's so many inconsistent results to try and base it off. Like
they fluctuate a lot.
I mean, here's a replay of the final round. Shout out to production there. They make it happen right here. Of course, you can see it at the closing moments here. It just all went in Red Reserve's favor.
Urban, of course, it's Urban with the pistol.
And even at the beginning of this search, no one even died on Red Reserve for the first 2 rounds. They got first 2 rounds and not a death.
Wow.
That was
impressive.
Unreal.
That's a good start. I mean, you look at the scoreboard, 1-7, 1-7 there. As unfortunately just doesn't go Era Eternity's way. Red Reserve, as I said, 2-0 up. There is also action going on Station 4, just to keep you updated of that. That's Fnatic versus Tainted Minds. We'll keep you updated with how everything is going. But for now, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we return, coverage continues.
Welcome back, everybody, to the group stage coverage of the 2017 Call of Duty World League Championship presented by PlayStation 4. I'm your new host for this series. I'm Chris Puckett, and of course, I'm joined by Joey DeLuca. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing good, yeah. A lot of great games. We obviously just saw Straight Rippin' take down EG. It was a lot of fun to be in the room with those guys. It was, they were having fun, definitely.
It was a fun match to watch there, and we also have another one we're going to jump right into. This is going to be match number 3, live look-in. Red Reserve is now on match point. We'll see if they can close out this series. Maven, Mr. Rex, fill me in. What have we seen from Red Reserve so far today?
I mean, we saw glimpses of it as we were casting the straight series, but the hard point actually ended up being a little closer than we expected. I think it was like a 250 to 180 game. The search and destroy, as you kind of expect, like a team like Red Reserve, was a blowout. They won 6-2. They cruised through the first couple of rounds. It was over early. I expect big things from Red Reserve this weekend. I do.
I think coming into the weekend, you could have made the argument that they were the number 2 team in Europe. I think they're definitely living up to that so far in this first series.
Already 7-5, make it 8-5 after that toss from Shani. 2-possession game, relatively close, but very high scoring on throwback. Why are both these teams able to score at will?
Well, it just seems like they're both taking that mid-map control, both spawn trapping very well, as Red Reserve just did. They were able to get that mid-map, they get the drone, they throw it over that building that we've seen all year long, and then, you know, you have guys like Urban and Joe with those E-Rats. Joe picks up 3. Again, they're just staying in the base, and you can see that drone is moving again already by Raiden, and another dunk for Red Reserve.
These rallies just keep coming in. Go ahead, Maven.
Well, I would say it's great to see. Like, when Joe's playing like this, I mean, how do you think they got to that second finish last year at Champs with Raiden and Joe? I mean, Joe was just a different beast. We haven't seen the big streaks from him, getting fully streaked out, the flashy plays. Like, he's taking a lot of criticism from us, and I think fans in general. So if he finds this time of year where all of a sudden Joe's back to late last year.
They had Bance last year.
That's true.
Who's the Bance of this team? I don't know. I mean, maybe it's Shawnee. I think he'd be the guy that has to step up. I know Urban is a fantastic player as well, but I feel like Shawnee is the one guy who, outside of, Rated, can really take things over in response.
Well, I feel like Shawnee's sort of probably the newest, best player in Europe. You know, he's sort of onto the scene this year. Not too many people. He played elevated with Vegas, switched to Red Reserve, but, this guy, he's been performing very well, very consistent throughout the year.
All right, we are in halftime here. A 6-point advantage right now for Red Reserve, but we're going to go ahead and move you on over. This is going to be game number 2, Fnatic and Tainted Minds, and currently this one is at 2-2. Let's take a look here at another European squad. Fnatic, this is a team that kind of shocked everybody. Stage 2, they have a career-high finish, 6th place there. What are the expectations for the team now?
It's tough, and they're in a very tough pool with not only Tainted Minds, but also Straight and EG. So obviously Straight gets that win, and now a lot of pressure on Fnatic. That matchup's going to be huge, and even EG, they can bounce back if Straight Rippin' just sort of falls off. So this team, this group is very close, but you're not too sure. There's always two sides of Fnatic, either really, really good or really bad. Just depends on the Twins and really Sunny B.
I think if Fnatic finishes top 8, I think they're thrilled with that.
Yeah.
I mean, you mentioned their highest placing is 6th. I mean, there were only 8 teams there. I mean, it's not really the...
Well, they place higher in EU-only tournaments, but when it comes to the international battles.
But they have to... They got to have a chip on their shoulder. I mean, it seems like every time we get to a draw, right, whether it was the draw for Stage 2 playoffs, the draw for champs, like, they're the team that people want to draw when you take a look at the number 1 seed or the number 2 seed. Like, you think they don't know that, and it doesn't eat up in a little bit? Like, I hope they overperform. This is a team that I want to win. I love the players on the squad. I'm rooting for them, man. Like, I want them to make a deep run for EU and just for, especially for Tommy.
Is it Scraps or Wuskin that made you a fan of this Fnatic squad?
I think Tommy has one of the single best stories in Call of Duty this year. When you think about like the team he had Millennium last year, he loses his star-studded lineup. He has to rebuild from the ground up. And it works. Like he's like the nicer version of Aches that lives in Europe. he's made it work, and it's just a great story, and I'm happy to see him succeeding.
Well, think about it too. I mean, they win both stages last year, and then they don't even really get a shot to go in with their full lineup.
Right.
2 champs. Like, you will never know like the true potential of that Millennium roster from last year, in international competition. I mean, you saw how good Splice was. Fabi there. Millennium was better than both of them throughout the year. So you don't know what Millennium could have done at last year's champs.
It's a real year of redemption for me, for Tommy, and I just, I don't know. I'm rooting for the kid.
Looking at this game, we're already into round 7 in Scraps. 9-3 with the camera to work with, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a great performance from him. Tommy's struggling. The other two are just doing just fine. But obviously 3-3. This has been a very close series. If you missed game 1, Tandem Mines, they had a 100-point lead, and they blew that away on retaliation.
Oh, wow.
So obviously Fnatic, as we said, can be very streaky, and on the side of Tandem Mines, Swifty playing extremely well, but already a camo in round number 7.
Scraps has spotted one, calls it out. Now he's been spotted, wins the gunfight anyway. Excite with a 2-piece in the feed, and Excite's a guy we're pretty familiar with, former Mind Freak player. He is now on Tainted Minds. Is there anyone else on this squad that you're familiar with, Matt? How strong is this TM team?
Yeah, Nimble played last year for Orbit. They were consistently the #2 team, in the APAC region throughout the year. And then Damage, he's been on a lot of, very prominent teams in the Australian region. I mean, as an Australian player, he's been on, some top 3 teams.
I think you have a couple goals if you're Tainted Minds this weekend.
Yeah.
One, yes, you want to finish as high as you can at COD Champs, obviously, but you want to outplace Mind Freak. I don't know the ratio of those, but you want to outplace the Mind Freak team so badly. Just the history between these two teams. You remember at the Sydney event, all the trash talk going back and forth, the various chokes you saw out of either team, the drama with Excite going back and forth between the squads. I think there's got to be a pretty big burning passion there to outplace Mind Freak.
And you see the excitement right now out there. Excite is getting fired up. Swifty doing big damage there after Damage. The 4th player on this lineup picks up the early 2-piece. They're on game point.
Yeah, they are. And again, if they don't choke that 100-point lead, they're probably up 1-0. And Swifty is another new guy on the scene, sort of with Excite, a very fast player. He uses the ERAD, and I think that's why Excite's very comfortable on this roster, because if you look, at Mind Freak, they had FIDA, and that's who he played with, just a few months ago.
Well, you got to think this is a very tough group, right? With these two teams, Straight Rippin, NEG. But the way EG looked, if you're one of these two teams, you got to believe you could take a series off of EG. Whoever wins this, and a lot like, I believe it's the group with E-United, where you think maybe Infuse can upset Mind Freak and move on.
Well,
I got to think one of these two teams has a realistic shot of beating EG.
I don't have Tainted Minds coming out personally. I just think this is a bigger storyline for Fnatic. After seeing what Straight just did to EG, you can't lose this series. Like you might not be in the conversation for top 2 if you lose to Tainted Minds right now. There's definitely pressure on them to win this, especially with how good Straight looks.
This could be a weird tiebreaker group. I can see it happening.
Oh yeah.
League Ops, their calculators out.
Alex Penn's back there just stressing out.
This was one, where you looked at it and you never had a clear idea who were the top 2 teams in the group.
I actually thought Straight would kind of walk away with this group pretty easy.
First,
to be honest with you,
I definitely did not share that opinion.
I felt that, if you looked at all the players, if you put every player in this group in a pool, I think you would say Temp and Dash are your #1 and #2. And I think when you have
just skilled players,
and I think when you have the top 2 skilled players in a group, you're in a very good spot to make it out.
18-year-olds carrying the team.
The problem was, even at the LCQ, is Ricky and Studdy just played really poorly, and I mean, you saw it. They did struggle in some games at the LCQ, but yeah, I feel like you could pick any 2 teams really out of Fnatic, Straight, and EG, and you can make an argument.
They do get
it.
kind of blessed, right?
Certainly.
I mean, when you say Studdy and Ricky don't have the best of games, it's not like Fnatic is like a super strong slaying team,
right?
Or Tainted Minds isn't an explosive team. I mean, neither is EG, quite frank. So I think when you have those 2 top players who can go off as consistently as Temp and Dashy, and you look at the rest of the group, I think they're in a great spot.
When you talk about the group, I mean, the 2 most desirable groups for many were going to be what? Group B, when you talk about Team Elevate, they were coming off 0-18. That's when you want to get into and think you have a good chance at top 2. And then I think you'd have to say Group F, probably just because, Fnatic is one of the 1 seeds that you would really like to take a crack at. So, yeah, this is like you said, has tiebreaker written all over it, man.
Tainted Minds are going to do it again. You had a 100-point lead in Hardpoint. Now you are about to blow your massive lead in Search and Destroy. Fnatic, can they do it again? Scraps is at 13 kills at this point.
Scraps is about to dominate.
What's he about to do?
Dominate.
Tell us what's going to happen in this round.
He's going to dominate.
Well, a little bit more detail than just whispering dominate.
I'm only on Sunny B's POV. Show me Scraps.
They can't hear you.
Oh, they can't hear me. So.
No. So you're not seeing
He's
it.
just got
That's
confused. It's his twin brother. It's fine.
That's right.
Same thing.
He has been an absolute monster in Search and Destroy as well. But
has he? 6 and 5.
No, I mean just in general. He's had some of the best performances we've seen this year.
Historically, during Stage 1.
Yeah. Historically. Yeah.
Maybe not in this particular match.
Here goes Clint making things up again.
45 seconds
I'm
left.
the best at it.
Fnatic is going to have to make some decisions here soon. Tommy, the veteran, has been so clutch for them in round 11s.
Finally going to work on this bomb plant. And then the collapse is going to come in. Tommy's got to look over him. They're going to try and fly in and pick him off. They're able to get him and get away.
That's
Tommy
a huge
actually
deal.
does get a kill.
That's huge for Tommy, and obviously they have a 3v3 now with that bomb planted. But we've seen so many teams sort of choke this sort of just holding this bomb. So many
Teams going
teams
to lose this round.
They usually push that sidewalk. So we'll see. I believe it's number 6. Excite. This is a huge player. He's going to push the sidewalk, and that's usually the first guy to engage.
Well, the damage he did might have fed a kill to the back one on the bus. It absolutely did. Tagged him up. Nimble finishes him. They know there's one at blue, and Nimble just evaporates him.
Nimble.
Wow.
The triple.
That's crazy. I
They
told
always
you.
choke these rounds.
I told you Nimble was going to dominate.
Did he get the ace in that last round?
I was so convinced they were going to lose that round. It looked like they were going to go so slow and
Yeah.
not challenge back bus.
It's always that first player at sidewalk. We see so many teams just, I don't know, he gets in that little crevice, you know, sort of behind that white picketed fence, and plays just happen from there.
There you see the frustration on Wuskin's face. Tommy just putting his hands above his head. What happened to Fnatic? They're going into a game 3 on a very shaky day, number 1 from them. But here's a quick look at the end. I'm told we got an instant replay. Shout out to production. Stepping it up a notch here for COD Champs. And it's Nimble in the back line. There's his second kill of the round, finds a third, and then gets the final shots into Sunny B. Still kill number 4, the ace, and the win in game number 2.
like
the
you
Australians looking strong, just like Maven predicted.
Yes, absolutely.
Lots of games going on here, guys. I do want to get back to the Red Reserve matchup, though. They were playing against Era, and when we first tuned in, it was about a 3-point advantage, 8-5. Look at the final score at the end of the 10 minutes. Urban, you were saying, who is the Bance? I think without a doubt, Shawnee has the potential to be a Bance-like player, but Urban, for me, has been the strongest guy on this team.
I thought you said Era was playing. 22-5. They ain't playing.
Well,
No,
it was
this is
8-5.
It's done.
It's done now.
That
Obviously, yeah, I mean, Red Reserve, again, this is a team where a lot of people think if there's a European team who could potentially go on a run on, like, Saturday, it's this team. They're just dangerous. They have a very different play style because of a guy like Urban.
I agree with you. I think if you were to pick, obviously, you know, Splice, a very talented team from EU, Epsilon as well. I think if you were to pick one that has a really good chance of going on a run that we didn't expect, I probably would say it's Red Reserve. I think they definitely have the talent.
And why hasn't Red Reserve really had their opportunity to break out yet? Is it just the lack of matches on the main stage? Do they not do well enough in the group stages?
Well,
what do you think happened?
They kind of did at Anaheim, and then stage 2, they had a better map win percentage than Splice. They just got unlucky in the sense, well, unlucky in the sense they lost both matches to Splice, but they very easily could have come out of a very hard group. So I don't know, what's the definition of breakthrough? I think top 6, top 8 finishes are pretty good, right?
I guess no one really talks about them. The hype isn't there yet. Maybe they can build it this weekend, but we have plenty of matches to bring you today, and we're going to jump into a match on Station 2. This is Cloud9 going up against Rogue. Rogue, of course, coming through the LCQ. On paper, one of the scariest teams from that LCQ. GodRx was a monster. I remember Pander had some really good games, and Johnny C, the captain, he was just talking, since they added Stam to this lineup, they're playing the game the right way.
Yeah, I mean, this is a roster with upset potential, right? Like, if you're Cloud9, this is a very tough first match. Obviously, this group very wide open. As you know, this is the first match of the day for these guys. Again, at the LCQ, GodRx, you know, he was really the standout player. And as you can see, he's already 7-4 on a 2 streak. So, and then you have Cloud9. I mean, can Pat do it again? Can he finally make his run? That's what he puts, you know, rosters together for, is these COD Champs runs.
I think it's so important that Cloud9 gets off to a good start. I think you need to get Priest going. You need to get Exotic going. I'm not saying there's going to be nerves there with these guys, but
there are.
I think, I think you can mark that down as a big worry, right? I mean, if they start losing these games, you know, these guys not as veteran as some of the other guys to COD Champs environment, I definitely think you'd start to worry about Cloud9.
Am I worried about them right now during the group matches? Not so much, but when you get to the bracket play in the stadium, will the pressure be at an all-time high for some of these young guys? Yes. So I agree. I think a good start here, you know, you go 3-0, you get some confidence, absolutely that can help you cruise into the bracket.
Yeah, and just talking nerves, obviously this is a team where series could easily go 5 games, right? Cloud9, they're probably going to face a few game 5s this weekend, and that's when you look at Pat. That's when Ace has to step up big time to say, hey guys, I got your back. Like, let's relax. Let's take it one series at a time. I mean, Cloud9 last year, if they don't run into like a very hot Fab team, who knows? They could have been playing Sunday.
Oh yeah,
it's true.
Yeah, no, certainly.
And I think,
and no one thought Fab was going to make that run.
No, and I think for me, Priest is the key. I mean, coming into their group week, I remember everybody who came through the Columbus Arena was talking about how good Priest was.
Yeah.
And he came in and he was not very good.
Well,
I think
he wasn't good Friday, Saturday, but then didn't he destroy Sunday? If I remember, I know they were out of it.
They were
I never
gone.
felt like he was destroying, at least not to the caliber that we expected.
Yeah. He's a hard carry online, supposedly.
Yeah, but when you're like, when you're your team's kind of like star player, like standout player, like, I mean, cool, you have a good game when you're already out. Like, you need to show up in those big matches. Like, it doesn't really matter what you do when you're out of the groups and you're playing another team who knows you are already out. Like, and they're just kind of coasting on through.
Yeah, but the thing with their group in stage 2 was, right, is, I mean, they were playing Envy and Optic. That's teams, hopefully, they don't have to face until mid-afternoon Saturday, you know, end of the weekend, or Sunday. Hopefully they can avoid those teams if they're winning, so.
I took Cloud9 my top 8.
Fellas, we are going to jump out of the Cloud9 match. We will keep you updated with what's going on between C9 and Rogue. We do want to take it back over to Fnatic versus Tainted Minds. Once again, this is all tied up 1-1. And the reason we're going here is we want to hear what's going on with Fnatic's comms after losing that search and destroy, after bringing it all the way back to around 11. Are they going to crumble, and will we see an upset for a #1 seed? Let's go ahead and crank up our headphones here with Fnatic.
Blue one shot, Nibble, go back to mid. He's going mid, 2 volt, 2 volt. Oh, one shot, ball. There's 3 there. There's 3. Punch.
One more. Nice.
Again,
On ball.
Get on strong.
Nice.
He's not.
Nice,
Matty, good fucking shit, bro. Stop panicking here now. I'm throwing this ball out and doing random shit about throwing it.
Fucking tilting me, man. Let's slow this down.
I'm hitting high ball run.
I'm mid. I'm mid. I'm mid. I'm coming behind him.
One more, red.
Back right mid crease. Back right mid crease. I need one. He's going to be on you, Tom. He's going to be on you. One's going to fly. One's going to fly. Yeah. 2 there. Nice, Tom. Big kill. Try and play live. Go left.
2 more there. 2 there already. They're live. They're weak blue. They're weak digger. I spawn blue with you. Do not let
left. 2 on the left. Excise a bullet. Mid. Yellow digger. Nice, that's him. One more. He's looking for one.
I'm coming left with it. Flanking. I'm going to go for a 1 okay.
Wait. I need to kill you.
Okay, go.
Position inside.
On this point, going back red now. Wait for me, flanking.
Pinch inside.
Got one. I have to throw it down.
Just slay, Tom. Back right. One's on you, mate. On you.
Okay, unlucky, mate. Unlucky. One shot. Going towards mid now.
Should have got a point there.
Hey, just get a 1, man.
Are you going?
Not sure. Right, inside already.
Excite.
Get 2 middle, 1 more.
One bullet. Blue. One of ice. Nice, Tom.
2 more there.
One blue. Push it out.
That's it. They've got 2. He's going to have streaks if Swisty's got that.
One's ice. One's gone vault. Get the ball and go.
High ball winning. I can't see any middle.
I'm gonna get ball.
Alright. I'm watching your mid, Matt. Middle. 1 shot. Absolute damage. 2.
He's back there.
2 there.
One back left.
Last guy.
There.
Nice place. Yo, cut inside. Bring it back. Bring it back. No, bring it back. You're fine. Then we'll get a side door. I'm getting this middle. I've got middle.
Alright, bullet. Back right.
Get on his ball.
Right, bullet.
Let's go together. Nice. I raped him. Nice.
I got one.
Let's blind Jack. Get him. Nice. Throw up. Tom, can you throw it up, Tom? Right, I'll try to. Just throw it up and then kill, okay? Tom, throw it up and kill.
I'm dead.
You see Tom lead the charge here for Fnatic. A little bit of panic in everybody's voice. They know what's on the line this weekend, and this is already a very tight game. As we get down to the final minute of this one, guys, what have we seen so far between Fnatic and TM on Frost?
Well, a missed one opportunity right there that you definitely don't want to miss if you're Fnatic. Obviously, again, for, Tainted Minds, Swifty having a very good series. Again, Fnatic, this, I feel like, is a map where they should take over. They have such fast players in Scraps and Sunny B. Tainted Minds doing a very good job staying in this one.
Tainted Minds looking like a real threat in their group. Let's bring it back over, though, to stage #2. This is going to be Cloud9 and Rogue jumping back into the hard point for the final hill, potentially. Cloud9, 222 and counting to Rogue's 115. Fellas, this is not the Rogue we expected to see. Johnny, he's double negative. You do have a solid game out of GodRx, but they are getting outslayed.
I think personally the best thing I saw in that shot was how invested Madcat was in the match. He's got his match coming up next. He was very intently watching this one, and you can tell why with the scoreline right now. But Cloud9 cruising, everybody really getting it done, even though Exotic not maybe dropping numbers. He's got 212 in the hard point. You like to see this out of Cloud9. This is a series, obviously, they should win, but I don't know that we all chalk this up as an easy victory at all.
No, not at all. Again, Rogue had a very solid performance at the LCQ. We said that there was a team that could upset anyone, it was these guys. But it's the first match of the tournament, so of course we always can expect maybe Cloud9 starts a little slow. We've seen it in the past, especially for Makes, but a very good game #1 from these guys.
Rogue trying to battle back at the end. GodRx is going to have his hands full.
Hey there.
And Cloud9 just 13 points away. Guys, we are jumping into our 2:30 matches. We're about an hour ahead today. We're keeping the matches coming as fast as they are ready. And this next one on our screen is going to be a big one. It's Splice and Team Caliber. Meanwhile, we'll keep you updated on everything that's going on. Fnatic currently with a 1-point advantage over Tainted Minds. And you see Cloud9 is the clear favorite, but Rogue, they are not dying quite yet.
I'm excited for this next match, though. Like, is Team Caliber going to do what they did last year, where they just like sort of were around all year and then they make a top 9 through 12 finish at champs? That'd be kind of fun for sure. But we'll see if Cloud9 can actually close out this series first.
Yeah, it's, Cloud9. I think look,
I think that'll do it.
You kind of look at their group top to bottom. Enigma 6 a tough team. You know, MRN. They're decent competition. I think you were looking at this match as potentially, you know, a second place decider. And I think it's a very good start for Cloud9 to get a blowout win here in game number 1 against Rogue.
Is Enigma 6 the clear favorite in this group?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
Without question, yeah.
I think they had a bad showing at Stage 2 playoffs. Obviously, they lose to Fnatic, but the talent on that team, you know, if Proto can step up, obviously General and Royalty played great at Stage 2 playoffs, so definitely looking at Proto.
I go out of my way when I do chance predictions to make some crazy picks and some intelligent ones. This is, I did not take Enigma 6 to come out. It was one of the stupider things I've done in my COD career.
Yeah, that's stupid. They're definitely making out of the group.
Who did you take? These two?
Yeah, who'd you take?
Cloud9.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, that looks real good right now.
I didn't know if you were a Team MRN fan. I just wasn't sure. Had to ask and clarify.
He's got an MRN jersey back at the hotel.
Cloud9, they're able to take game number 1 after Rogue takes them to the very last few hills. Here's a look, though, at your overall schedule. Our 2:30 matches, like we said, Cloud9 and Rogue underway. That is the first one from Group H being played. We are going into Splice versus Team Caliber, though, and this is going to be an incredible series right now. At 2:30, not only do we have Splice and TK playing, also the other two teams in this group, Ghost Gaming and Millennium. Splice coming in. Are they the clear favorite? How do you think teams like TK, Millennium, and Ghost stack up?
Oh, I mean, Splice have to be the clear favorite. I know that we aren't super high on them right now just because of recent performance, but yeah, I mean, they have to be, right?
Yeah, I think without question. I think this match is one where you learn a lot more about Splice than TK. I think we know TK has the potential to hang around, play top team stuff tough. I think in this match you learn what Splice we're going to see the whole weekend. Are we going to see the lackluster Splice of Stage 2, or are we going to see the dominant force that they were earlier in the year?
Well, I think for me, Matt, the big thing, yeah, Splice need to come out and I think just handle business this series. It can't go to a game 5, game 4. This needs to be a 3-0. Like show your fans, hey guys, we're back. You know, the EU LAN festival we had leading into this paid off.
The EU LAN festival.
That's what it has been titled. It has paid off, and we are here to dominate and show that we are a number 1, number 2 team in the game right now. Because we haven't seen it for a month. They have to come out and crush.
What has been the biggest difference for you with Splice from their kind of top 2 performances to, you know, their lackluster performances at Stage 2?
Listen, Zero is one of my favorite players in the game, but he went from a 1.3 to a 0.8, I believe, if you're talking from like Stage 1 playoffs to Stage 2 qualification. He fell off hard, and I think he got in his own head a little bit. Maybe that affected his teammates' results as well. But I think that has to be that. I think that's number 1. Number 2 would be, where was that S&D dominance when, you know, all 4 of them were basically top of the leaderboards at Stage 1 playoffs, and then they were struggling to win searches also.
For me, I think it heavily relies on Zero. Like, obviously worried about them recapturing their search and destroy play, but I think Zero is a guy who, you know, he has all the potential in the world, but I think, look, he's gotten his own head, and I think his teammates kind of knew that. And I think it's hard when you have a teammate who's, you know, has gotten in his own head. Now you're worried about him. He gets off to a slow start. You're not too confident in your own game going forward. TK gets control Cathedral here first. This is huge for them. You set up here. You hold this time, they can look to take map number 1.
I want to see, I think Zero needs to get a little bit of like a mean streak almost. Like when you look at superstars and players, like whether you're talking basketball superstars, you know, NFL wide receivers, like guys that have to be kind of cocky, kind of arrogant to be like a superstar. He's like such a nice guy. Like I wonder if he just sort of got in his own head, lost a little bit of confidence. That can't happen if you're going to be considered a top player in the world.
Look, I know a lot about talking trash to Team Caliber. It's pretty much all I did when I was with Cole. And look, I mean, those are some great guys. Like, you know, great friends with, you know, Sharp and whatnot. Like, after those games, like, you go out to dinner, you laugh about it, but like during the game, like, there needs to be some kind of separation, right? Like, it's a competition. Like, you are competing against the other team. Like, there is money on the line. Like, there is nothing wrong with getting loud, really kind of riling up your team. And I agree. I think you need that little bit of a mean streak. When you start to get really friendly with a lot of the opponents and, you know, just everybody in general, like, it kind of like you lose that edge a little bit, and then you kind of coast through some of these games.
I think we just wrote a letter to LeBron James. But no, back to the match. Team Caliber has been, you know, playing through the competition and fighting well as they are doubling up their opponent. Almost 120, 263 right now. Standout performance so far. You got to say it's accuracy. Sitting at 14-7 on a 4 streak, hitting shots like that cross map. Let's see if he can build towards those streaks. 250 right now off the Trinity Rocket.
And accuracy has always had opportunities with, you know, pretty decent teams, right, to make a name for himself. You know, always kind of gets picked up on these rosters and never has those standout performances that makes you say, like, okay, I understand why they went out and got him. If he plays well for them this weekend, that is a huge addition that they probably did not expect. You expected Goon to kind of play well. Theory always, you know, pretty consistent. You get good games from accuracy, that is a game changer for TK.
Well, and by game changer, this lead's about to be 100 over Splice. This is a team that has won an event this year. An incredible team that is getting blown out game 1. The streak is now up to 8. He finally drops 18-8 for him. And as much damage as he's doing, look at Theory's time in the hard point right now compared to the rest of his team members.
It's insane. Not even the rest of his team members, the rest of the lobby.
Yeah.
1:54 for Theory, the next highest going through, 37 for 0. It's a fantastic first half of the game here for Team Caliber. We'll go over to the bridge hardpoint. That's the first hardpoint in our rotation of hills. We'll see if Splice can come back into this game.
And it's funny that we talk about Zero coming into this, and look at it. I mean, 9-13. It's not a stat line you can have from a guy that recently posted one of the greatest bracket runs from a statistical standpoint of all time in the history of Call of Duty esports. It's got to be better, especially against a team that came in through the LCQ. They're not playing Optic Gaming right now. They're not playing LG. They're not playing top competition that Splice should be faltering against. You can't be having this happen if you're Zero. Like, you can't. You've gone up against Octane, Formal, Clay, and dominated. You can't be struggling against accuracy right now. And that's not to be a knock against him. It's just
no.
That's just the fact of how this year has been.
I mean, we regard Zero in a much higher caliber of player, which I completely agree with you.
TK, yes.
But I think if you are looking at, like, he's not going to be 1.30, right? I mean, you kind of have written that off, but needs to be better than the 0.8 that you mentioned we saw.
Well, let's see if he can turn around. He's 12-15 right now. He's got to pick it up. TK has controlled the entire game. They've got control of the lower street. They've got the first 2 kills. Shouldn't be any successful push coming in, as Vance is the only player here to try and make a play. He is at least able to win the first gunfight there, Matt, and sneak away into Bike. So I thought for a second he should wait on his teammates to group up, but he's able to push his streak out to 3, get a couple of kills, and he actually just made a phenomenal. He has killed everybody. How the hell does that happen? So TK knocks out 3. Vance is the lone man on scaffolding. Through plays in Bike and scaffolding, he kills the entire team of Team Caliber.
Well, this is huge. If Vance can get one more kill, you'll get the Trinity Rocket, and then you have that to break some of these great setups you can put together over at Cathedral. So let's stay on with Vance. The key here is, can he earn the streaks? If he does, that is a huge win for Splice. They'll have Cathedral at the beginning. 10 seconds left on the last hard point. So if he sits in here alone, takes the hill, he'll get the points for the next one, but here comes the Trinity Rockets from the side of TK, and they take out Bance. That is such a massive kill there on rotation from accuracy.
But Bance doing what he can to get them back into this, and maybe a guy that's been overshadowed a little bit by Zero, but if you're new to Call of Duty this year, Bance was arguably the best player in the game with Zero all of last year, and they are a dynamic duo in this. They need them both to get back into it, but on the TK side, what a massive kill from accuracy with the streak. Now he gets 2 as he pushes in. Happy looking over him. About to crack the 200-point mark is TK.
Yeah, and you still have the bombardment if you're accuracy. You know, you have a Scarab as well. Don't really need to use it right now. The Centurion. TK has a ton to work with. So you see now it's going to be Splice getting inside of the hard point. That will be Bance breaking in for some control, but you look, it's going to be TK set up for that next hard point. It's going to be Zero dropping on rotation there to Theory. TK completely set up for Broken Building where they can end the game.
Okay, they got the first kill. They just got the second. Can they push? Where's the last spawner going to pop? Okay, he spawns all the way over at Market. That number 7 is going to be Theory. So there is a chance for a 4 versus 3 here for a moment for Splice. They have to get the break, but Happy and TK still holding on. Goonjar going big in the back as well. Jerd can't locate him. The 3 men left in the hard point completely shut down the push from Splice, and that could be your ball game.
Yeah, when you know you have that advantage after you get those first 2 kills, you got to flood the hill. You immediately need to get inside of that hard point. You'll eliminate those players from spawning a little bit closer from Splice. And now, you know, they just get inside TK. They do a fantastic job. Splice, if they get in earlier, maybe they spawn TK out and they're in a good spot.
Yeah, and I mean, props to Goon, Happy, and Accuracy, because Theory was the guy that dropped first, right? He spawned all the way out in Market. He died coming back, spawned all the way out in Market again. They've had to do a 3-man hold for most of this hard point, and they get it done. 249, 250, TK victory for game 1.
For Team Caliber. A bit shocking here if you're a Splice fan. I think it's Goonjar's hair. It's the difference maker.
I think it's Accuracy, actually. It's his hair. He has a beautiful flow as well. But if you looked at the LCQ, I mean, Accuracy was the guy. He was the reason why they qualified to this tournament. You did not get much out of guys like Theory and Goonjar. Accuracy, hard carrying, big time. He steps it up here, and Splice, the struggles continue.
Fantastic start for TK in Group G, but we got to catch you up with what is going on everywhere. Of course, we saw Group F just a few moments ago. One of those matches is still going on, and we have Fnatic and Tainted Minds now in a Game 4. Before we talk about that, though, let's take a look back at Game number 3. Here's the conclusion to the uplink. Fnatic, they have their hands full with the Australians. It was 3-2 down to the final 30 seconds. You can see the captain, Tommy, putting on a show for everybody.
Yeah. If you told me they lose this one, they win this game, right? Come on.
They have to.
They have to. All right, Invis out.
It's done.
10 seconds.
The camo dunk. You got nervous.
The way Chris let in for a second, I was like, no way are they down 2-1 right now.
I was like,
because this group would have been madness if you saw the 3-0 from straight, and then Tainted Minds, if they end up pulling out this series. Whew.
So Fnatic is now on game point. Currently, they're down about 50 points in their hard point, but we want to take you live to Station 2. Here's a look of what is going down. We got Cloud9 going up against Rogue, one of our LCQ teams. Will Cloud9 be able to jump out to a 2-0 lead? Here's a look at their S&D live.
Yeah, and this was a pretty back-and-forth game. Cloud9, they're attacking that outer B bomb site very often. Rogue, on the other hand, they continue to fight in the showers, but it's very hard to get in there when a guy like Priest is in there with his E-Rad.
And this is where I think, like, I guess what's been most impressive about Exotic for me is I expected him to come in and really be the catalyst in Search and Destroy and really be a difference maker there. I played more Search with him than many players. Last year, Jack and I played with him all the time. He was incredibly intelligent. He tossed a lot of things. He carried us in almost every single game.
Yeah.
And it saw him play at a lot of matches where he was so good. But I think what's actually surprised me is how effective he's been in respawns for this team. But I think it's been exciting just to see him develop on this Cloud9 roster.
I actually think the player you look at on Cloud9 in S&D is Aix. I feel like, you know, in the respawns, maybe he's not as effective as he once was, but I feel like this is the game mode where he can really make an impact. Like, this is where you can see. I mean, it's not like a super fast-paced game, right? I mean, he can be smarter. He can play a little bit slower. He's always been fantastic in Search. This is where he can really make his impact on this team's performance.
And, Joe, you've been watching Aix for years.
Yep.
Why is he a threat when it comes to Search and Destroy?
He plays on an island. He likes to play in his own little mind, right? He plays chess, right? He moves his chess pieces, which are usually his teammates, but he does that in a way that sets up himself. I mean,
He's
it's
the
smart.
queen.
He trusts himself. He trusts himself to sort of finish those kills.
Yes, he is.
I mean, last year, that's why they went on a run. I think, you know, Search and Destroy is the most important game type for Cloud9. If they want to go on a bracket run, well, first to get to the brackets, I think that's where they do it. They win those games 2 and 5. They have the talent to win an uplink or a hard point.
And I always felt that, Joe, you can kind of give your opinion on this, that he was one of the better players in, okay, we're going to have one guy watch this bomb site and then kind of stack the other one. Like, I always felt in those lone man situations over by bomb sites, I thought he was one of the better players in those type of situations.
That's what I'm saying. He loved to play by himself. You three go this way. I'm gonna either work a late flank or I'll watch this rush.
Remember Freight S&D? Like, they'd let him do whatever he wanted.
Yeah.
Whether he was going underpass or underground.
Or top red.
Or top red. But he was always making plays.
Like, he was always in top red. There was never another spot he
Well,
was.
it's Search, not as much.
All right, fellas, so there's a look at Cloud9 and Rogue. We'll keep you updated with their search, but we do have TK and Splice ready. Let's go right back in. This is Group G. Maven, Mr. X, take it away.
All right, let's get into the game 2. If you're just joining us, welcome. We're having a spectacular day 1 to the 2017 CWL Championship, and Splice now looking to answer back in Search and Destroy. How would you describe, very quickly, Matt, game 1?
Game 1 was dominant from Team Caliber, and we got a shot of the Splice players, I know, after the game, and they just look really kind of discouraged. Almost, you kind of get the vibe from them like, no, not again. Like, we can't be dropping these games again. Like, it's so difficult that once you kind of capture the magic and you get to the top, to fall down and get back up with the same roster. Now, Splice is going through it right now.
Well, let's see if they can get a first round on the board. They're in a 2v1 versus Goon. Can Goon clutch up? He's sitting top window. Take a look at the mini-map. They're going to be, they're wrapping right behind him, Matt.
We'll see if they're going to pick up Goon. I don't think Goon spots one here through the window. Oh my, he's going to come up behind both players. Sees one top bridge, able to pick him up. Did he spot Jerd, though? I believe he did spot Jerd going underneath. So
I think he's waited a second for the challenge.
We'll see, he actually sees him there on the mid-train. Jerd has the time to his advantage. Nice shots there from Jerd.
What did Jerd have?
It'll be Splice taking round 1. I believe this is a K-bar kill we're about to see.
I always think E-Rad, but...
Oh, wait. No, oh, no, never
okay,
mind. Okay.
That makes more sense. I was wondering if he has an E-Rad, why the hell does he keep peeking this? But then he got the kill. Okay, that makes a whole hell of a lot more sense.
It's a big round for Splice. Obviously, you know, don't want to throw away that first round after losing the game number 1, and it looked like they were going to throw that round for a little bit.
Well, they do get the first round on the board, Matt. Now they'll take their crack at offense. Bance, Camo player, and bomb carrier. Looks like they're just waiting to get information towards Courtyard. Goon's the first one challenged, gets a pick, and gets away with his life. Huge play.
So here's what's difficult about Splice trying to play against a team like Team Caliber. It's somebody who's not in the Pro League, who they don't see consistently, and a lot of the teams in the Pro League play Search and Destroy pretty similar. You can kind of guess positions, how they're going to play certain sites. When you go up against a team like Team Caliber, you have no film to really go off of. I mean, you've never seen this team play some of these bomb sites, you know, and they have the luxury of watching all the pro teams play.
Oh, yeah.
So right there, you see Goon, he's able to sit in the corner, bait a little bit, wait for the members of Splice to come pick up some easy kills.
Oh, heck, it's similar for us as casters, right? Like, if you're not getting to top 16-ish range and on, we don't cast that many of your matches. So like, we're trying to find film of Team Caliber and prep for them. It's got to be as difficult for Splice when you're trying to prepare. You never play these guys. You never get to go up against them. It's certainly challenging. I totally agree with your point, but how big is this series for Splice? When you look at, you still have like some Millennium who were good for half the year, and then you have Ghost, who I think a lot of people have high hopes for.
Well, Ghost was fantastic during their Pro League week. I know it was just one day that went wrong for them. And then Millennium, you got to think they're a team that Splice has been playing at the EU pre-LAN. That Millennium probably knows how to play Splice very tough, so it's a very dangerous group here for Splice, especially if they lose this match.
Well, still battling on throwback. We're into our third round. Mad Cat and Zero going up against Goon and Accuracy. Goon and Accuracy are gone.
It's a fairly easy round win there. So now Splice will get the defuse.
Somebody wants it. Somebody please take it.
Yeah, nah. No, right there, I don't know if you're TK, you didn't need to challenge that right away. I mean, you had to check bomb, but you didn't need to fight those gunfights in the fashion you did.
Because what, they both dropped it around 15 seconds, maybe a little bit over that?
Yeah, the one guy plays inside of bowling and just hides.
Yeah.
I mean, they're in a good spot to win that round, especially with the bomb planted on the favorable side towards that bus.
We know how few teams have actually stuck the bomb. Red Reserve, one of the few that does it consistently. All right, pressure. Out mid. That's going to be Jerd. Jerd somehow loses one to Theory, and then Bance goes right over the top of Theory into the gunfire of Gunjar. Mad Cat and Zero trying to turn the tides back to their favor, but that's easy pick. Whoa. It looked like easy pick because I think Zero almost snapped on him, though.
Yeah, difficult in that position for Zero. There's nobody that can watch his mid-map. Mad Cat's trying to watch the rush through the bomb site, so leaves Zero's entire right side completely open and now we find ourselves with Mad Cat here in a 1v3. Bomb down in an awful spot in the middle of the map. So we'll see what his game plan is. Maybe he's going to work for some kills.
He's perfect. There's so many angles he can pick it up from.
That's a joke, guys. It's an awful joke, but it is a joke.
Yeah, he had a very small chance of getting that bomb and getting away with his life.
He had no chance.
Yeah.
I mean, when they know the bomb is down in the middle of the map, you see the way they're kind of like playing 3 people around it. Like
vultures on a carcass. Like just
yeah,
sitting there hunting around it.
There's 0 chance he makes it back alive. So we'll be tied at 2 rounds apiece. Not even sure that vultures reference even makes sense to what you really kind of discussed.
It doesn't.
It's okay. I kind of went along with it.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
No problem.
Theory with the sniper in hand. Round count 2-2. Nice shot. Connects on the Mancat at back Lemon. The rest of the TK side pushing forward into courtyard. Zero has to get away with his life. Another early round disadvantage for Splice.
And that's just something where Splice doesn't know. Theory, pulls out the sniper at times. I remember, you think back, Theory was one of the more impressive snipers that we've seen over the years.
Ghost, AW.
But if you're Splice and you haven't seen him in a while, you don't know if he likes to play that position at the bus with the sniper in hand. So they catch them off guard. TK does with that sniper play by the back bus, as they will take another round here in game number 2. And the way TK's year is gone, you would like to see them bounce back here, right? I mean, this is an org who has always been, have a very competitive team in terms of competitive Call of Duty. They've had some rough goes the last year or so. It'd be nice to see them bounce back.
All right, I'm going to pose a question to you, and you can tell me if this is a stupid question.
Yep.
But if you're a team like Splice is coming in and expecting to get out of groups relatively easily, and then you're a team like TK that knows you're kind of fighting for your life in groups, and let's say you're talking search, and you have particular strats, maybe set plays that you come up with. Is this sort of different in what you'll pull out in groups? Like maybe Splice holds on to a few tricks up their sleeve when they get into group play, whereas TK is going to lay it all on the table just trying to get back play?
No. I think, well, okay, so I'll give you 2 answers. No, I don't think you should. Yes, teams are extremely overconfident they're going to make it out of groups with ease, and they do. So I think that's kind of where I would draw the line. Like Splice probably hiding some stuff. Should they? No, because they shouldn't be that confident. They're just going to kind of walk through the group.
I was just curious, maybe back when you were coaching, if that was just something that you guys ever did.
Yeah, TK I definitely think is going to pull out all the stops here. Whatever they have to do to win this match, they'll 100% do.
All right, well, shot of the Splice guys there as we get ready for the next round. See Cloud9 there right behind him as they're fighting in their series as well. I'm sure we'll update you guys on that one as soon as this map is done. But right now, you see Gunjar getting very close to Camo.
Theory
He's
again,
6-3, and another first blood for Theory.
Theory with the sniper rifle again. So, a lot of the times we say, maybe you switch off the sniper rifle after you get a pick, but when you have somebody who's that good with it, in theory, he kind of knows, he sees maybe something at the beginning of the game, right, where the Splice guys are going the same way. You're able to gain an advantage, though. Jerd evens the odds, though, picks up 2.
Yeah, that all of a sudden, Theory's going to get out of town. Thankfully, is happy on the flank. Now he gets back to the action, turns it into a 1v1. Pistol out. Theory versus Zero. He spots him, and he's got the pistol. Makes him one shot, but Zero finishes it, and plenty of time for the defuse.
That is a huge round for Splice, especially because it's Zero picking up the kill there. Maybe gains a little bit of confidence, some momentum here going through the rest of this match. Definitely looks like a guy who kind of needs to set his mind right there. Winning a big 1v1 may do it.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what. You lose that 1v1 to a pistol, and you're feeling a whole different kind of way, right?
Oh, yeah.
You know it's a guy with sniper pistol combination left. Like, you have the advantage completely in that gunfight. Thankfully, you go ahead and win it. But the sniper, I mean, we've seen its impact already today. They didn't win the map, but Nagafin found a ton of kills, a ton of opening picks with it. Theory finding similar success here as he's 6-6, but similar to that series, also trailing in the search and destroy.
Well, now I think it just forces the side of Splice to be a little bit more cautious than they'd like to. As you see, it's going to be a push down the sidewalk where we have another 1v1 here. It'll be Goon, the last one alive. Splice is able to take him out. And I believe we caught it there for a second. We'll have to go on board. I believe Goon actually uses his payload here towards the end. Take a look. No. So it looks like on his bar that it went down. We'll have to see when we get back in. He may have popped it like before he actually died.
Good for you to notice. I didn't even notice. So.
Yeah, no, it went blue. I was 100% sure it went blue at the top.
We'll hop into the next round and check it out. Goonjar.
Yes.
Yep. Wow. So he does use it.
Yeah, my eyes are great.
And that has changed. Remember, if you talk months and months ago, if you would pop the camo to get die instilling, you'd still have like 90% of it. It changed. Now you pop it whatsoever. It is gone and burned. So good catch there, Matt. He burns that camo.
Yeah, and he dies in the middle of the animation going, so he never actually gets fully invis. Which you got to wonder if, I mean, he pops camo and he doesn't get challenged right away. Maybe that's around where TK wins.
Oh, certainly. Yeah, I think if he actually got the camo off, he's likely going to make a play. But, you know, the no hesitation push from Jerd ends up being the playmaker. Vance with an opening pick. They've got advantage 4v2 now. This should be the end of the game. Jerd wrapping around the back. Theory by himself. Theory dead. Game 2 victory. Splice.
It's a very strong showing there in Game 2 from Splice, bouncing back after a tough Game 1 hard point. Game number 3 is going to be exciting. We'll see if TK can win another respawn.
Solid stuff here from Splice. That's the Splice we kind of expected to see. Despite all those first bloods from Theory, they pull out the win. Keep your eyes on Jerd throughout this tournament, the veteran. But we got to catch you up with what's been going on around the world right now here. Stage 2. This is going to be, of course, Cloud9 and Rogue in that search and destroy. It was looking like Cloud9 was going to have the advantage. Rogue, a bit of a strong comeback in the second half of the game. Joe, walk us through as we take a look at some of the best moments.
Yeah, so I believe when we sort of got off of it, it was 4-3 in favor of Cloud9. Rogue, they sort of made some adjustments. They knew that Cloud9 would love to go to that outer bomb site. They hit a quick flank, they make it a 4-4. And then on that attack, you know, Priesta, he pops reactive right here. I believe you're going to see it. And then the guy from Rogue also has it in Priesta. I mean, he gets hits by this and then pops it, and he just gets put into a very weird situation. He gets on this wall run. I just don't know if I agree with that. It just seemed like nobody followed him up. You can see all of his teammates are middle, a very poor round. But Rogue, they're able to close out this game number 2.
So I think I saw a 7th streak pop up for Johnny there. Yeah. So that's pretty rare, Jim. You see in Search and Destroy 7 kills in a row. Certainly not easy to do.
So right now we're looking at, we got Cloud9 now 1-1 versus Rogue. We got Splice and TK at 1-1. I think one of the biggest surprises is what's happening with Fnatic series. So here's a look at what happened to close out game number 4. Bit of a shocker here as we have Tainted Minds putting up a much bigger fight than we expected. Again, this is the same Group F that you saw straight ripping upset EG with the 3-0 earlier.
This does not surprise me as much as I think it would surprise a lot of other people. I just think when you're Fnatic, like, you're not going to progress far in this tournament if you cannot outslay people in respawn game modes.
But you should be able to outslay Tainted Minds. You just got top 6 at Stage 2 playoffs with top 8 best teams in the world.
And we might have been a little harsh saying a lot of teams want this group, but I don't think we are. Like, this is the reason why. Fnatic, they're so streaky. Do they have some great games that they put together? Yes. But when it comes to the slaying power, it's just not always there. I mean, Tainted Minds, you know, that's a great Game 4 win.
Well, shout out to our producer, guys. We have to head to a quick break, but I did get the update. Fnatic is up 4-0 in Game 5. We'll let you know how that plays out on the other side of this. And we are back. Here is a live look. This is Station 4. We got Fnatic and Tainted Minds from your Group F, of course. Already Straight Rippin' has upset EG to climb to the top of the leaderboard there. Fnatic, they do have a chance to join them at 1-0, but this one has gone the distance.
What did Fnatic, Wuskin drop, Scraps up 13 for the loss in game 2.
Yep.
Now his twin brother has 11 here.
And he just blew a 1v1 opportunity against Damage. He could have closed it out in round 7.
Oh, now it's getting scary. 2v1, Tommy last alive. Tommy can't clutch.
Oh, no.
Tainted Minds is staying alive all day, man.
Don't do this.
We're going to a round 11.
Did I made that joke about Tainted Minds, like at the desk, like during the last stage, and
we know
now it's coming back.
Your fiance is from Australia. You root for Australian teams.
The good thing is, you know, Nimble did use reactive.
That's true.
So
That's true.
they don't have that payload. But on the side of Fnatic, Tommy again just struggling. He had 1 kill, you know, before that last round. Now he's at 3, but still, you want to see some more from that. Yeah.
He's been Mr. Round 11 a little bit in the stage 2 and stage 2 playoffs. He had a lot of just 2 different round 11s I can think of where he had 3 kills.
He's intentionally trying to get to round 11 here from
just where he
5 to 1.
Yeah, that's where he shows up.
Yep.
Oh, dude.
This should be a free bomb plant for Fnatic if they want it. Oh, they're going to get trapped.
It's just crazy how long.
Player number 2. If he doesn't check.
European fans are holding their breath.
Great play out of Tainted Minds.
Look out for Damage on the flank.
This is another round win.
And that's even better discipline out of Damage to just stay alive in that spawn. Because he knew all 3 of his teammates, he timed it perfectly. The Fnatic guys all turn around, and that's how you want to execute that pinch.
I can't watch this.
So now
Five
turn around,
throws make me uncomfortable, man. I will turn around.
All right, who believes that Tainted Minds made the comeback?
I statistically speaking,
statistics go out the window.
Fnatic in group stages, yes, it could happen.
Scraps is going to get camo soon, so that could play a huge part. I don't know who.
He needs
uses
2 kills
camo.
though for it, right?
I don't know who uses camo on Tainted Minds.
So let's go.
Could be someone who has.
Yeah, let's go to Excite and Damage to see what payloads they have. I believe one's got Overdrive.
I don't think they can hear us.
Yeah,
it's a good
point.
They're in the other room.
One's got Overdrive. So one's got camo. Okay.
Excite.
So Damage has Overdrive. I know that for a fact. So we'll see how they decide to play as Damage falls. He has Overdrive. That's okay. He can die.
But camo's the difference. This
Yeah,
could make it
camo's the
around
difference
11.
here.
Excite. Everyone was hyped about this guy.
Whoa.
Does he make the play?
Whoa.
No information gathered. He saw 1 gun during all of that.
He knows they didn't push through.
Well, that was the play.
I'm confused.
That
I guess he thought they were going to chase. They had the 4v3 advantage. They were going to chase through.
Well, they didn't chase.
They
Clint.
did not.
No.
You can't blind pop camo.
And he pre-fired there, giving up his position on the minimap.
Oh.
This is rough.
Clinton, you should no longer be nervous.
I am still.
I think Tommy played that one super smart. He didn't even challenge. Fnatic is just slowly pinching in on
Tommy's the
him.
smartest human being I know.
Well, this is huge. I don't know who's back here. I believe that's Wushins. He might get caught out.
That should be it.
All right, you're good now, Clint.
Nimble does it.
Take a deep breath.
You can watch again.
5-1 throws. Make me
It should
so
have been
nervous.
done round 7, but it goes round 10, and Fnatic will stay perfect so far in their Group F, but that was against the lowest seeded team in your pool. Congratulations, Fnatic joined straight at 1-0, but let's take it back. This is Station 1. Maven, Mr. X, take it away here. Splice, TK, uplink.
Only 3 minutes in. Splice up 5-0. If you missed the beginning of this series, they had a disappointing game 1 that TK took, fought back in the search and destroy, and now have complete and utter control in the game 3. It seems the Splice we know and love may be back alive in this series.
Yeah, and you think maybe they woke up a little bit. I know expected to just kind of roll through TK, but that will definitely not be the case. TK takes the hard point. Splice wins game number 2. Now Splice looking to take this game number 3, where they were a fantastic uplink team at the beginning of the year, one of the best, not just in Europe, but in the entire world.
They really, really were, and they're showing that dominance and control here. Streaks being called in. That's from 0 as he connects. Mad Cat's got a 3 streak. We'll see if he can continue that. 15-6, nearly triple positive right now. E-Ride getting the better of a couple players here. And I mean, I know some people drop bombs with a K-bar on this map, but I think that I would find it very frustrating.
Yeah.
With the lines of sight you have here and the E-Rads flying at you.
And now Mad Cat still in the TK base, able to lock it down. That's going to be 1 kill. Trying to work his way back towards mid-map, and he's going to get cut off there. Nah. He may not realize the kill feed off right now. So
if our observer can hear us, if you could turn on the kill feed, that'd be spectacular. I'm not entirely sure how you turn that off. So good luck figuring that out.
Yeah, I don't really know either. But you see, Goon picks up one, Accuracy with another. So that's going to be 2 players down for Splice. Make that 3 players down for Splice, as now you're going to see them spawn at that top side of the minimap. TK with control of the Splice base, but not able to get back towards mid-map rally any more scores through.
That should be it, and we'll figure this out during halftime. So we can get the kill feed back up there. I don't know that I wish that I could assist here. I just don't think I've ever changed it before. And I haven't driven all year, and it's been wonderful. Gone are the days of me missing all the important plays.
You know, as an analyst, I can provide advice on many things. This is one thing I cannot provide insight
we'll get there.
or advice on. But I'm sure we'll get it figured out here. So we'll jump into side number 2. Splice up 5-1. So we'll see if TK can come back in the second half of the uplink.
All right, on board with Zuri.
Zuri, okay.
He's got Scorchers to work with. There we go. Kill feed back. Player HUD on. Thank you. Shout out to production and our driver, Brian Saint, on getting that fixed, as I did not realize how hard it was to actually follow the action without
If I didn't mention it, would you have realized it?
I did. No, I did.
Okay.
I wasn't going to bring it up, but yeah, it started to wear on me as well. Happy, 12-6. Has 3 kills in a row, able to shut down the Scarab that's trying to push him out from the cliff side. Making a play, continuing to fly forward, working towards those trendy rockets, but just too much pressure. Insider research will ultimately cut him down. A couple kills go towards Splice. Now let's see if they can turn it into something.
And this is a great map draw for Splice. This is a map that we've seen them be very good on throughout the year, whether it's running 4 ERADs or 3 ERADs and a K-bar. We've seen this is where they can really ramp up the pace. As you see Jerd get a 1-point throw off, he's going to knock that shot down. Now Splice has control of the TK base. It's going to be streaks that are going to come in from 0 here. So he's going to try and give his team some mid-map control, try and get that drone back. See TK just trying to reset it.
It looked like I thought he directed them directly over like cliff, kind of into mid. I thought that was going to tag up a couple of players, but doesn't actually end up finishing anyone.
Beautiful
His teammates,
pass.
though, able to do it. The dish, the dunk. 8-1 Splice.
It's a beautiful pass there from Mad Cat, because if he tries to run that one out a little bit further, he's going to get taken out mid-map, and that's not points for Splice. Another good play there is Jerd. He knows the pressure coming in from TK. Just tosses the drone as far as he can back towards the TK base, not allowing them to get anything going on offense.
Yep, play the possession game right now. Obviously, still trying to put points on the board, but just avoid scenarios where you get 3 or 4 down if you're spliced. Don't allow several 1 to 2 minutes where you can just rally the drone through for TK. 2 down right now. It's going to be on theory to really make a play. He's the only one up for TK now. 1-point toss picked off there by Bance. Nice hold at the final line.
And now it's TK down 7. Bance on the side of Splice has the camo, so you figure this is going to be points when he decides to use it. It's going to be very difficult for TK to come back in this one, as here comes the camo. Here should come points. He's going to get tagged up. Smart takes the long route there. He'll pick up the kill after, put the points on the board. 10-1 in favor of Splice here in Game 3.
Yeah, and Jerd may soon be getting streaks here to work with to really slow down any kind of comeback from TK. I've now called...
Is that what you think about Jerd? I think he's a fantastic man.
I'm getting warm in here, apparently, because once I start calling people different names, it means that Maven's gotten hot.
You just have so many excuses for everything.
I do. You're welcome. 12-1 lead. Splice dominating. Jerd 21-19 on an 8 streak.
Mad Cat's been dominating this one, though. 27-17. Every time, how many times have we gone on with him where he's inside TK's base? Whether it was in the first half, right, with the SMG, he was in the back staircase doing a fantastic job. That time, we caught a glimpse of him on the helipad doing a fantastic job picking up some kills. I feel like Mad Cat's been the difference maker on this map for me.
Everybody really getting it done. It's crazy when you look at this scoreline to think that they dropped game 1 significantly, right? 100-point margin. Now they come in and dominate like this.
Well, look, I think when you're the underdog, it's easy. You come into that game 1. That's the one that you're most hyped up about, right? Like, okay, we're going to make a difference in this series. We're going to come out, just punch him in the mouth. And you do that, and you're feeling great. You're like, it almost feels like you've won the game, like you've accomplished something. And then you quickly forget that you have to play games 2. You have to play game 3. As the series progresses, you start to lose a little bit of that steam and momentum. Here's another 2-point play, uncontested from Team Caliber in the back of their base. 16-1 in favor of Splice.
Sliding advantage, huge. The drone possession has been insane for Splice since we tuned into this game. I mean, you've rarely seen TK even touch the drone.
They haven't touched the drone.
Yeah, I think they got the 1 point toss that we saw, and that's been it.
17-1.
Wow.
In favor of Splice. I mean, there's no ability in the world that could come back and help TK now.
Even perma camo.
Everybody could go camo now, and they still wouldn't be able to come back.
That's when you know a game's done.
Yeah. So, last 20 seconds or so. Splice just padding their stats a little bit here. So you'll see Bants, 31-22, fantastic scoreline. For me, though, this one was definitely about Mad Cat. I think he did a fantastic job, being able to lock down the TK base, and then you see Zero getting it done in the slaying department and in the objective. I believe he puts 11 points on the board as Splice rolls over Team Caliber in game number 3.
All right, so Splice now retaking the lead in their best of 5. Of course, that is a Group G battle, but we got to take you back over now to Group H. Here's a look at what went down between Cloud9 and Rogue, of course. Cloud9, they blow the search and destroy. It's tied up 1-1. Then we get to Uplink. What went down, Joe?
I mean, the first 2 minutes, Cloud9 had 7 points. It was just a very fast game for them. They were able to set up a spawn trap. You can look at that scoreboard. All players positive from Cloud9, and that is just a beautiful thing to see. So a great job by them. Their uplink, I know, has been weak at times, but Throwback uplink looking very good here at the CWL Championships.
Cloud9 and Rogue, they're currently in their hard point. We'll keep you updated with what is going down over there in Group H, but I'd love to show you guys what's happening in Group G. Of course, we're watching Splice TK, but for me, this is the group of death. Yep. Splice, TK, and then, of course, Ghost Gaming and Millennium. Millennium didn't see him in Stage 2. They blew their chance in Stage 1, and they didn't really qualify for Stage 2 once again. But Marky B, Moose, these are COD Champs players, guys you can never count out. They got their hands full with Ghost Gaming. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from their first hardpoint. First of all, how strong is Ghost Gaming? Because this is a team that had 2 different names back in Anaheim.
I mean, we just don't know their full potential, right? You saw, obviously, in Stage 2, they go 4-0 in regular season, and then they choked that very quickly to FaZe in Enigma 6. So their potential's there, but Millennium, they obviously take this first game number 1, and I was speaking to Marky B, and he says with this change went quicker, he's now running that main MB4. He told me he's going to go 1.45 and win MVP this weekend. I said, I don't think that's likely,
impressive,
but that would be very impressive, Marky.
Marky B?
Because he's running main MB4 now. So he says he's very comfortable. Obviously, this pick out, they drop Nulson. They pick up quicker like the hour before roster lock. So Millennium, I mean, they are up 1-0 on Ghost Game.
At least they're confident.
I respect
At least
it.
they're confident.
Millennium steals the respawn. I think that is a big win, taking that first hard point. But I am told we can go to them live right now. This is game number 2. We're going to jump right into the search and destroy. Ghost Gaming, Millennium, same group as Splice TK. A lot on the line here in our first matchup. Currently, Ghost is up around. It's going to be 4-3, Joe.
Yeah, and the thing that stands out to me is Mox at 1-5 because Mox was their best player at Stage 2.
Yes.
During their week, he was like number 1 in like literally every single category. He was an absolute beast that weekend. So, if he can step it back up, guys like Lamagod and Lacefield, they have a lot of slaying potential.
But don't forget, they were that good and didn't make it out.
Yeah, they were.
And they didn't make it out into the playoffs of Stage 2. So
that's what happens if you don't win a map on Sunday.
Right, but I think you look at these players and are they the type that are going to be consistent, that are going to show up on the big stage? Some of them I don't really trust to do that, to be honest.
No, I don't blame you.
Yeah.
Who is the most dependable? Like, who would you say is the
great
backbone of the squad?
At like a COD Champs?
Just in general, like on an event-to-event basis.
That's a big question mark.
I would say probably your 2 biggest, or so far most consistent, has probably been Llama Yacht and Mox. Lacefield and Spacely, you're not exactly sure what you're going to get out of those 2. If Lacefield can play consistently at that higher level, again, he was on Cloud9 last year. He was a one-man army. Like, he was taking over games it was incredible.
There were events that we talked about him being the best player at the event. I mean, that was Orlando, and it was late in the year, but when he was on, I mean, he was an incredible force to be reckoned with. Has he been that at all this year? No. I mean, there's been maps where he's definitely destroyed, but certainly hasn't been that consistent force.
I almost look at them and you kind of compare them to Fnatic, but in the sense that I think Ghost Gaming just has more slaying and they have like a higher ceiling than Fnatic does.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Like I feel like, but those two teams, like I feel like you can swap out all that we're saying for Ghost Gaming with what we say for Fnatic.
And I think honestly though, Ghost Gaming, they get a win over Enigma 6, or they just get a win on the final day of the group stages. We have a totally different opinion of this squad, but their group stage choke, that flips everyone's opinion of the team. In this round, it looked like PD was going to cause some problems, and that will happen. We're going to at least around 10. Millennium not going down yet. If you're just joining us, Millennium, of course, the European squad, going up against Ghost Gaming, who played in Anaheim under Team Supreme, as well as Bittersweet before officially becoming Ghost for the CWL.
I forgot about you. They had a lot of names, huh?
Yeah, a lot of them. Yeah, same 4 guys,
in
a lot of names.
In a couple weeks.
Yeah.
I actually took Millennium Splice in this group when we did our predictions. I couldn't tell you why exactly I thought Millennium would come in over Ghost. It was just it's like why I put faith in them Rise. Like after seeing Envy bounce back after they've been so lackluster,
they gave me hope again.
For some reason, yeah, they gave me hope for a team like Millennium. They gave me hope for a team like Rise that like they're just gonna figure it out all of a sudden. Well, Envy ruined it for me. I checked teams off my list of even considering contenders. Now I'm like, oh well, if Envy can do it.
I mean, the core 3 of Millennium were placing the best at international events, early on in this year. They just weren't able to get it done later on that year, but as you can see, Ghost Gaming looks like they're going to close out, and they do 6-4. So again, their stellar S&D has been great.
All right, we'll stay with Group G. 1-1 over here between Millennium as well as Ghost. But let's take it right back. TK and Splice. Currently, it's Team Caliber leading another hard point. Mr. X Maven, take it away.
Well, let's see if TK can take 2 hard points to push this to a Game 5. Early lead for them, but well, I mean, that's what did they start out? 57-7, something like that early?
But this lead is going to go away.
Yeah.
You see Splice, they are set up for cell block. TK, they have to push in. No real great avenue to break this. You do have Theory that it's able to pick up 1, but Bant's going to come in, pick up a 2-piece. This will be a full 60 for Splice, barring something that drastically goes wrong here.
See if they can hold the remainder. Everybody hitting from the wall run. 1 has rotated all the way to the top. That's number 1 on the minimap, which is Goonjar. You should see a rotation from Splice coming in very shortly towards the map, and that's exactly what you get. But Theory's there to cut down both. Bance falls to Happy, and now you'll be set up brilliantly, at least if you're TK. You can get very forward on these cutoffs. You still are enjoying the back spawn. You're set up to rally this right back into it, and that's what we see a lot on Breakout.
Yeah, you have Groon in a fantastic position. He's going to be able to take out 1 or 2 on the cut, and then you have accuracy inside of the hill on Grave. So we'll see how Splice tries to break this. It looks like they're going to go for a pinch. So you see where number 8 is coming from on the mini-map with his 2 teammates. But pay attention to number 5. That will be Mad Cat trying to come through the cave side.
As he wins 1, he opens up the side for a second before the call is answered by Theory. So Team Caliber still going to be holding on. I thought when Jerd got that 2-piece, which I'm not even sure how he got the second kill, I thought that's when they were going to be able to fly through and break in.
Yeah, Goon and Theory were able to hold that down, 2v4. You saw Goon pick up 2 on the other side. Theory turns around, takes care of business on 1 player. And now if you're Splice, you have to think about maybe we rotate all the way towards the next hard point. As you see, it's going to be Jerd wrapping all the way around. As soon as he picks up that kill with 8 seconds left, he knows he needs to get back towards that helipad. You need to control those spawns. And when you see him fall, look at this. TK's going to get control of Commissary first, Clint.
Yep.
And now it's going to be Splice having to jump over the wall run. This is a huge fight that's about to happen. Splice needs to wipe the board of TK to hold on to this hill, get control back. And you see everything going in favor of TK. Look at how far we can blow up the mini-map. Splice is spawning away. On the other side of the map, they're going to have to go on a long trek.
And they're trying to hike across, but I mean, this is back-to-back dominant hard points from Team Caliber. And I mean, this entire play from the early rotation to Grave and now being able to control Commissary is all that 2v4 hold that we saw. With Theory, I think you said Goon going massive there. Because if you lose that, 1, you lose the remaining, 30 or so seconds there in Graveyard, but then also you lose the spawn to rotate here. So that was almost a full 60 seconds that resulted from that big hold out of those 2 players. Yes, Splice finally able to crack through, but only with 15 or so seconds on the clock.
And you got to think if Splice didn't have that big lead, well, actually, no, sorry, they were in a big deficit at the beginning of the game. So, if TK rotates early and they get control of cell block, I mean, who knows what happens there, right? I mean, this game is even more of a blowout. I believe Splice had like 39 points on this first center hard point is like 39-1. So I mean, you kind of split the difference there. I mean, you're looking at something like a 120 to 45 game right now, 50 game. The Splice able to hold on in this game to keep it close just by that first center hard point.
And this is their weakest hard point too, Splice. I mean, we've talked about it on and off throughout the year. Yes, they improved at times in Zero, joined the squad, but this has not been a strong hard point for them ever, at least against good teams. Sure, they've beaten some other European teams at European-only events, but they've not been great on this map. So would I be shocked to see TK take this? No, especially after seeing how map 1 went. But this may have the makings of a game 5. But if we learn anything about Breakout, it is never over, and it's still a very narrow lead for TK.
Isn't it funny, though, champs, every year is their teams, we know their weaknesses, we know their faults coming in, and then they end up like fixing it and going on and having a great run at champs, or it ends up just kind of being the ultimate fall of teams.
Yep.
I mean, think about Optic Gaming last year with their Search and Destroy, right? I mean, everybody knew it was a problem all year. And then you saw them, on the biggest stage fall there at the end.
We all know it's the hard point this year, so we'll see. To your point, we'll see if they fix it. But it's going to be cell block hold from Zero and Mad Cat. Some nice shots from Zero there to pick up a couple of kills as they're looking to climb back in. That's a hold here, puts them right back in the lead. But remember, this is where Splice got a good chunk of time the first time through. TK, really where they took over was that rotation to Grave, and then the transition right over into Commissary, but holding those back that spawns. Can they do it again is going to be the question, because they break through this one late with 20 seconds. So who's that number 2 at the top? That's going to be Happy. And Happy's going to have 2 players to deal with that are going to be flying in from Cave. Can he shut down the members of Splice? The answer is no. Mad Cat peels him off a cover.
I was going to say he just needed 1 when this hill popped up, but it's going to be a big 2-piece there from Goonjar. So,
all right.
I mean, Happy doesn't pick up that first kill, would have made the trades easy for his team to win. Does not matter. Goonjar picks up a huge 2-piece. And look at where Splice is spawning. Now it's going to be a very long way back towards this graveyard hardpoint. You can build up a lot of streaks here if you're TK. Goonjar making the plays.
Well, the big thing is you can't get wiped and flipped here either if you're Splice. Yes, you can take a couple more cracks at this, but you can't get cleared and allow someone to flank through and give the helipad spawns to TK as well, going into Commissary. That's where you could really get wrecked. So let's see how this break works for Splice. You've still got 30 seconds here, but now look, that number 3 in the minimap was Theory. He pushed all the way down through mid-map and towards Commissary, gives them those bottom spawns. You got a bit of a split, though, right now for Team Caliber. Let's see how they play this.
Mad Cat with 1. Theory still lurking on this side of the map, though, for TK. Looks like he's going to go back towards the Commissary Hill. And you play out of the objective here. And you do have streaks for Goonjar, so we'll see. I believe it's just a Trinity Rocket. See it when he decides to use it. Maybe he holds on to it. And actually, Mad Cat's going to fall off the map there, so Theory going to get 2 with the Scarab. Believe the Trinity comes in as well for Goon. Doesn't get anything, but it's going to allow TK to get control of the hill here. So be a massive collapse if Splice can't get back in.
They're trying to soar in, tagged up. Happy gets a couple, 1-shot. Can Goonjar finish them all? Goonjar can't finish them all. A 3-piece there. The early dirty work done by Happy, but Goon goes big.
That is a sick play from Goonjar there. Theory is going to get in, pick up 1. And when it just looked like Splice was going to be able to get control of the hill for an extended period of time, Goonjar comes in, picks up some kills for TK. Mad Cat there with a nice use of camo is able to pick up some kills. Should give Splice the last 15 or so seconds there. But now you don't have camo later in the game.
Yeah, but that still, I mean, the play with Happy and Goon combining to take out, what, 3 there? That still is, what, 15 or so contested points that should have gone actually to Splice. So they'd be a lot more, I guess, a lot closer in this game and an ability to fight back into it. Big plays really coming from either side. Let's see what Accuracy can do with the NV4, which we'll swap over to Mad Cat now. He is on a 3 streak. You see 225 off of streaks. That's not going to matter as now he drops and it's 3 down for Splice. Team Caliber in the hard point. Team Caliber needing 25 points to push this to a game 5.
And Happy playing this smart. Knows there's players going to be coming through Grave. He's able to get 1.
Oh, that slide, so
nice
sick.
Slide around the corner, able to pick up a 2nd. No, not exactly lighting the scoreboard up, but just those smart plays, man. When you're able to hide in those corners, get those easy 2 pieces, it's going to prevent the other team from getting back towards the hill quick. And that is why you see TK blowing Splice out in these hardpoint games, man.
And this game's over, even if, like, oh, well, I was actually as that number 7 spawn. Maybe it could have gone further, but TK pushes it to a game 5. They had no choice but the flood there. They flood and flood and flood. Not enough. TK holds it in mid-map.
Pretty crazy stuff here from TK today, boys. Splice, this is a squad I would think, oh, Hardpoint, they're going to outslay TK. They're going to win all of the respawns, but we're going to a Game 5. How surprised are you so far, Joe?
I'm honestly pretty surprised. I mean, Splice has just been a different caliber of team. Well, speaking of team caliber, but I mean, TK, we just haven't seen much from them this year. I mean, at the LCQ, again, they really did struggle. Like, if you go back and watch those matches, it was not, they were close. They were tight matches. You definitely thought for sure TK was like, to go in, you know, they were going to get to champs, but it took a lot from those guys. So I'm pretty surprised by this. But Splice, on the other hand, they have struggled. The past month, 6 weeks have been very tough for these guys. We have not seen the best Splice.
Huge game out of Theory. Going back to Black Ops 2 VVV Theory. Way back in the day when he broke out as a star. Let's keep your games coming at you, though. We have to take a look back at the conclusion of Cloud9 versus Rogue. Of course, this one went to a game number 4. The LCQ team stole the search and destroy, but it was all Cloud9 when it came to respawns. You look at the numbers here. Assault back to the old Assault we knew and loved. 29 and 20 in this one.
Yeah, and right before this, I mean, Cloud9 was up about 80 points. They were closing out that Broken Hill, and then Hallway Rose started to make a very good comeback. You could see they had some streaks, and this was getting a little scary from Cloud9, but I believe they did have a bombardment left, and that was really the difference maker that allowed Cloud9 to close this game out.
There you see it at the end. Exotic Assault in the feed. 250. Cloud9 is the first one to reach it. They are going to take their first series. Keep your eyes on Aches throughout this weekend. Let's bring you back to Group G, and this is going to be a live look at match number 3, of course. Ghost Gaming, Millennium. It was Millennium who took the hard point. Then we saw Ghost take the search and destroy. Now we're jumping into a live look at the uplink. Maven, Mr. X, what are you expecting to see in another respawn here from Ghost Gaming?
Look, I think you need Mox to play well for Ghost Gaming. I think if he does not play well in the respawns, I think they're going to struggle throughout the weekend. He's playing quite well now, 19 and 15, but still you're tied at 3 apiece. And Joe, at least for me, this tells me more about Ghost Gaming than Millennium. Like, I think Millennium comes in, obviously, you know, they get quicker than you. They bring him into the roster. They look a little bit better, but this is a team who has not been good as of late. It's not a good sign for Ghost Gaming.
No, not at all. But I don't know what that strat was from Lacefield, but I believe he's rocking smoke. So maybe that's something they're trying to switch it up a little bit. And Marky B right there, I'm not sure why he doesn't throw the one, but PD's there, trades that kill, gets a dunk. A 2-point lead now at 3.5 minutes left for Millennium.
Millennium, I mean, I know we talked about how they've had some strong finishes throughout the year, but even back to stage 1, before the team seemed to really fall apart.
Yeah.
They were finding ways to lose in respawns, right? Remember how many 250 to 240-ish games did they have? Like
a lot.
It was the point where they could have written a novel about how to lose close hard points. But when you're losing games that close, like usually it's something small, like a small change that can fix that. Maybe you know, the inclusion of Quicker for Nolson, maybe, I don't know, maybe it's just something that kind of fixes things.
And you have to think Quicker may have better communication than Nolson. Not to knock on the guy, but he's not known for being the most outspoken player out there. Quicker, he's had kind of that captain role on his previous teams. Yeah. He's kind of been the leader of his squad. So you align that alongside guys like Moose and Marky B, you're going to have much better comms. And Moose, I remember back at stage 1, I felt so bad for the kid. He would drop like 45 kills. The next highest on his team would be 22. It's like, where is the rest of the squad? Quicker's coming in. He's putting up more kills. He's freeing up Marky B to put up more numbers. Yeah. I think this is a reborn Millennium now.
Oh, absolutely. And again, they were just, I don't know what it was with Nolson, but they did not complete games, and maybe Marky B feels a lot more confident in that NV4 role. He obviously seems it, but you know, getting towards these 2 minutes, these payloads are going to start getting into use. You saw camo, probably on both sides. Usually PD either runs reactive. Well, Moose, yeah, he does have camo, so you'll have camo from both Ghost and Millennium.
Well, let's see if Moose can make a play as he's flanking on through. Several in front, 2 down for Millennium. Ah, man, I feel like we've talked about Moose so much less, but really it's just due to the finishes. But he has been spectacular all year. But as we mentioned, Moose, it's Mox through with the dunk, 7-5 advantage for Ghost. Minute 45 on the clock, and Spacely getting awfully close to streaks.
With an overdrive as well, so keep your eyes on that if this game comes down to the final minute.
19 bullets in the clip. Can he get the Trinity Rocket is the question. That could be crucial. There it is, 75 now off the bombardment. Now he can use these to put points on the board, use them defensively to make sure you can't get any pushes out of Millennium. Maybe they take the camo player. Imagine one of those streaks kills Moose. They could be crucial.
Well, that's a huge play, right? Because obviously Millennium still has camo. If it turns into a 2-possession game, they can't tie the game up. So it was a huge defensive play. I'm not sure exactly who that was, but they had to keep doing it. Looks like they did it with the streak. Great job by Yosemite. Combine the streak with that push. They now have a 3-point lead. It's looking like they're going to close out this game 3.
I mean, good job by Spacely to get the streaks, right? You know, a couple kills off. He clutches up. You got to think that's going to be able to ice the game when it's under 2 minutes to play and you have a lead.
But you still have PD. I mean, we talked about, adding quicker. Moose obviously has been so strong. Maybe Marky B plays well. But in this game, more than any, you cannot afford one player to kind of just drop a dud. And PD at 19 and 29 right now. I mean,
he's been very inconsistent this entire year.
It just has been so up and down. Sometimes he looks like a fantastic player. Sometimes really hurts you. And this is one of the ones where, especially on Frost Uplink, like when you die a ton, like that usually means like you're either losing trades for your team, which obviously throws in the other team's favor, gives them a huge advantage. And then it just makes it a lot harder than everybody else. Right there, you saw them use the camo, not able to put points on the board. That should be game.
And there you saw, no camo anymore. Moose doesn't get through. That's going to be it. Ghost is going to go up 2-1 here against Millennium as their best of 5 continues. And speaking of best of 5s, we have a game 5. It's loading up. It's ready. It's right now. Let's cut over. We got Splice going up against TK in the tiebreaker.
Here we go. Game 5. Splice. TK up around as we hop into the action. We'll see if Splice can answer back, but TK got here on the back of 2 hardpoint victories. First S&D, then obviously to Splice. Can they seal the second?
They get good map control there, does TK, but Theory gets picked before he can get bombed down. Bance with a second kill of the round. So we'll see. Splice can get back on bomb. You got to get accuracy out of this position. They do. Gunjar with 1. He was so big in that last hardpoint. He gets away. Gonna force Bance to challenge him here. Bance gets him weak. Gunjar peeks to the side, picks up the kill. A huge play there from Goon.
Oh, is that like crouching shoulder peeking he was doing on either side of the pillar? That was dirty. I kept thinking he was going to back down, play the clock, but he is peeked right, peeks left, wins the gunfight. Great stuff from Goon as he clutches up and gives TK a 2-0 edge here.
This is such an important map for Splice. You got to believe here. I mean, Clint, this may be like their group on the line here. Like not in terms of like first or second, like them playing in the arena.
That's how I felt about Tainted Minds versus Fnatic earlier. It's how I feel. Well, you feel here. This is the one you need to win, right? That's the same story for Fnatic. This is the match you have to win. Bance got 2 kills in the last round they dropped. This time he gets 2, and they look to be in firm control. Accuracy now, 1 versus 3, and everybody's coming soaring.
Yep, that'll be easy kills there for Splice to clean up. They get around on the board. We'll see. They can come back here in game 5. Where in this series so far, we have seen Splice win the game number 2. They dominated the uplink. It is both hard points that they end up dropping to Team Caliber. That puts them in this position of going to a game 5.
Well, heck, a game 5 might have helped our Delta and Charlie matches catch up a little bit. Right? We've been so far ahead. With all the 3-0s we've had.
With the way those teams are getting blown out, I don't know.
All right, 1 round for Splice, 2 for TK. First blood. 2 TK here in round 4. Over to Happy, your FTL player, yet to find a kill, and Mad Cat over the top takes advantage. 3v3 quickly into a 2 versus 2. Theory spots 1 in U. Tries to wrap back. E-Rat up close. Not going to win that gunfight. Accuracy now left alone with Bomb and an MV4. Accuracy has the clutch.
In theory there, it was smart not to challenge that first player. Knew he was going to have another player going in trying to trade. And we'll see. Accuracy, if he can get the bomb down and get out with his life. And you see both those arrows from Splice on the minimap. They're going to hunt him down. So it'll be all tied. 2 rounds apiece here. And there's something of note, Maeve. We talked about how Zero has to bounce back. I believe he does not have a kill at this moment in time. So
sorry, Bance is shredding.
Well, Bance always shreds in the Search and Destroy. I feel like that is the game mode that he's really improved on from last year to this year.
They usually, I mean, for a lot of the year, they were all really good in Search. Yeah. Like, that's been one of the biggest things that's kind of confounded me as the past month has gone on.
I would say Mad Cat and Bance have been their 2 superstars in S&D. And I think Zero has been their guy in the respawns.
Bance, I mean, he had the highest overall S&D from Stage 1 playoffs. Granted, they were all in the top 10, but they can all get it done. 150 off of Trinity, and I believe just a kill off the camo was Bance. He's opened up a couple of rounds with 2 kills. Can he make a play here? Goonjar going to be coming in on the flank. Zero opens it up, and Zero gets his first kill on the board.
And that's just a position you can't try and take if you're Goon. Like every time the team is going to plant here, there is a guy sitting behind that box. You cannot blindly run around the corner with an ERAD and expect to close the gap there. So not a great play by Goon. This should be another round where Splice takes it.
Just don't let Bance get the kill. Okay.
Just going to fall to that.
Off he goes. Bance, I believe, was the player back rock. 1 kill got him very close to streaks. 1 kill got him his camo. He doesn't get either, so that's at least 1 semi-positive for TK in that round. All right, 3-2 edge now for Splice. On board with Mad Cat.
So Happy not playing quite well either here in Game 5. 0-5. So TK was able to take the first 2 rounds, and Splice has answered with 3 straight, and they may get a fantastic timing here, Clint. It'll be Jerd opening things up with first blood. Gets behind the big box on the outskirts. This will be everybody falling for TK. Bance, he'll get fully streaked out in camo.
And a 7 streak.
Bance is going huge here in Game 5.
Oh my God. Bance completely taking over the map. And I know Jerd was, first man in, flying forward. Biggest part of the reason they won that round, but the biggest reason they might win this map is absolutely on Bance. We'll see if they can use these streaks effectively, though.
Right, I think that's the key for Splice is how do they use these streaks? How do they use the camo to effectively close out this game? So they find themselves up 4-2 here. You still, you do worry about Splice, right? I mean, dropping just these maps as Theory with the sniper in hand puts a bullet in Zero's mouth. It'll be Banso answering back here with the Trinity, just able to get 1.
That snipe could be huge because he sniped him like the second Bance went to call in his streak. Like if he hits that snipe a second earlier, he doesn't use a streak, right? You're down a man, you probably hold on to that for a later round, but the timing of that snipe couldn't have been more perfect. So now you have a very winnable situation for Team Caliber. Bance going to use his camo, so it's actually becoming less and less winnable. Goon kills Bance.
What?
So you might lose a round in which you just invested a Trinity rocket and the camo. How does Bance die in that situation? His teammates trying to piggyback him. Everything getting invested here. Accuracy still with a chance. Can't snap. Jerd wins it. But I think Jerd used FTL. You had the Trinity rocket. Again, you had the camo. Yeah, you got away with the skin of your teeth there by winning that. Holy hell. That was
Bance gets like hip fired from Goon.
I don't know how he died.
Yeah, I have no idea. He like insta-killed him there. Wow. Well, Splice still able to win the round. They go up 5-2.
I don't know why that round was so stressful.
As Happy has really hurt TK here in Game 5.
Well, 0-7 is painful. Wow. Those are the kind of games that you can't have at any event, but specifically at COD Champs in a Game 5. And they just got a team kill from Theory onto Happy.
See, it couldn't get any worse.
It did.
Just did.
Hey, you're 0-7. Hold this.
Well, I'm going to kill you before you give more streaks to them.
God. It should be a 6-2 finish here as the final player is Theory. Trying to clutch a 1v3. He's tagged, and who else but Bance to finish it. Splice on their feet. They get the W.
Not Happy, though. They cannot be happy with that performance.
I thought you were taking a shot at Happy.
Oh, no. No, I wasn't. But TK, I know, put up a very good fight here against Splice. Now, they get 2 maps, so for sake of the group, right? I mean, if Splice kind of runs through, maybe they kind of, play Millennium and Ghost Gaming tough. TK puts themselves in a decent spot.
I just think this is showing you that everyone in that group is a threat right now. And Splice is not a shoo-in for first place when it comes bracket time either. Overall, guys, how do you rate Splice? You've seen a lot of them this year. Is this the worst you've seen them? Is this the most scared you've ever been?
I think they're where we expected they would be. Yep. They're where they were 2 weeks ago. Like, how much were they possibly going to change in 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Is that good enough to beat TK?
Barely.
Sure. Is it good enough to beat a top North American team?
Nope.
The one good thing I'll say is that their Search and Destroy obviously looks very good, and when they made their Stage 1 run, when they won that event, their Search and Destroy was flawless. So if they can keep that up, hopefully you can fix respawns, you know, over this weekend. I mean, it is just Wednesday. Obviously, they have to make it to Friday, but every single day they can get better, sort of what we saw with Optic at Stage 2, right? Optic, what they decided to do every day, they picked a team, they scrimmed those same maps 2 or 3 times, and they felt that they were very good by the end of it.
Well, speaking of Optic Gaming, they're going to be our team to watch in the next match. They're taking on Epsilon, and I know a lot of European fans out there are looking for the rematch. Epsilon, they couldn't get it done throughout Stage 2 group stages. Now they have a chance for revenge here at COD Champs. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more live from Orlando, Florida. It's the 2017 Call of Duty World League Championship presented by PlayStation 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2017 CWL Championship presented by PlayStation 4. Our day one is well and truly underway. We've had some pretty interesting results thus far, and of course still so many games to come, but we want to take a minute to appreciate, of course, the Astro Gaming headsets. I know, Momo, you're desperate to try them on.
I'm stealing one of them.
You're definitely not.
I'm going for the more expensive one.
That is thievery. You're a thief. You can't do that. Is thievery even a word?
I don't think
it is.
It is now.
It is.
They've got plenty spare.
They probably do.
You're just eyeing those things, aren't you?
Obviously, the A10s. We all know a lot of
Brand
information about the A10. Brand new. That is very, very true. I actually haven't had a chance to use them. I know you have a pair, don't you, Phil?
I don't.
Oh, well, you should
Put them on. Put them on.
Go on, Phil. Try them on.
Oh.
Go
Tell
on.
us a little about it, Phil. Take that
Sorry
off.
about my mic.
No, nobody wants to hear you anyway.
He's not
There you go.
sorry. He's how do they feel?
Oh, look at that.
Oh.
Ooh.
He just says ready to game. Of course, it is
man.
You look good, Phil.
extremely durable headset.
For once.
Got to admit that, and the pro quality as well is definitely there. A10 is a very affordable headset as well. Matt, what do they feel like?
They feel good.
They feeling good?
They feel sturdy, like really high quality.
Sturdy? Okay.
I'm a
cool.
fan.
I believe the microphone, this is the cool thing, is actually a flip to mute, so you can actually just go like that and mute your microphone. So
That's always nice.
No more fiddling with the switches. I always forget that. And you always have people that say, oh, my mic was muted. You're like, how is your microphone muted? Now there's no excuse because flip to mute. Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Comfort is the key for me. When I'm playing long hours, comfort's the key.
Well, apparently it's definitely very comfortable. It's worth mentioning, I actually have it written down here, it's an official licensed Call of Duty product. And that sounds pretty cool, right? But what that means is the headset includes 1,100 COD points when you purchase it. So you actually get COD points when you buy the headset. That is dope. I didn't know
It's a
that.
good deal.
That's a very, very good
like
deal.
that.
You're trying to do some math there.
I'm thinking like buy 10, and then just return them, and keep the COD points.
You're a terrible human being.
Finally get all the camos I want.
You're a terrible human being. We also have the mod kit up here as well, I believe. Which
Oh,
is,
these are real nice.
Pretty
I love
cool.
These.
Oh, I got the mod kit.
I got some of these.
I
You
have
do?
a mod
Yeah, I
kit.
do.
Yeah.
Am I the only one that doesn't have a mod
nice.
kit?
I'm not
They're
gonna lie, you need a mod kit.
Feels bad. I
You're
don't
not
know.
really a gamer.
The noise
Ben.
canceling on these are so good.
What?
I love it.
I don't play video games every day.
No, you're not really a gamer.
Only every day. But noise canceling, yeah, they are a very good headset. I may actually steal those. Not gonna lie. But that also includes 1,100 COD points when purchased from astrogaming.com. But anyway, that's enough about Astro Gaming headset.
Knock this down. We're back.
TP's just trying to destroy everything. It's okay.
It's back to normal.
It is. You would never
Never
know.
happen.
Never know. Anyway, moving forward, we still have gameplay going on here at day one. We can jump over to Station 2, where I believe it's Elevate versus Envious. This game has only just begun. Of course, Team Envious trying to defend their World Championship.
Well, look at that score.
They find themselves in pretty big lead, to be honest, 191 to 33, and it started off an interesting game. Of course, when they played against Mindfreak Black, they actually dropped the search and destroyed 6-1. It was a destruction of them, to be completely honest, but it's looking pretty good here, Phil, against Elevate.
Yeah, I mean, Elevate, they've got a lot of confidence. They've found a series win, which they struggled to do, obviously, at Stage 2, but they took down Project Evil. And, you know, Envy, different caliber. They're back to the Global Pro League kind of squads. And, yeah, this is going to be very, very tough. And as you can see, I mean, Breakout's one of those maps as well. You can be really punished from a team, and Envious are doing just that.
It's funny, because I was speaking to TP when we were actually backstage watching some of the games. I said, I wonder which slasher we're going to get this event. Is it going to be kind of the slasher that we saw a few weeks ago, or is it just going to be kind of like the older slasher? Well, he's 11-6 right now. It's looking pretty good, Teep.
I think one of the biggest things, though, is Apathy. We talked about him early in Infinite Warfare being like a top 3 player. Where has he really been the past, 2 months or so? He's been good, don't get me wrong, very above average player, but the fact of how good he was early in Infinite Warfare, I think he needs to perform if these guys are make it far here.
We haven't seen a lot of Envy just because they were so bad for like an extended stretch.
Yeah,
where
but it's just like one tournament, really.
I guess so, right? I mean, they just had one really bad placing. I feel like a lot of
it was really bad.
Their worst placement in the
I feel
organization's
like a lot of
history.
people wrote them off after that, though. Like I thought that this team was like done.
Yeah.
But I think Slasher, though, I think for me he is kind of reached. I don't want to say reached his potential, but I think we kind of see like how good of a player he is. Like I feel like all the time he goes under the radar in terms of top flight ARs. Like we always talk about Octane, we talk about Formal, we talk about Zero. Like Slasher is up there with those guys.
Oh,
like,
definitely.
Slasher is as good, as all of those players.
And kind of to that point, a lot of people, as you said, kind of thought Envious was done for. Well, they're the only team in Call of Duty history which is actually defending their World Championship. Every other team that's won a World Championship is they disbanded.
Cool.
I mean, it's happened to literally everyone apart from Team Envy.
Yeah, speaking with Karma and Cap last night, I believe they're the only 2 rosters, the Optic Gaming team, in this Envy team to go to champs 2 years in a row with the same roster.
Ever.
That's insane.
Crazy.
It's nuts. But, you know, for Team Envy, as we said earlier on in the show, if you're new to, you know, competitive Call of Duty, I mean, this Team Envy squad, or I should say organization, I mean, it's very, very historied. Of course, you have JCap alone, who's going for his 3rd ring. Could be, you know, back to back to back. But then as well as that, this Envy squad has been in like 3 grand finals as well, is worth mentioning. I mean, it really does have a lot of history as they look to try and go, as I said, back-to-back world champions. We've never seen it, and I feel like there is a chance. Maybe not the biggest chance of it happening, but there's still a chance, right, Matt?
Yeah, I think so. I think this year more than any other coming into champs, I think it's completely open. Like, I think last year you would have said Envy and Optic, those are like your clear-cut top 2.
Right.
I think you go back to Advanced Warfare, you would say Optic Gaming is your clear-cut number 1 going into that with No Baby Denial number 2.
Yep.
I think coming into this one, I mean, you have Luminosity, you have Optic, you got FaZe, you got E-United, you got Envy. I know Splice, can they recapture some of that magic, get back to a top spot? You know, maybe Epsilon causes some upsets, finds their way up in that top 4 kind of conversation. I think this year more than any, there are so many teams that can make a run.
Right.
And I mean, I didn't even mention like Enigma 6, Cloud9, like teams that can definitely upset those top teams as well.
Speaking of Enigma 6, they're actually in action right now on Station 4. We can go to a live look in and see how they are playing. Get our first look at them so far. This World Championship. There a look at the squad. We can go straight into the gameplay. I believe they're an uplink on throwback. This is the second half. And E6 up 2-0. So this is a very, very fast series. I feel like it only just begun, but looking at some of the stat lines there, Royalty 18 and 11, Protoss 17 and 11 as well. So all good news here for E6, it feels, Phil.
Yeah, really not surprised. I mean, Team MRN, the European squad, speaking to them, I'd say about 2-3 hours ago, I was actually asking them, like, realistically, like, what they're thinking or what they're trying to get from this tournament. And they said, you know, we're realists. We know we're, you know, more than likely not going to win the tournament, but they've made it here. They've gone through some grueling qualifiers to get here. And, yeah, you know, you've got to have your favorites and your not-so-favorite, shall we say. But they're here to compete and try and shock a few teams. Clearly, Enigma 6 are a caliber above them.
Yes.
In this pool, in this group in particular. But again, you know, it's stating the obvious. Team MRN are a team which you expect to be knocked out in the first top 16.
Well, you and I casted 3 of these guys at the beginning of the year. You think all the way back to London. You know, Gefkid, Benji, and Johansson, they were a team early in the game, and we thought, you know, hey, they have a lot of potential. Maybe they can get there. And it's like we haven't seen, like, a real jump in their growth. They've kind of, you know, stagnated, like, kind of been stale with, you know, their progression. So I think for them, you come here, you get the experience of playing against the top teams in the world, you kind of retool, you think about, you know, what you can do next year to really make an impact. Maybe you even come in here, upset some teams.
Yeah, and you've just kind of got to do as much as you can, and yeah, you're always going to have those players that are more skillful, but, you know, are you going to be a specialist? I know these guys really feel that their S&D is, you know, they're one game mode, but clearly 2-0 down, not working out for them.
Definitely. Looking at the stat line here, team, something you should note. General for, you know, very rare when it happens, but actually performing the worst on E6, and they're kind of comfortably cruising through. I mean, that has to be a good thing for the E6 fans out there.
Oh, definitely. But look at Royalty. The guy's been unbelievable for the past couple of months going back into Stage 2. This guy has turned up. You know, when this roster change went down, when they got Royalty for M. Ruiz, we thought Royalty was going to be this guy from the start. It sort of took him a little while, not too long to get to this level that we expected, but the guy, Stage 2, up till now, just been dominating the scoreboard almost every single game, doing it again here.
I got to ask you guys, where do you see Enigma 6 falling in this tournament? Because I feel like, outside of your top big players, right? Your Optic Gamings, your FaZes, your E-Uniteds, Envies, Luminosity, I feel like they're the one team that can sneak in there.
I agree 100%.
Personally, I think they're the one team. Like, if somebody were to upset that top 4 and make it through, I feel like Enigma 6 is the team that is best positioned to make that happen.
It's very rare where upsets don't happen, right? Almost every single event, there's that one result that comes through and you're like, oh, wow, I didn't see that coming. Enigma 6, for me, is that team this event. They're going to do something where you're like, oh, wow. I mean, you look at some of the caliber of teams they've beaten this year. This is a team that's beaten Optic Gaming before. They've beaten the biggest teams in the game, and they know how to win.
I think for me, I had these always coming out of the pools like everyone, really, alongside Cloud9. Obviously, Rogue in their group, so difficult to do so. But I just think Enigma 6, if they can maybe steal that first seed in their pool, depending on who they get in the bracket, they can make a little bit of a win. A bit of a run in the winners bracket. But where they finish, I see them kind of that 7th, 8th position. You know, they could, you know, do one better and hit maybe top 4 max, but 7th, 8th, top 12 wouldn't surprise me. I'd be surprised if these guys kind of got knocked out early. They're a very talented roster.
Definitely are. Well, E6, they're going to go ahead and 3-0 MRN. So a good start for their campaign, of course. In terms of the group stages for them, I believe this is their first game that they're going to be playing. So they now go 1-0 in the same group, of course, as Cloud9 at 1-0. So that Cloud9 E6 game could potentially be for first place from the group. But, of course, elsewhere in the tournament, I do want to jump over to Station 3. That is where Ghost is playing Millennium. And Ghost traditionally have been very good at full play. Very, very good indeed. And then they kind of just peter off or peak off a little bit in terms of the bigger picture of the tournament. But they are currently in a Game 5 against Millennium. So I'm excited to see how this one closes out.
Millennium, Marky B, he was the one who's really set up this EU pre-LAN. He's the one who wanted to get it going. He wanted practice against the top squads in Europe, and admittedly, Millennium wasn't one of them. You know, they weren't a top 6 team.
Right.
You know, they've gone there. I think Marky's got a very, very strong kind of work ethic. Yeah, they've made this roster change. They're really pushing, and I like that from a squad. This, though, could be very, very interesting because their group itself, you know, you've got Millennium, you've got Ghost. For these guys to come out on top, they've got Splice and TK, and that game itself went to a Game 5. So
and TK looked good at times there.
They
as
really
well.
did.
Very good.
Curious to see if Millennium can try and steal this Game 5. Ghost currently with a 3-1 lead. Lacefield leads the pack at 5-2. And currently looking at Quicker's perspective, I mean, if Millennium can just try and claw their way back into this one, you know, tied up 3-3, they're going to put themselves in a great position, Matt, to take this.
Oh, without a doubt. We'll see the bomb goes down. It'll be Mox drawing first blood. See, he's at number 5 on the minimap. He was watching the cross. As soon as he gets that kill, falls all the way back, and basically comes around the corner. Beautiful play there just to get back, and this looks like a round that Ghost Gaming should take. Muso picks up 1. Oh, that's going to be it. So it'll be Ghost Gaming taking this round, going up 4-1, but you know, the way with TK looked against Splice, I was very impressed with TK. I think a lot of people would have rated Ghost Gaming and maybe even Millennium higher than TK coming into the group. I think TK looked like a team that if they bounce back from that loss could easily take second.
I mean, their hard point was very, very good. It was really their S&D, just a couple of small mistakes. Like I said, you know, myself and Teep were kind of actually with the players watching that game, and there was just a couple of small mistakes which came through, and in a alternate universe, they could have beaten Splice, to be completely frank with you, and then that group gets very, very interesting. But in terms of this one, Ghost still comfortably in the lead here. And in terms of Millennium Search and Destroy, Phil, would you say that that's one of their stronger game types?
I think it will be now. Nolson and Quicker, the two players that have obviously swapped to Millennium, they are polar opposites. Nolson, you know, if you guys maybe not know him, he's more, you know, you sit back, your AR player, you're very slow, methodical player. Quicker, he's your fast SMG in the face kind of player. For me, I know the 5-1 down now. It's clearly working that they've got to a Game 5 versus Ghost. I didn't even anticipate this for Millennium. But in S&D, I think he is that first one, you know, jumping around the corner, trying to get, you know, advantage onto a bomb site or anything like that. So he's going to open doors for Millennium, but it's whether they have that kind of driving force behind him to back him up and go toe-to-toe with such a talented squad like Ghost.
Just one more round. It's all Ghost need here to kick off their group play campaign with that win, but a Game 5 win. Admittedly, Millennium really pushing them to their limits. Just need to step up a little bit. The Europeans, that is, of course. And we'll see if potentially they can try and claw their way back into this map. But the team kill comes through, and that is just bad news. But Moose almost makes the best of a bad situation. Now Marky left in a 1v2, and that will be GG. Ghost manages to pick up that win there, and I feel like that's expected to.
Oh, most definitely. And Ghost, a bit of a slow start for them, not really expecting them to go to a map 5. And Mox having, you know, kind of a slow series overall. I feel like Lacefield, Spacely, Llama God really carried a lot of the weight in that one, but just a weird series for them overall. They close it out in a very comfortable surge, though.
Well, that actually concludes that kind of grouping of games. I do want to take a look at the schedule now, just to recap exactly where we are in the day. Of course, Optic Gaming versus Epsilon. That's coming up shortly. Then, of course, Team Envious is 1-0 up against Team Elevate. Echo Fox versus 3's up. That's going to be on Station 3, as well as Project versus Mindfreak Black. So still plenty of games to come. But as I said, Optic Gaming versus Epsilon now underway. Map 1, Hardpoint Breakout.
Optic Gaming versus Epsilon, game number 5 of the day, and we've already seen Optic in action, you know, game one. You know, they look very, very strong against 3s up. Epsilon as well. They came out hot in their pool with a 3-0 victory over Echo Fox, though. Now going into this one, stating the obvious, Optic Gaming, they're going to be that favorite. And we're going to see really kind of what they're made of, I think, here.
Yeah, no, this is an Epsilon team that, you know, a lot of them expected to be better during Stage 2. Everyone was so high on them after the Anaheim performance. They have not been good lately. Seeing them get that 3-0 earlier, though, against Echo Fox, maybe they figured things out. Good sign for Epsilon is this is their best hardpoint map. An 80% win rate post-Dallas on this, 8-2 in the game mode. If there was any map they would want to have in this series, it would be Breakout.
And ironically, Optic Gaming, it's their best map too. They're sat at 76%, obviously not as high as Epsilon, but both these guys will be comfortable going into this one. Corrected, that's actually 57%. Thank you for pointing that one out. For some reason, the maps are a little bit skewed up. But no, like you said, Optic Gaming here, this is, say, the one map you didn't want to play Epsilon on, because the rest of their hard points, like Scorch for Epsilon, 1 and 5, Throwback 2 and 8, this could have been probably the better side of the maps for Epsilon.
Yeah, and we'll see. Optic Gaming, the one game mode that they've been working on all the time has been their hard points. When I saw Scump, first thing he said to me was, if we win hard points, we're winning this event. So I think it's a team that has kind of doubled down, focused on hard point. Their search has been fantastic over the last month or so. I feel like this is, Phil, the strongest we've seen Optic come into a champs. I feel like this is really their time to get it done.
And that's saying something, because Optic have been going into champs now for the past couple of years as the favorite, you know, or the top two, if you like. They're going to go up against an Epsilon squad, arguably their toughest game in their group, should I say. And, you know, they win this comfortably. They've got a game tomorrow. They'll be sitting pretty. A lot of people at home very, very happy. But kicking things off here on Breakout, we've got Optic Gaming about to reach that 50-point mark. Obviously, the rotation to commissary, very, very important, but Epsilon not rolling over without a fight. Vortex slow start at 1 and 6, finally picks up his number 2 as 3 go down for Optic Gaming.
And I think Epsilon, as the weekend goes on, you're going to have to figure out who is going to be that second guy. We know how good Dave has been over the last few events. You just need somebody else to step up. And obviously, you know these players for a very long time. I know commentating in Europe. Who is that second guy? Who, for you, needs to be the one that steps up and kind of takes in that secondary Slayer role with Dave?
Well, I've got to say, in the Slain side, I feel it's Hawkeye. But against a team like Optic Gaming, it's all 4 of them. You can't, I mean, again, it's stating the obvious, but I think Hawkeye, he has been that natural Slayer. He kind of steers away from the objective sometimes to go for those kills, those score streaks, but he really can turn it on sometimes. He's going to take down Formal as Crim6 does answer back, but we will see for now Optic Gaming in control of the commissary. They're retaking the lead here. Very close game, though.
Yeah, you do see Epsilon spawning quite far away here for commissary, as Optic should be in control of this. You see Krim, he's just going to peek out the window. Doesn't need to challenge Dave. As a teammate come in, slide in. That'll be Karma, able to pick that kill up. Now Krim knows the pressure coming from the left. It'll be Josh with a kill, Vortex with 1. Epsilon breaks with about 27 seconds left, so we'll see. Epsilon holds this. They've been playing very strong here in half number 1.
And these players all have champs history. Obviously, 3 of the Epsilon members 4th last year round under Fabi. However, they're here to match or even better that. However, Optic take down 3. We're going to go back to that central rooftop. Optic Gaming on the first rotation will lead by around 20 points here. And I will say for Epsilon, it's not a bad start. The one thing that you don't want to do with Optic Gaming is give them that initial kind of 50, 60 point lead. They've kind of kept it close here, Matt.
Yeah, but Phil, you got to imagine that Optic Gaming is going to kind of erupt soon. And that's where you need that little lead, right? Every game, it seems like they just go on these runs where everybody goes on a streak. And the next thing you know, they blow the game open by 30, 40 points. And you got to have that cushion to be able to withstand it. And you see here, the kills starting to mound up in favor of Optic Gaming. You had Scump on a 4 streak, Krim now on a 2 streak. And if they start to get rolling, if Dave's not playing great for Epsilon, who's their answer? I mean, they don't really have one.
I mean, Dave needs to be on form, especially against a team like Optic himself, but Vortex as well, both sitting now at double negative. That's not what you want as Optic. Like you said, Matt, they're taking over kill after kill. The majority of that kill feed in the second rotation is all been green, as they are going to set up for that cell block. You can see number 7, that's going to be Formal, already thinking well ahead here. Epsilon, they're in a world of trouble right now because they went into this half with around 75 points. They've now got 77.
Yeah, and we'll see if Optic Gaming can hold down cell block. It's where they can really make this a blowout, as Karma gets 1. Have him just playing up in that top window there as he's able to take out 2 more as Crim6 is going to pick up 1 in the feed as well. That'll be all 4 dead for Epsilon. And now they're going to be forced to work towards mid-map. They'll maybe go on the outer wall run. And both of them are just horrible options here when you have to go towards cell block. Really the only 2 routes you can take, but so easy for the team in control of cell block to watch these angles. Makes it such a fantastic hill to get control of early.
Yeah, and they can just trade, you know, 1 for 1 and happily keep control of this. But no, Optic do one better. And as you see, for the second time, 4 down. Epsilon, they'll be forced to rotate. But look at Optic Gaming right now. After that 4 kills that they got, they're pushing out. Crim6, he's going to be hitting the flank over at Cave. We've already got 2 in the medical bay up top as well. Dave denying Crim6 now, but we're going to gain nearly a 100-point lead for Optic Gaming here. Formal 12 and 10 already has that FTL in hand.
We'll see how Optic decides to break this. You see, they get a split spawn here. So Formal is here with Crim6. I believe you have Scump and Karma coming all the way from Cave. So you can see them all the way on that left-hand side of the minimap. Scump gets 1. Here's where everybody starts to converge. Crim and Formal with a kill apiece. Dave on the hill alone. That'll be such a smart, fantastic break from Optic Gaming.
And Crim6 sitting at 20 and 10 right now. He is that player that's just heated up in this team. He's still going on this streak now, 3 to his name. Nearly a minute as well on the objective, which ironically, Scump and Formal, both there alongside him. But every single player really showing why they're such a dominant force. Epsilon can't get close.
Crim has had a really under-the-radar good year. Like, I feel like he's been actually very good, but I think we just kind of talk about Scump and Formal. Like, those guys are so dominant that kind of Crim's performances go under the radar. Like, I feel like this has been one of, you know, Crim's, I mean, you look back at Advanced Warfare, I thought Crim was pretty good. Like, last year, you know, I thought he was good, but I feel like this year you can definitely say he's been stronger than he was in both of those titles.
And every interview that you do, whether it's Scump or Karma, it's always talking about how Crim's kind of just taken that role of, I don't want to say the dirty work, but Scump and Formal, they're the ones just picking up the kills. And Crim's kind of filling in the gaps, maybe doing stuff that, you know, is a little bit harder. But right now he's lights out, 24 and 11, 3-kill streak again. And that 75 points that Epsilon had, not really grown so much on this second rotation, Matt.
Well, the scariest part is you know that Scump and Formal are going to be consistent. You see Formal right now on a 6 streak, Crim on a 4 streak. If they get, like, dominant Crim, like the Crim we've seen in the past who has come to champs and just kind of ran through people, I don't know where it stops for this team. I think it stops no less than a championship, as you see Optic Gaming taking game number 1, 250-96.
Well, welcome to the 100-point club, Epsilon. Crim6 with a fantastic performance right there, and to Matt and Momo's point, I mean, he has had a pretty good year, I think it's fair to say, and he has kind of gone under the radar. It's funny, I was actually speaking to him and Scump last night, and Scump was like, oh, you know, I'll be your hard carry, don't worry. And Crim was like, all right, I'll show you how to hard carry. Ironic, because that's a fantastic performance right there. Crim really taking matters into his own hand, that's for sure. But for Epsilon, it's a weird kind of storyline when we talk about it, because it's like they were at one point so good. If this had been maybe 2-3 months ago, we could have looked at this game and been like, well, maybe Epsilon steal it. Whereas now it just feels like they're a little deflated.
It's just them and Splice. I don't know what happened in the past couple of months. We looked at these 2 teams just really setting themselves up to be that top 2 European squads, and for whatever reason, you know, going into stage 2, they just both had a dramatic fall off, and I don't seem to have that same confidence in either one of these teams anymore.
I want to put my finger on it and go, it's this reason, it's that reason, but I just don't know why. I don't know what it is.
Of course, elsewhere in the tournament, Envious versus Elevate. This is a quick look at map 2. Of course, Envy did win map 1 pretty convincingly. And, well, map 2 was just as convincing, Teep.
Yeah, pretty much. You can see the scoreboard there. Not much of a team performance coming on from Elevate. Zed having a decent game. I want to give Zed some props today. He's had a pretty solid performance overall, been very consistent, but look at those scores from Envious overall. John having a very, very good day, obviously. Slasher going into stage 2 had the highest SDKD, obviously carrying that over, has a 10-3 performance there. So when Envy's just rolling like that, J-Cap's just hanging out. He's like, just give me bomb, I'll hit square. It's easy.
It's pretty
hanging
hard
out
to stop, that's for sure. Of course, we are still waiting for Project Evil, Mindfreak Black to get underway in Station 4, and Echo Fox versus 3's up on Station 3. Only 2 games currently going on, and neither are actually action, so we can't go into any more live look-ins, but there is a look at that Optic Gaming squad. I mean, if they beat Epsilon here, that's going to be a 2-0 start to their campaign.
I would not be shocked if we ended this event with Red Reserve the highest placing EU team.
I'm so glad you said that, because I feel like everyone on the analyst desk has said that at some point throughout today.
I would not be shocked. Yeah, I think, with how, up and down Splice and Epsilon have been, like Red Reserve's kind of like sneaking under the radar.
They're just consistent.
They're not like a flashy team, not like a sexy pick, but like they have been rock solid, for the last 2 months or so.
They're very good at forcing game 5s, as we know, and
yeah.
I mean, you never know. If you get, I don't want to say a blessed bracket because they're really this event. I mean, we know the quality of teams, but maybe you get a little bit of lady luck on your side. You never know. Potentially Red Reserve could go on a run.
I think the big thing for Red Reserve is their actual group, if they can steal first seed against FaZe. Because, FaZe, yes, they're 1-0, same as Red Reserve. That game is going to be very interesting. Obviously, you finish third in your pool, and, you go into that winner bracket. That's usually a big difference in who you play. Are you wanting to play a first seed like Optic and an Envy, or are you wanting to place, a second seed?
Well, of course, Optic Gaming versus Epsilon. Optic put Epsilon in the 100-point club in map number 1. Now map 2, Search and Destroy on Crusher is underway.
Search and Destroy Crusher. Optic Gaming currently 11-3. I'm looking at the stats for this one. I've got it right, Matt. It's the second best Search and Destroy, which is absolutely useless really to say. But Epsilon, for themselves, is going to be a very tough ask. Already 1-0 down in the series. Optic looking dominant so far.
Well, here's where Optic Gaming has really looked their best in Search and Destroy. And I think if they can really right the ship in terms of hard points, I think this is a team that is going to be very scary come bracket time. You see the first kill going to Karma. Vortex slides right on the bomb, able to get one. Everybody just flooding in for Epsilon. And just like that, it'll be Optic Gaming taking round 1.
Straight away, very, very fast-paced rounds. We've seen it all day long from Crusher itself. We've seen 4 hidden this B-bomb side both on defense and offense, but Optic Gaming starting as they mean to go on. Looking very comfortable in the situation they are. It's not like they're struggling. Sometimes we see those kind of jitters at the start of tournaments for Optic Gaming, but they seem so focused, obviously, after stage 2.
They just need to take it one step at a time. I feel like, with a lot of the pressure that these guys are under, you see Dave, though, pick up 2 nice kills here inside you. This should be a round where Epsilon takes it as they muscle their way into the bomb site, but with so much pressure on Optic Gaming, they can't look at this as coming in and just keep thinking about winning champs, winning champs, winning champs. It needs to be win the group. Focus on the group. Last year they lose to Cole. That's how they end up playing against Envy. That's how they end up ultimately losing that tournament. Focus on the group. Then focus on that winner round 1. We know if they win winner round 1, how good they are after that. They need to just take it one step at a time. That was a sick play there from Dave.
Yeah, good to highlight. He tried to pick up the 4th with some flashy 360 no-scope, but no, he doesn't. Stolen by his teammate. He'll be having words later. But for them, Epsilon just getting around on the board sometimes, that domino effect where Optic Gaming just starts snowballing rounds together. You want to stop that straight away, and Dave does that.
Now we'll see what Optic does on offense. Looks eerily similar to their first round offensive push. Krim spots one. Easy kill there on a Vortex. Peeks around the corner. Now he's gained a ton of information here for Formal. Formal knows this flank is coming, but does not know exactly from what angle. Tags up both players, not able to find one. Let's see how Scump and Karma decide to play this.
Interesting, though, you saw Hawkeye almost sitting back. Now they have that numerical advantage, 3v2. They are going to group together. They are going to go for the trades, and 2v1 is all down to Karma. One is weakened now, 1v1. Karma taken down, and that's going to come from Hawkeye. Epsilon are going to clean up round number 3 and take the lead in the Search and Destroy. And I will say there is a patient play from Epsilon. You know, they didn't kind of rush things. It was a very good trade onto Formal. They used their numbers very well, and they're going to clean up that 3rd round.
Yeah, that would have been one where after Krim picks up that kill, you would have liked to see him fall back towards his teammates, because they can plant for, you know, the rock side and just kind of push all the way through if they know that there are those players on the flank. So we'll see. Maybe if that same setup comes in, they'll play that a little bit differently. Put the round away, but it'll be Epsilon with the 1-round advantage here. So you see the bomb heading in towards the A-bomb site as Josh will play far on that flank. So Josh trying to watch this push coming on through. Let's see how Epsilon tries to break in.
Now, Karma's been tagged up. Is Optic Gaming going to think everyone's going to go to B? Crimsix is finding his way through the middle, but seen by 2, traded by Epsilon. I would say not really traded, but just using those bodies efficiently. Hiding by the crates is Josh. He's taken down. That's by Hawkeye, and now a 2v2. Vortex and Dave, all up to Dave, but he is in a position to maybe get a plant down. He's going to go for it, and he's going to be up against Scump and Formal.
But now as Scump and Formal don't see the bomb go down right away, yeah, I'm surprised they didn't head all the way over towards A, because there are those 2 players there for Epsilon. if that third guy doesn't come in for the trade, you have to imagine he's on the opposite side of the map trying to get bombed down.
Scump and Formal, they've crossed over that middle path. They're going to be heading in towards the back. Question is, which way does Dave go? With this Erad, he wants to keep things close. He doesn't want to give any advantage towards Optic Gaming. We've seen teams and players just hop on the bomb, but no, not for Optic Gaming. He spots the bomb. No one on it. Play the time.
We'll see if Dave can get back towards bomb here. He's taking the longest route, does not even get back to check it. So they saw the timing there. He actually jumped up, checked the bomb. And as soon as he went down, that's when you saw the gaming cross. They jump on bomb right away. Dave takes a long route, never able to make it back. And I don't even really love the route that he did take. Because if there's any resistance in that hallway, he is there with an Erad against most likely Formal with an NV4 over a K-bar. He ain't getting back towards the bomb.
I thought he was going to recheck the stairs. Obviously, if you can peek it, you can get right back down there with an Erad. But no, Optic Gaming tie up the map 2-2 at this current time. So we put another 90 seconds on that clock. And the bomb in the hands of Karma this time. With a very aggressive push from Crim6. And we've seen this throughout the the playoffs. He plays on his own almost. And it seems to be working for him. Optic's S&D has been pretty flawless.
I mean, this is what he used to do, where Crim, at the beginning of the round, would just kind of come up with an idea in his own head and just tell the rest of the team, give me 30 seconds. Give me time to make a play. And you see Crim, such a smart player in Search and Destroy, when he has that time, able to make the plays. It's 2 kills at the beginning of the round for Crim6.
Yeah, Formal has gone down, but Crim's really opened up the doors here for Optic Gaming, as they do have the 3v2. The bomb is down now with 35 seconds left on the clock. Hawkey and Josh in a very difficult position. Hawkey trying to maybe go high here, baiting with his teammate. One at the cage. He's going to tag him up. See the second. Karma tagged as well. But now just a 1v2. Josh has found 2 this round. He's going to have to find the ace. Not going to happen, though, as he is going to be pinched by the boys of Optic Gaming. And now they retake the lead.
Yeah, and the playstyle of Crim is so difficult to play against because there's no consistency to it. Where it's not like he's going to push the same thing round after round. You're just so worried about, now where is he going to go? Is he going to come out the middle on the flank? Is he going to go all the way around? Is he just going to kind of corner camp inside by A? Like, there's so many different ways he can play this that if you're Epsilon, it's very difficult because you're trying to game plan against the team, but then you're also trying to worry about where he's coming from. Makes Optic Gaming even harder to play against.
Really does, especially researching. Karma's the aggressor as he finds the first, and now under pressure is going to be Dave. And just like that, the round, it almost feels over. But no, a 2v4 for Epsilon is possible, but it's going to be very, very tricky. That's going to be all up to Josh now, and we're going to see round number 6 here, heavily going Optic Gaming's favor, as we do see Josh trying to make something here, maybe take down one with him. Karma's already rocking that payload. Josh trying to work towards the reactive, has seen one. Not gonna tag. Oh, he'll be furious with that. He's got to find the second. Karma just appears at the door. Knocks him straight out. Josh finds number 2. For a second, I thought it was possible there, but the slide coming in takes Josh from behind, and Josh taking down 2 there. He'll find something from the round, but inevitably, Optic Gaming, he'll take that one step further towards going 2-0 up in this series, Matt.
Got scary there for a second. Josh was able to pick off 2. Not able to finish off Scump. He slides in with the Erad. Makes quick work of him. Now you do have Karma with this active camo. Maybe this is a round you decide to use it. You go up 5-2. You're in a very good spot to close it out. But look at this again. Number 1 on the minimap, Crim6. Trying to push up towards mid. This time he gets picked off by Josh playing further back.
Well, a lot of the success for Optic Gaming is when they draw that first blood. 81% of the rounds won. But this time Optic go down first. It's all going to be left up to Formal, I believe, there. And Epsilon, they bite back in a very quick round over towards that B-bomb site, and quickly finding out what works for them and what doesn't here. Josh taking full control there.
Well, it's much easier to play when Crim doesn't get first blood, right?
Exactly. You saw it, a prime example of that 81% coming in on that previous round. But Optic Gaming, again, one of the better teams when they are down. A 3v4 maybe.
And we'll see. You still have that active camo on Karma. Josh now has earned reactive, so we'll see if he decides to use reactive, try and tie this game up.
This is where you're going to get your payloads available. And this is the question for Epsilon. Obviously, they want to find those payloads available in the later rounds, but you don't want to give them a 5-3 lead. You don't want to be 1 round away. It wouldn't surprise me if Josh invests this into this round just to tie things up here, but the bomb will be wielded by Dave, currently sitting at 5-4. It looks like he's okay to go for that plan. Optic Gaming a little bit more reserved here. sat back, and now they're going to have to retake this, but the camo from Karma is most definitely going to help.
Maybe you lead with the camo, but I think on the side of Epsilon, this is a great bomb site to potentially use the reactive armor on. Inside of A, you can win 2 quick gunfights. Be in a great spot to win the round. 2 kills here from Vortex and Dave. Hockey's going to pick up 1. Now you don't need to use reactive. Most likely you win the round as well.
Formal does get his FTL from picking up the 1 kill, and I think Formal's got one thing on his mind, and that's just taking a couple more down with him. He finds 2, but Epsilon do tie things up at 4-4, and I believe that he managed to save that reactive armor there. We'll double check as we get into round number 9 here.
I believe so as well.
Two players went down for Optic very quickly. Didn't need to invest that. And Epsilon now will have that chance here to push Optic Gaming and really make a statement. Yes, this is only group, but if we even get to, you know, a map 4, a map 5, if Epsilon take the series, you know, it's a real kind of precedent for the you know, this team in general. You know, a lot of boys back in Europe here are supporting this Epsilon squad.
I think it would be very impressive to take this series to a Game 4, Game 5, as now you see they're going to lead the way with the reactive armor. It'll be Dave and Hockey. 2 kills from Dave, 1 more in the feed. Epsilon now 1 round away from taking map number 2 here against Optic Gaming.
And that, for me, that's an experienced shot call there. That's got to come from Josh. You know, the likes of Dave, whenever he's in an interview, he's always praising, you know, playing with a player like Josh who's been through this time and time again. Now they have that lead. 5-4 in Search and Destroy. Yes, I believe Karma, you know, still has that camo available, Formal with the FTL. However, I think a few payloads are available. They are. Dave has the camo.
Yeah, so we'll see. Both camos available in the round. So it'll be Epsilon on offense. So if Optic Gaming plays inside towards the bomb site at A here, Phil, they have 2 options when bomb goes down at B. They can rotate all the way back out towards their spawn and then lead in with the camo, or they can have Karma go on this long flank. It looks like they're going to play from their defensive side, then try and retake from here.
I really like this Scarab because it's going to gain that first bit of intel of where 1 player or more from Optic Gaming is. That's 1 tagged up in the middle there. And of course, with the camo in Dave's back pocket here, 1 first blood and it will change the game. But no, Karma invests first. I think the camo's been heard and they're running. You can see. But on the other side, Dave's going to use his FTL, counters it, and Crimsix shuts down Dave. That is the camo player.
And you see how far Karma has gotten behind enemy lines. And this is a round Epsilon would love to have back. That'll be a defuse there from Crim. So you saw Dave. He answered back with the camo. He goes to take out Formal. Formal jumps out of the way with FTL. Karma, he uses his camo, just pushes all the way through. And just like that positioning, like he's just firing shots. He's not really killing anybody, but just forces Epsilon to like run at the site. Gives Optic some free kills.
I felt like that was almost like a game of chess. We had 1 camo player go forward. He hears that. He counters it with a camo. An FTL comes in. 3 payloads to get that first blood. That shows how important it really is. Hawkey, though, he's going to pop his payload straight away. Overdrive is in action. Epsilon, they're looking to hit this B site, all 4. But so are Optic Gaming. This is going to be a bloodbath. It's been spotted. The first shots have been fired. Hawkey is the first to go out. But the one thing I will say there, he was way ahead of his team. That overdrive put him almost too far ahead.
Why didn't they just follow it up? They didn't spot Hawkey right away. Like, if he just goes, go and chase, they're going to get at least 2 kills there.
I think Hawkey almost panic mode set in there. He was like, is my actual team right next to me, or did my overdrive put me in a very advantageous spot?
He had a free, it doesn't matter, he had a free kill. There was nobody knew where he was coming from. They had all turned their back. He could have easily just ran right behind them. They just made a beeline for the site there.
The one thing I do want to watch is Crimsix and Vortex. 1 kill for these. They'll unlock their payload. Dave answers first, though. A 4v3 in favor of Epsilon. Who will answer back? Crim is the man, and now he has home century, and that's not going to help. Ignore me. Scump, though, answers with another. It's all up to Dave. Shut down like that, and Optic Gaming clutch up once again. If you're Epsilon, you've got to be frustrated with that one, especially how that start of the round paid out. That overdrive actually worked. It gave him a great spot.
If you're going to be aggressive by the site, there's no reason to be halfway, like to go halfway on it. Like you're running straight down. You've already committed to a push. Just push all the way through, and you don't see them looking at you. You know where they are. They have no idea you're coming. Could have been a great round there for Epsilon.
To Gaming now find themselves 2-0 up, and it was funny, Matt, because in round 10 you said I think Epsilon wish they could have that round back. They wish they could have round 11 back as well.
Yeah,
multiple.
2 very, very strange rounds played. I mean, teams just kind of looking at the screen and just say, what's going on? Just maybe little bit of a bottle. I guess they kind of bottled it right at the end. As you said, man, you just kind of trade out that kill with overdrive there. It would have been maybe a better play from Epsilon. But there was action, of course, going on Station 2. Envious versus Elevate. Teep, I know you were watching that one when it was going on, but it wasn't really too exciting.
Well, not at all. You can see the scoreline right there. Going into the half, it was quite close. But then we start the second half, Envy gets a dunk, and then they get a 1, and then another one, and then a dunk. Back to back to back to back scores. Next thing you know, the game's basically over. 15-4 in Envious's favor. You can see the double 30s from Apathy and Slasher. And I hate to bring this up, but it looked like Stage 2 Elevate. Just not able to show up at all whatsoever. Watson not having a good game, double negative there. Just completely outclassed in every single regard in this series. 250 to 81, 6-2, 15-4. Just, it was a wash.
Well, Envious get the 3-0 over Elevate, and Teep's completely right. It was a very, very quick series, actually. Station 2 speeding along throughout the day, that's for sure. But for now, we're going to do a quick commercial break. When we return, more action here from the World Championships.
Formal versus Dave. So far, it's been a one-sided affair. Dave tried his best in the search and destroy, but Optic Gaming clutching up. You see the statistics, it's all leaning one way. Can Epsilon, can Dave bite back in Uplink? That has been your G Fuel key player matchup. We'll be heading into the Uplink very soon. Optic Gaming 2-0 up in the series versus Europeans Epsilon, and we're going into Precinct Uplink, an 80% win rate for Optic Gaming. On the side of Epsilon, it's a measly 43% here. Looking at stats, it's ending only one way. Optic Gaming, they're looking good so far, Matt.
I think here at the beginning for Epsilon, you need to see them establish some kind of map control, keep it low scoring. They're going to have a chance here in game number 3, but Optic Gaming looks to be on another level so far, Momo. I think this is the, I feel like a lot of the talent has said it on the desk, but I'll kind of echo their statements as this is the most serious I think we've seen them like come in and take a champs or an event in general.
Yeah.
And I think this is the one where they kind of smell the blood in the water. Like they know they can take this event. They just need to come out, play their game. And I know they are coming out playing very strong here on the day number 1.
I think it's that kind of famous statement where Optic Game, they always say, if we play to our best, we will win. You know, it's only themselves that beat themselves almost here. But so far, so good. 2-0 already. As a minute has passed, I'm going to see a dunk coming in from the boys of Optic Gaming. And that drone is in the hands of Scump. It's heading towards that way again. But Hawkeye and Vortex, they're going to deny that alongside Josh as Epsilon. They're going to reset this just for now. But Epsilon, they've got a long way to come back here. A reverse sweep over Optic Gaming. Is it doable? Yes. Is it likely? Probably not. But it's got to start here.
I will say, too, with this event being a little bit longer than usual, like, you don't want to peak early. Like, I think this will definitely kind of affect a lot of these teams. Like, as we go on throughout the weekend, like, you just kind of want to build and build and build and be great on Sunday. Like, you do get a little bit of a worry if, like, you come out and you throw all your eggs in one basket, come out and just kind of go hard, like balls to the walls on the day number 1, then you kind of like sit yourself back every day, right? You wake up tomorrow, you're a little bit tired. Then you kind of don't play as well. And then you feel a little bit sluggish. Then you're pressing a little bit harder the next day. Like, this is I think I saw Clay tweet, like, this is a marathon, not a sprint. Like, you want to improve every day at the event. I think that'll be an interesting storyline to just keep an eye on.
It really is. It's all about consistency. You know, you've got to turn up, and people say it's an on-the-day thing. We're playing for like 4 or 5 days. This is a very long time for these guys to actually,
It's definitely 5.
It's 5. Yeah, it's 5.
Definitely 5 days.
Maths is hard sometimes. I was wondering what day it is. Jet lag, I'm going to blame it, okay? But Epsilon, anyway, they're going to be playing for maybe only 4 days if they don't make that championship Sunday
4
right
days.
now.
Maybe 2.
Oh, no. Come on. Maybe 2. Possible, unlikely, I'd like to say.
I think Epsilon. I think Epsilon makes it out of the group. I think they're in a good spot. I know after. Well, really, I mean, beating Echo Fox was a huge win for them earlier in the day, right? I mean, Echo Fox, you'd have said, is another contender in the group, so they get that win earlier in the day. You expect everybody else kind of take care of business, but right now, getting back into the uplink, Formal playing quite well, 13-4 here on a 3 streak. Trying to lock down mid-street with the NV4, open this up for some points.
Yep, and you see there from Formal's point of view, another 2-point play coming in. Formal just going to take a couple names with him if he can find number 3. That's Dave, but no, he's going to be shut down from that spawn, of course, being Josh. But so far, it's been all Optic Gaming. The defense has not even been pushed or pressured here. Epsilon, they fall once again. It's got to be a better start from Hawkeye. He's sitting at 2-10 right now. Vortex and Josh trying to find a couple near the drone. Trying to start something special here, but Optic Gaming, they're closing things down. Hawkeye, I mean, 2-10's bad, but Formal just destroyed him out of that window there. That is not what you want.
I mean, what do you do? I mean, when you can't get back towards mid-map, you can't even touch the drone. The game's going to get ugly in uplink if you're not able to do that. And you see right now, it's been dominated by Optic Gaming from the get-go.
I feel like we've just started this game, Matt, and Formal has 17 kills to his name. It's just almost spiraled out of control. This is not what you want from Epsilon. This is, they needed to start kind of, well composed and just kind of keep it neutral for a little bit, go for a few pushes themselves, but they've been unable to do that. Formal has been dominant straight off the bat here, and they're looking to close this out in 3. If you're an Optic Gaming fan, though, this is a very, very good sign here. Coming towards the end of day 1 of the championships. Vortex taking down Scump, that drone a little bit in limbo right now. No one wanting to pick it up. Picking up those kills, and Formal and Krim, they're going to combine for the duo. As Hawkeye finds 1, and Dave and Hawkeye actually find a couple themselves. Could this be something they push? 30 seconds left. Seth says no.
Well, if you're Optic Gaming, you come into today, you just play lights out. You have nothing to worry about tomorrow. You get your 2 wins, then you put yourself in a great spot to make it out of groups. They're looking very poised to win this second match here. Up 2 already against Epsilon. That'll be a 1-point play. Make it 5-0 OG. with only 7 seconds left here, Epsilon not in a good spot to make something happen. You expect this lead to hold true for Optic. It'll be 5-0 going into half number 2.
And it just seems so simple, so easy and effortless for the Green Wall. They're just, I'm not going to say having fun, it just seems like they're handling business, and Epsilon is just that team in front of them, that they need to overcome, get past, and like you said, move on to day number 2 here. Epsilon, though, they know the task of playing the likes of Optic. Josh has been doing it for, we're going on 5-6 years now. He's been toe-to-toe with them, and he's had his good, his bad moments, but right now, he's 2-0 down, 5-0 in the uplink. It's not looking too good.
We'll see if Epsilon can get some early map control, maybe put some points on the board. And well, there's 2 people dead from Epsilon. But Dave and Josh answer back as now it's going to be Crim and Formal yet again. So they cannot get any advantage off the break. Formal just keeps pushing closer and closer to the Epsilon spawn, just taking players out with the NV4. Really, I mean, Epsilon has not touched the drone at all here, Phil. Being the aggressors has not worked out for them. And in a game mode like Uplink, where it forces you to, take the fights to the opponent, that is not a good sign for Epsilon. No, I mean, you look at, Crim, Scump, Karma, they're all sitting pretty much neutral, -2, +2, whatever it may be. We got Formal 25 and 10. He's just kind of holding down the entire map, time after time again. And just the way he flies around, he's got that full control. He's working towards streaks. I want to say again, he's making it look easy, and I don't want to kind of put a dampener on Epsilon, but I almost want to highlight what a formidable player Formal really is. He's nearly on 30 kills. And the next highest in the lobby is 17. I mean, yeah, Vortex is 17 and 17. He's trying his best to go toe-to-toe with this. But when you've got someone like Formal on the opposing squad, it's so difficult to break through. And especially when he has the NV4 in his hands, it's just a dominant performance so far. Line him up, knock him down. 31 and 11 from Formal here, as Optic will go up 6-0. If you're an aspiring MV4 player, this is the man to watch right now. 32 and 11, 3-kill streak for him. He's got his payload. He's got some score streaks to play with. It looks like he's playing pubs. Let's just have a quick look at that 4-kill streak that he picked up there. An easy 2 onto Josh and Dave, and just kind of the movement as well. Some people just, think it's pretty easy just to kind of jump and look around, but you've got to be able to do it all at the same time. Coordination. Oh, and now we're on a 7 streak. Shut down finally by Dave, but he's sitting pretty with a 3.0 KD. Get back to Formal. Whenever he gets off the spawn, I don't want to watch anybody else. He's close to 40, and we have, I think, the next highest in the lobby is at what? I think it was 18 when I just glanced up. Yeah, 18. Almost doubling the amount of kills as the next highest person in the lobby. Formal winning game number 3 here. At this given time, we are 3/4 the way through. He's technically on for a 50 He's going to hit. There's 3 minutes left. Yeah, he's technically, if he goes the same as he has for the first 75%, he's going to hit that 50 maybe. And you know what? Why not? Just have some fun. He's clearly taking back. It almost seems like he's invisible. Like they just keep running around the corner and not even looking towards him. I don't know what they're worried about. They're getting just ran through by one guy right now. I mean, positioning is very important. I think, yes, Formal kind of having players in front of him helps, but when he doesn't have those players in front of him, he's still turning up. He's still just taking 2 or 3 down. I'm not sure what that is. Get rid of that. Yep, and the drone for Josh. Maybe. Yes, it is. 2 points on the board. Matt doesn't seem that hyped. I can understand why, because Optic Game, they are in no pressure of losing this one. 39 kills to his name. We can only highlight one thing, and that is Formal. I sound like Clint. I know. I was thinking the exact same. It's like, I'm kind of upset with myself, but I'm kind of not, as Formal 39 and 15 right now. The record on this map is 42 kills by Urban. That's about to go. Yeah, that one looks like it's about to be over. So there's 40. He is 40 and 15. You're reading that correct. As he is pretty much, well, Karma's at 25 kills. I mean, there's only so many kills on the map, right? You can only pick so many up. I mean, Crim's sat there, I know he's just picked up a 2-piece. Before that, he was, what, -5? It just, he doesn't need to. When Formal's picking up everything else. Maybe he won't get the 42. I mean, I'm sorry if I've jinxed that. I do apologize. This game is pretty much in, it's kind of over, as Optic Gaming, they're up 9-2. Here comes the camo from Karma. The 2-point play will go through. Get back to Formal. Can he break 42? Yeah, now is the... Now here's the thing. Oh, an assist comes in.
Stolen. Taken down.
He's got 30 seconds to get there.
30 seconds.
We'll go on with Formal off the spawn. See if he can hit 42 kills. It's a record by Urban. Back at, I believe it was Anaheim against Bittersweet. So finds Josh on the statue.
I feel he's just going to pick up another assist or something. Krim and Karma, they're taking them all away.
Man, he's really slowed down here in the last 2 minutes.
He's using his FTL just to pick up some more kills. There's 41, 7 seconds, finding number 42. And he's looking for 43.
Oh, there it is.
I'm sure he doesn't even know what the record is. I'm sure he doesn't really care, but there you go, Formal. I'm sure you got many records in the books, but there's another one to add to the name. Probably not the best accolade, but you now have the most kills on an uplink precinct.
Fantastic performance from Uptick Gaming, and it was Formal who breaks the record on Precinct Uplink. 43 kills. He uses his FTL to get that final 3. And what a performance from him, of course. Did slow down a little bit. I thought Momo had jinxed it. I was
about to get a lot of nasty tweets.
Your timeline was about to be just destroyed by Optic fans angry that you jinxed them, but Formal does break the record, and a fantastic performance from Optic Gaming with the 3-0. Of course, we also saw Envious with a 3-0 as well. But I want to take this time now just to update everyone at home with where our groups currently stand, because we've seen so many games today, and it is worth just reiterating the current standings. Of course, Group A, Optic is 2-0, but don't be fooled, that does not mean they have qualified just yet. There is still a world where if Echo Fox beat 3s up and then they beat Optic Gaming tomorrow morning, who knows what could possibly happen. So just because you're 2-0 doesn't mean you've qualified, that is for sure. But of course, you look at Team Envious, of course, they're 2-0, Team Elevate 1-1. Obviously, in all the other groups, only one game has been played from each team, so a couple more batches to go. But I feel from, just day one almost coming to an end, what the biggest story, straight rip and beat Evil Geniuses. I feel like that's pretty big.
Yeah.
Obviously, Splice struggle against TK, but still come out with the win. Really, everything else has kind of gone as expected, I feel.
Yeah, everyone taking care of business, I think.
I think the only thing that kind of jumps out at me, I didn't really expect Infused to come out that hot. I know it was only against Lethal Gaming, but I didn't expect that. I kind of wrote them off, and now I look at them maybe taking out Mindfreak. But apart from that, even Fnatic went Game 5 with Tainted Minds.
That's what I was going to say. The fact that Tainted Minds is looking pretty darn strong. Yes, it is a Fnatic team that has been kind of weak. It took a Wuskin 1v4 on that Crusher for them to, get that lead in that map number 5. So that Group F over there could be very interesting. EG, Tainted Minds, Fnatic. Who's going to be able to take one of those spots?
Well, I want to go ahead and go to a bit of a replay of what happened on Station 4. It was Mindfreak Black versus Project Evil. And this may surprise a couple of you here, but map number 1 actually went in favor of the Australians. Mindfreak coming out, putting up a big fight in Hardpoint.
I actually, I don't want to contradict, I would be exactly the same, but as we watched Mindfreak Black against, I think, Envy, and they were great at the very first hardpoint. Yeah. So it looks like this team actually, their respawn isn't terrible, which is great to kind of see. But Mindfreak Black, I don't know if I have more faith in at the moment than Mindfreak.
Well, going back to that hardpoint, they really choked that first one versus Envious right there. The fact that they were able to close it out this time on the breakout, very impressive from them. But I guess I expected more from this Project Evil team. Going back to the LCQ, right. These are guys that have been doing very well throughout the open tournaments throughout the year, and for whatever reason they get here and they haven't really shown too much of anything just yet anyway.
Mindfreak Black definitely look like the best search and destroy team from Australia. I think that's for sure. Their S&D has been very good, but elsewhere in the tournament, Echo Fox playing 3s up. That one, I believe map number 1 has just concluded, and I'm pretty sure it was Echo Fox that took it. It was indeed. You can see Replays having a pretty decent game there at 24 and 21, but it's Marsh at 24 and 15 really standing out. I know you were glancing at it. Just kind of business as usual for Echo Fox.
Yeah, very comfortable win overall. Just seems like that rotation over towards Cell Block just able to net them so much time and time again. Drama not having the best of days. Colchan, we saw him performing pretty well in the series earlier, but just not able to do too much in this
I
one.
want to give Replays a little bit of love. I see a world champion, but this is a guy who has coached for what, 80% of the year? Yeah. And he was like, all right, let me play again.
Yo, give me
and
a controller.
He's qualified for champs. And
he made it.
Yeah. Got to give him a lot of props. But now we can actually go to a live look-in with Station 4. That is, of course, Mindfreak Black versus Project Evil. Project Evil find themselves 4-3 up here in map 2. And it's going to be down to Swift Azor in a 1 versus 3 to try and stop Project Evil from getting to map point. 30 seconds left on the clock, and it will in fact be Project Evil now at map point. And just as I was complimenting their search and destroy, they find themselves down. I jinxed them.
I thought about that. As soon as you said it, I saw the score out of the corner of my eye.
But it is a fair thing to say. Out of the Australians, I mean, Matt, I know you know the Australians pretty well, right?
The Australian expert.
Yep, you are the ANZ expert here at the desk. I feel like it's fair to say.
Yeah, I mean, Hopi and Swift Azor both had, pretty good runs in the ANZ scene. Hopi last year with the Chiefs, they were kind of like your number 3 team, like behind Orbit and behind Mind Freak. So very established players here on this team, and not surprised to see them not really causing some chaos, making some tough games with top teams. Don't want to say making an upset yet because we haven't seen it happen, but I think they definitely have the potential to take teams the distance.
Definitely do. Of course, this one a 3 versus 3 situation. Still plenty of time left on the clock. 60 seconds for Mind Freak Black to try and figure out a way of getting themselves back into this one. Still, Swift Azor waiting to try and find some form of an opening here. Of course, still 3 versus 3. Time ticking. We'll see finally a little bit of action for Project Evil. This is a big round here. If they're able to close it out, would of course force map number 2 and going in at 1-1. FTL comes through. Mind Freak Black stay alive, Phil.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the first time Fastballer and crew have thrown
it
away.
Why are you gonna be that
guy? I
love
bringing it up. It's a great.
Dude,
it was the first time I was ever introduced, actually. Yeah, I was introduced to Fastballer, Profizi, and I was like, these guys are killing it. And I went to, I think, a Bravo station, and I was like, oh, they're about to send Optic home, and then it quickly got out of hand. But I was looking at the scoreboard, and again, Fastballer, Profizi, both double digits, 12 and 13. Teammates 3 and 1, but I mean, we've seen it happen time and time again. I enjoy seeing it happen. I know that's kind of cruel to say, but I just love a good comeback.
That's a horrible thing to say.
You revel in the disappointment of others.
One thing I will say is Prophet struggling again. Obviously, we saw earlier on in the day, Prophet was having a very inconsistent maps. He was heavily negative in some and then heavily positive in others. Team kill comes through. Oh, no,
let's talk about that for a second.
Hold on, it's happening.
He pulls out the Scarab just in the middle of the street.
The guy doesn't finish the kill.
What was that?
That genuinely is something I would do. But Profizi, he's found one. He's actually maybe going to find the second. 22 seconds left on the clock, though. I can hear Brycey getting very loud.
He's not even casting this game. That's the irony. He's
Bryce is just
looking
a loud
over the Bravo
person in
system. Bryce is just a very loud individual. 12 seconds left. And this 1v1 has been perfectly played. Project Evil now will tie things up. They're going to be at 1-1. And curious to see if maybe they could cause a little bit of an upset in their group. Just kind of glancing across, Mind Freak Black at 0-1, Project Evil also at 0-1. So potentially both those teams fighting for that 1-1 standing. But right now, of course, still some games going on in the side. I believe one matchup just finished on Station 2, which is actually the final game from Station 2 of the day. That's how quickly those games have been. It's been a lot of 3-0s. That's E United versus Lethal.
Yeah, I caught that game. It was 250-97 in favor of E United.
Wow.
They were very good in that game. So
okay.
E United, a lot like Optic Gaming, taking care of business.
Well, here is a quick look at that matchup, and this is not close at all. Prestini, 25-13. Clay, 22-13, and Clay had a somewhat slow start to the day, but I mean, definitely speeding things up. And to the point you made earlier on, mate, it's not a sprint. This is very much a marathon. If you plan on winning this World Championship, you've got 5 days of gameplay. It is a massive grind, especially if you're a team that goes into losers bracket early. Oh my, that is definitely a tough thing to do. But E United looking very good in that matchup. Of course, as I said, that is the final game from Station 2 of the day, but we'll keep you updated with all the games as they happen. For now, though, we're going to do a quick commercial break. When we return, coverage continues. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the group stages of the 2017 CWL Championship presented by PlayStation 4. Benson back in the studio, joined by the wonderful Proofy, Courage, and of course Maven. And
we did a full swap.
We did. Well, I'm still there.
Do I look fresh? I just had to take a shower after that.
The pit crew.
Formal performance.
Yeah, we figured. It was a fantastic performance. It breaks a record. But we're at the fun part of the day now, where we get to jump around between all the ongoing games. There are still plenty of games to still be shown, but I want to jump into this one first of all. It's Echo Fox versus 3s Up. And I mentioned this earlier on, of course. For Echo Fox, they still do have a chance of qualifying. The only issue is they have to play Optic Gaming tomorrow. Optic Gaming's still flawless in pools, but 3s Up actually up here in the Search and Destroy 4-2. Is that surprising to you, Proof?
It is very surprising. The only reason why I can see 3Ups performing so well is because who did they have to play to get warmed up for their first match? Optic Gaming. And when you're playing Optic Gaming, they'll get your kinks out of the way fast. So you're playing the best 3s Up you'll possibly play in this tournament if they continue to win and go far. This is the best 3s Up you're going to see. They just played Optic. They're feeling nice right now.
Yeah, and I actually walked into the player warm-up area down in the locker rooms and got to see basically every team that wasn't currently playing actively scrimming, yelling. Both of these teams were involved down there in the scrims. So I was expecting to see Echo Fox bounce back. This series I could see going the distance.
One thing I wanted to note is Colchan is already 10+ kills. I gotta say, it must be the sniper. I don't think there's anybody that's combating him with the sniper. My man just went against Formal in a Surge. His sniper's on point, 10+. Gotta give him a shout out. Teamed with him in Black Ops 3. I know the kid's amazing. Colchan, good job, guy.
And he's actually very, very sneaky too. He's still at this kind of lifetime of the game, at this point, still showing us things every now and then. Cheeky little spots, little angles where we're like,
man,
what?
This kid would run around in free-for-alls by himself for hours on end, just trying to figure out slides, any way to figure out how to break the game and make it an advantage.
Well, he's very, very talented, that is for sure, but unfortunately this one's going to be all tied up now at 4 rounds apiece. It's I don't want to say a must-win for Echo Fox, but you definitely do not want to go down 0-2 in your group, Maeve.
No, they need a victory here, and I think they felt they could have won. I think they feel they can win any series, and Replays, it's exciting to see him back in the mix here. Methods as well, too. I think they take this series, but can they get it done, against Optic Gaming? I think the best thing for them, honestly, is that Optic went 2-0 today.
Yep.
So
agreed.
maybe Optic goes a little overconfident tomorrow, knowing they kind of have the pull in the bag in a way, and maybe you can kind of view that as like a trap game where Echo Fox comes in and takes it. I think that's certainly one way to view it.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, of course, before we get to that point. Echo Fox do have to try and win this one. And 3s Up in a very similar situation, of course.
Oh, no.
They could still cause a ruckus. This is a very, very important match here. Both these two teams 0-1.
Look at this scoreline right now. Drama and Colchan combined for 21 kills. Drama with all 3 plants as well. Replays all by himself. And you just saw Drama with the camo. I said, oh no, for a second I thought he kind of shot preemptively and gave away his position, but he does wind up recovering. Basically wins that round for 3s Up. They're now up by 1 as they're continuing to cruise on through.
And remember, that was what got them through, right? We've talked about it a couple times this weekend, but during the LCQ, it was all their search and destroy. It was the only reason they got through to play here at the CWL Championship. Trust me, it was not their hard point. That was abysmal. It was all in the back of their search, so don't be too shocked to see them finding victories here.
Very true. Now, of course, 3s Up just 1 round away from leveling up the series at 1-1, and it's going to be Colchan on your screen to kick things off. 11-6.
Wow,
Make
that was a beautiful pre-fire.
12-6. Managed to pick up the kill on a couple of players, but Emma Ruiz actually picks up a double. Now you have Colchan in a 1 versus 2. He's trying to read it like a book.
He's got FTL.
Is he going to get the first kill? He is.
He's got FTL.
Colchan's going to do it. I just know he's feeling himself right now.
This is for the ace,
He is feeling himself right now. He saw him.
Oh, you sneaky man.
Get him, Cole.
Oh no. Oh, you just lost caught time.
This is for 15 kills and the win.
15 in the bread. That's unfortunate.
He's already used 2 FDLs. Oh, the Centurion.
The recon.
Gives away his position. And I like this positioning. Remember we
No.
No.
Are you Are you serious? There it is. Colchan gets the ace.
He rode him like a horse there.
Days.
Seriously, land on his back and just rode him around the edge. That was amazing.
I just made a horse noise on broadcast.
That is crazy.
Is that what that was?
Yeah, I thought dog sounds were my peak, but no, folks, I just made a horse sound on broadcast.
Yes, you did. Well, series going to be tied up a 1-1 now. Colcham with a fantastic
I wonder what happens if he doesn't catch the ball right there.
Probably not something not very good, but I actually want to go to a live looking now at Station 2. This is United versus Lethal. An upset alert potentially. United is down 5-2 here in map 2. They did win map number 1. It was a 100-point club, but I want to jump straight into the gameplay. Here it is.
Wait, was that 100-point club?
Yeah.
I heard Bryce getting so excited during that game.
It was 250 to 97.
I thought it was a nail biter.
No, it was
Bryce was all into it.
Oh, no, United smoked them.
It was one of the most one-sided maps I've seen all day.
I thought it was a 3-point game.
Do you guys see it? Let me know when you see it. Da-dum, da-dum, da-dum.
Who had a happy had one earlier.
That was it.
Yeah.
Thank you. I was happy with the.
You know, I'm known for my memory.
I would like to see United give that kill to Pristini just to give him a kill.
Yeah, right.
Get him going. Hopefully he killed the guy.
Still didn't get it. Nope.
No.
No.
Oh,
I've never
man.
so Proof. Have you ever been in that spot? Like
0-7.
You're 0 something. And what's it feel like? I've obviously never experienced that. Jack, yours doesn't exactly count because it was for your 8 viewers and it wasn't like a big match.
I'll tell you what, Maven, that is the hardest thing to stay in mentally is when when you have a donut and it just keeps every round goes by and you're still not getting a kill. That is the one thing that would mess with me in my head as a player. There's nothing else that would bother me, but actually like having a donut and realizing like, dude, I gotta help my team at some point. It just bothers you.
I feel like that's where you need to rely on your teammates there to just kind of bait and give you a kill. And Prestini will find his first kill. It's gonna be on Human Jesus. That's gonna put him at 1-7 now.
Oh, he's destroying.
This still not over. 2 versus 2
Oh, they should get great timing here. Yep.
And Prestini's going to find hate. That's going to be Juju now 1v2.
They start to split up. Thankfully, the backplate saves them.
I noticed that too. Jack, I was about to freak out right next to you.
Right? I mean, that's one where, again, get things back under control. Pristini, just because he got 2 kills, mean you need to start running away from your teammate.
Oh, he's clutching this.
You didn't think he spotted him? I thought he spotted him.
100%. High behind bomb. Bop! 1v1. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, you went defuse.
I would have stuck it there because I wouldn't be able to win the gunfight. He's waiting patiently. Pristini, I like this. Wraps all the way around the back. Does he check? Oh no.
My goodness.
Oh, that's not him!
No.
Oh, no!
Juju! What am I watching? What am I?
What was that?
No! Switch to a different game.
No!
I can't have him get embarrassed like this. Oh, I'm so sorry. You had to be on screen for that.
That's it!
Oh no!
That's it!
No!
That is it!
I can't watch
That is it!
I can't! I don't show a replay of that.
Nerves
no,
on the main
I
stage.
don't know what just
I was
happened.
more nervous.
No,
Both players. Who wins the more nervous card?
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh!
Oh my
God!
I had to swallow down vomit.
Yo.
Oh man!
Wow! Someone clip that and get it on Twitter.
I feel so bad, dude. Everyone saw
Okay,
that.
I like the setup. And this is the best case scenario setup. This is the best case scenario setup. They've got the bomb down with Centurion. Now they just can't get first blooded. And they didn't. Good. They've done their job.
Like, United's going to win this game now.
It's over, dude.
You think so?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Not if you shoot like that, Pristini.
All right.
Well, 2v2.
Okay, he found his aimer.
A little bit of revenge,
he found
right?
His aimer.
27 seconds. It definitely was, but new round, of course. Still 2 versus 2. Clayster
popped the reactive, right?
Popped his reactive. He has.
But Centurion's on the bomb.
Juju's got another 1v2.
Stop.
Oh my God.
Juju, just
take
your
a deep
shots.
breath. We're in for the ride.
Oh my God.
Oh my
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a round 11 as E United, who were, I think it was, what, 5-3 down, have now all of a sudden forced a round 11. Just when you think we could potentially have a big upset on the cards.
Oh, this is on Bravo too, right? I'd love to hear how Brycey and them reacted to that as well.
Did they even react?
I can't hear
all
them.
I heard was Bryce saying the alpha guys are going absolutely nuts right now. But I mean, come on.
Yeah.
That
I was looking at people's
insane.
reaction. People like, he just lost absolute full.
Rounded. I mean, if you're sat there watching your teammate do that, it doesn't really fill you with a lot of confidence,
Man.
does it?
Think if he gets any of those kills, he's earned camo. Now he doesn't have it for round 11.
Pristini just put salt in the wounds.
Yeah, Pristini literally said, I'm here, I'm shooting.
Yep.
And he still couldn't kill him.
And then Pristini missed as well, which is the best part.
All right, let's see this, though. The round 11. Pristini from what? 0-7 to 4-8.
What rig does Juju have? He's really close.
Camo.
Camo.
Yeah.
Okay.
If he'd picked up any of those kills, like to Jack's point, he would have had camo, but...
Come on, guys.
Even an assist.
We've beaten him into the ground.
I mean, I'm just saying.
There's nothing left in the corpse.
4 versus 4 situation.
Clay gets blooded by Juju.
Oh, Juju has camo now. He has camo now. Juju, the game basically in his hands is a team.
Juju died.
Human Jesus
And
is like
Juju died.
dead. Pristini finds a big double. United take it. What just happened? You blink and you miss it. United will go 2-0 up.
Pristini gets all 3.
What? I honestly don't think Lethal.
Did he just
played
go
that
from
anymore.
0-7 to 7-8?
What just happened?
Pristini is he's pretty good at video games when he tries. That just happened.
Dude, I mean, that's a choke.
I mean, yeah.
That is a choke textbook.
That's a pretty big choke. Didn't even get to use camo either. But there is still action going on.
I'm mind blown.
Here at the World Championship, LG versus Rise. That is a Station 1 matchup, which many of us actually believe could decide number 1 in the group. And look at how close this one currently is. Breakout hardpoint, Luminosity, 85 to 78 point lead.
All right, let's get right into this one. Tight, early. Watching Saints here in showers as he tags one up and backs him up. And you know, my dark horse for this weekend, Jack, I talked about Rise. I don't know that this is a matchup I think they're winning, but I can see these guys making a deep run.
I think this is their opportunity to go for first in this pool, right? They wind up beating an LG team here, start their day 1 and their 5-day weekend at 2-0. That's all you can ask for if you're Rise Nation. We'll see what they can do. Currently the score 96 to 78 in favor of LG. Slang also in favor of LG, but if I'm a fan of Rise Nation, I'm happy my team's keeping it close. They just can't let the Slang continue to mount, continue to snowball, because at some point, LG will earn some streaks. They'll wind up using that as the kind of catalyst to bring them a big lead, and that's when things get out of hand quick.
I couldn't agree more. Let's see if they can just keep it tight throughout. Aqua, you know, I know there's a ton of talent on this Rise Nation team, and maybe we haven't seen it all times throughout the year, but the one consistent force has been Aqua. And if there's someone that can go toe-to-toe with the Slang powerhouse that is Luminosity, it's Aqua. And I think, yeah, maybe the pressure's more on the other teammates to keep up as well, but he has to be brilliant, right?
Yep.
It has to be.
Oof, some beautiful shots from Octane onto both.
My God.
As he doesn't miss a bullet, because of that, he'll slide on in, bait himself out for Classic to push on through. There's the kill. Selfless play there from Octane. He doesn't hesitate, Maven. He knows the timing window is in their favor. He might as well slide on through, basically give himself up for the better of his team. As LG narrowly held on to this lead up, 116 to 107. Rough engagement there from Slack, but he finally does clean up the kill, but he's last alive for LG in the back of the map.
Yeah, I mean, what do you try to do here? Looks like he's going to push, maybe try to drop and play with his teammates. Well, actually, if they get one kill on the other side, he stays alive on the back. This works out brilliantly now as he can push around the front. Unfortunately, Aqua there, prone, ready, and waiting for him. However, the rest of LG clean up the kills. Cell block now theirs for the remaining 20 seconds.
Yeah, and Classic, because of that kill on rotation onto Looney, they might actually win this foot race over towards Bulldozer. I don't think Classic recognizes it, though. Yeah, he could have gotten it up to Bulldozer in time to actually challenge this. But thankfully, if you're a Rise Nation fan, that passive play is going to come back to bite LG in the butt.
All right, well, LG, pressure on them to break in, obviously early in the game. No payloads to really play behind, no streaks that we've seen them build towards yet. They're going to have to bully their way through. They've been brilliant at doing it all year, but Felony's K-Bar lines up 3, shuts down the opening push. Next crack incoming, but as Classic drops, that's going to stagger the 4-man push that you can get from LG. That means more time for Rise Nation.
Yeah, and Ludi's got this entire mid lane watched. LG know it, but they're not even going to try to push it. They're just going to try to flood 4 through the front. I love when players position right under this front lip. That's first blood for Vicento. Aqua now there, quick 2-piece, and Octane dead as well. It's a 3-piece from Felony, then a 3-piece from Aqua to shut the door on this LG retake.
You know, if you were to pick a player that you think, outside of Aqua, obviously, that really has been poor lately, really needs to step it up. Was it what kind of Felony or Vicento? Which one stood out to you the most? You're talking stage 2, you know, slowing them down maybe to try and make a playoff run.
Oh gosh, I mean, I feel like you have to pick Vicento just because when Vicento played his best, like we saw in Vegas, what did it do for Rise Nation? They won the damn event.
It's true.
So you got to think, you know, if they get a great Vicento throughout this weekend, they really turn things around. If Aqua just plays even, you need to have Vicento in the green and KD and continuing to match the slang of other teams. But if Felony just plays even, puts up the amount of time he is in the hard point, he's doing his job for Rise Nation.
All right, well, back to the action. A couple kills go the way of Luminosity, and they're going to be now set up inside a commissary. Classic at top window will have vision over a push through L, push through mid-map. Octane outside, covering as well, and just seems to be no holes in this Luminosity armor, at least for this particular hard point. Octane, though, as he falls on the backside, may open up a collapse, but there's only 20 seconds remaining here. It looks like Rise, though, wants to take one more crack at it.
Yep, and they might as well. It's a quick rotation towards middle. No reason not to challenge this. Hey, you know what? You get this time. After 2 rotations, you'll have the lead. You're feeling pretty darn good. And again, you're staying even in the slaying. You're not going too far behind. That's the key to success against a team like LG.
Tie game. Next hard point. So through 2 rotations, we're perfect. 177 to 177. LG, though, enjoying early control of the central rooftop. Aqua now, as he pushes into showers and loading, able to win a nice one-on-one gunfight that allows them to, kind of take a 2-pronged attack to this hard point now.
And if you are Aqua, you're just trying to stay alive until your team can flood on through to this hill, and he does exactly that. He not only kills Slack out of the hard point, but now he's in loading, ready to be the one to shoot these LG players in the side just like that. Aqua positioning himself so well on this middle hill will help Rise Nation take back this lead.
But now you need to try and push through. The spawn's still controlled by Luminosity for the next hard point. I think it's Looney that's pushed up. He's going to have to deal with multiple players, though, from LG. Octane hasn't spotted him yet. One Rise Nation member hits through the mid-cut, one wraps around the backside. Both are cleaned up by Luminosity, even though Rise got a small lead. I mean, this should be a solid hold for LG.
Does Aqua's positioning force the spawns out? He does. So Aqua pushing back here forces one spawn out. Unfortunately, since he can't kill Saints...
That could actually hurt
Rise. Since he doesn't kill Saints, it might come back to bite him. There's a close spawn for Aqua in showers. They're going to try to flood on through. Looney with 2. Aqua with 1 of his own. And oh, no, Slack. That can't happen, my friend. Rise with the break, and Maven, they can win off this hard point. LG have to continue to push.
If I looked at the mini-map, I thought if Slack just beelined off the spawn, he'd get a nice timing, a nice flank. But by the time he got there, the rest of LG had dropped. So the play by Aqua ends up being huge. But like you said, they could win it here. But now as the contest comes in, no longer winnable on this hard point for Rise Nation. You saw Classic drop. He has Camo to work with. And there was
Sento fell off the map, and then there was a team kill from Aqua. So Rise basically do LG's job for him, and because of that, LG are now rotated towards a new hill.
And Octane, one of the best in the business at holding this position.
He's got to stay alive.
You see on X-Ray, there's 3 players about to collapse from Rise. Can he make a play? He may not need to as the spiral staircase just get hit. That has made this so easy for Octane.
Yep, and now he's got help from Saints. Saints should get the final kill, and look what he does. He just spins on around. How do you break this now if you're Rise Nation, Maven?
Let's see if Felony, does he have Centurion to work with? That's not going to help you. FTL from Aqua's not going to do much. Classic still has the camo. So Classic might be, actually Classic just dropped. So you have a 3v3 here now to push in. Vicento hits from the backside. They get in. They're able to break through. 241 for Luminosity, 225 for Rise Nation. They don't need payloads to get it done.
Classic.
But they do have the Centurion now dropping the hard point.
The pinch! I think Looney just spotted him camo. I think they know camo's coming on through. Looney with first blood. Looney with the second kill. They're not ready for the pinch. Everyone dead on LG. Rise Nation are going to do this.
There's 5 seconds left. I don't think Slacked and company can get there in time. Game 1, Rise Nation over Luminosity.
Wow.
Well, potential upsets in the making. Rise Nation come out looking very, very good. A close match number 1, but I actually want to immediately just go to a live look-in of Station 2, of course. That is E United versus Lethal. And after what we witnessed in the first, or I should say the last map, we should probably give Juju a chance to redeem himself. But it is United well and truly in the driving seat here. Of course, 6-2 up proof, and it's looking good for them to close this one out.
Yeah, I don't. After the plays that Juju just had, and they were up in the search, 5-2, and you completely let E United come back and take the W on you, I just don't see them winning this uplink at all. Unless they can just forget about what just happened in the last 10 minutes, I don't see them winning this.
Yeah, I mean, this should have been a 3-0 for United, right?
Yeah.
I know the game 2 kind of changes that because they had a big lead, but if you looked at this series and were guessing the outcome before it actually started,
you'd be insane to say anything other.
You chalk this up as a 3-0. So maybe more credit to Lethal in the fact that it's a 6-4 game right now. They've kept this close. They kept the game too close.
I mean, they should have won game 2.
Yeah, they really should have.
There's no way about it. They should have won that game 2.
And it could be an important map down the road.
With the lucky draw from LG, sorry to cut you off. LG got a lucky draw with this game 3. This is Frost Uplink's actually United's worst map in stage 2. They only won this 33% of the time they played it. But still, I just value United that much better of a team to still be able to take down Lethal even on their worst map.
You'd expect that, absolutely. But 35 seconds left of the first half of this uplink, and it is a United in the driving seat. Of course, if they do win this, that will be a 3-0, and it will conclude action from Station 2 for this evening. Frassini with a big double. Of course, Frassini started off 0-7 in map 2, but somehow managed to bring it all the way back. But another interception comes through, 17 seconds left. But I think it is fair to say, proof at this point, United in the driving seat.
I definitely see them winning, and I'm going to give my kudos to Lethal. I think this has been the most entertaining game I've watched today, and I've watched a lot of them. Like, that was absolutely crazy. I was screaming in my seat, getting hyped. Like, those are the series you want to see. That's the action you want to see.
That's why we love COD, right?
That's why we love COD.
That's why this has been, that's why it's fun. I know it can be fast and frantic at times, but we went from like that, that crazy 1v1 we saw in the 3s Up series, then over to that crazy finish. Fun time.
Definitely is. Here's a quick recap of what was going on in Station 4. Mindfreak Black versus Project Evil. And this, of course, Game 3. It's Project Evil that take this one. And that actually puts them 2-1 up in the series. Looking very, very good for them. Mindfreak Black with a little bit of struggle.
I actually have a question. I'm hoping, Ben, maybe you remember, but how did the series I was most curious about, I didn't get to watch earlier today, I was running around, the Elevate Project Evil one. Because that's one where I had Project Evil.
Elevate 3-1. I think Project Evil won the uplink, so that would put Project Evil now at 2-0 in uplink, because they said they're the best uplink team in the game. They've won both so far.
I really thought that was a series they were going to win. I was surprised to see Elevate took it. Yeah.
Yep. I mean, Project Evil, I think a lot of us had kind of high hopes for coming into Champs after seeing them perform very well at the LCQ. Looked very good, but of course the game on Station 1, we should just quickly talk about it, Proof. I know you were watching it. Rise beating LG in Map 1. I mean, how big is that going to be now for the rest of the series?
Man, that puts so much confidence into the Rise guys. You know what LG has been doing consistently throughout this entire year. Yes, Rise, you had a run at Vegas, but where did you go after that? That was the question. LG has stayed here. They have still been performing, and don't get me wrong, the way that they didn't qualify for stages was a tough L. Last second, it could have went to FaZe, it could have went to them at that time. But Rise is a team that you know wins, that you know plays amazing. And when you get a win like that against LG, you're on top of the world. Well, you know you can win COD Champs at that point.
That's true. Search and Destroy Crusher now underway. Rise Nation lead the series.
So, Jack.
Yes.
Rise Nation were to win this series. Is my top 8 pick for them no longer crazy?
No.
I mean, I'm not saying they're going. There's a long ways to go, but hell of a game 1, right?
Yeah. If Rise Nation win this. Whoa, okay. Vicento just retook the site by spinning a circle with an Oni and hip firing. 1v3 though now for Looney. The pressure's on. He's going to try to slide on through. Not going to happen. Luminosity take round 1. It's Crusher, Search, and Destroy. LG, you're going to 4-hit bomb sites whether you're there or not, and then they'll retake with 4 whether you're there or not.
But I do think, and I agree with your point, but I do, the talk all year has been Search and Destroy for LG. There was a brief period where they looked strong. They end up kind of falling apart a little bit. Their search hasn't looked great lately at all. So the problem is when it's like that and when you lose a game 1 hard point, how much scarier is that, Jack? Like when Rise takes that game 1 and LG's been so subpar in search, it's going to be hard to win series.
I'm wondering what that means for the greater part of the weekend. I mean, is that Rise Nation performing well? Is that LG having a slow map right now? Looney's snapping as he's basically solo taking A. 1 versus 3 now. 1 versus 4 now. 1 versus 3 as Octane's all by himself.
Let's see if maybe Octane can do it. Tries to hit some nice movement there to get away from that E-Rad at the Skywalk, but will ultimately get chopped down. And I like what you're seeing from, I don't know, just maybe the physical presence currently of Rise Nation, just the way they're communicating. Guys that have seemed very frustrated with each other at times, I think is safe to say.
Yep.
Saw smiles. Looks like the team chatter is, I don't know, it looks solid to me. I like it.
They just look confident right now, which is good to see. Feels like forever since we could last say that about this Rise Nation team. I haven't been able to be confident in them at all. I mean, we do our prediction pieces, and I don't even think I had Rise getting out of this group.
Yeah, I know. I was the one crazy one that had a real weird feeling that they would make a deep run, but we'll see if that'll hold true. Vicento does get a first blood.
Wow.
Vicento gets a second kill as well as he's just abusing LG from the wall run. They are falling one by one. Saints last one up, and he is also
Look
gone.
at Vicento. I want to see, was he involved in this final kill? If he was involved in this final kill, okay, he wasn't, but he was ready to shoot him. He got 2 kills, an assist, and then basically had that kill if Looney couldn't clean it on up. Vicento with that cheeky wall run hit wins that round for his team.
And to your point, I mean, for those of you maybe that started watching recently and weren't around for Vegas, I'm sure we've got a lot of new viewers over the course of the year. Vicento, MVP of that tournament, was an absolute god, was the best player there. Some changes happened to the game, some guns eliminated from the current meta, and he never got back to that form. But to your point earlier, if he gets back to that, this could suddenly become a championship caliber team in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, no, most certainly could. Unfortunately, as we've gassed him up so much, he does get first blooded there by Classic.
You're welcome.
As it will now be a 4-on-3 with the bomb down. It's LG again. They will stick together and 4-man rotate to retake sites.
Aqua wrapping back to mid-map with his teammates.
Oh, I love this. Yes, he's going to counter-wrap. I absolutely love this. The off-angle held by Looney. Aqua, they have no idea he's here. Why would they ever expect it? Free kill. Second player down in L wall. He darts right behind him. He's got him just in front. Aqua with 2. No, doesn't happen. 15 seconds left. Felony versus Slack in the one-on-one.
So much. There's just not enough time.
Wow.
Can't find him. They clutch it up. It was, what, a 3v4 early in that round.
So the reason why this happens, and the reason why the bomb's going to explode without any defuse or engagement. Oh my God.
No engagement.
Look. They're laughing. What? What?
And I think Felony's a guy that in particular, Jack.
Look at this snap.
He's been lacking confidence. What does that do for your confidence?
Okay, Slack. That is called getting snapped on there, buddy. But back to what I was saying. Rise Nation did a great job of recognizing LG's strategy, which was going for a 4-man retake, and basically playing the clock. Instead of challenging, they either fell back, kept building their distance, or they had a player like Aqua trail. He got a great timing. He knew it, so he trailed them in towards bridge, made basically LG have no confidence to push it to the site because they had to worry about their flank, and because of that, all the time just ticked away.
And how many times have we seen in tournaments when LG, their 4-man hits stop working early, they change what they're trying to do, and it actually gets worse. Like it spirals out of control. Their search just completely disappears. Not the tournament to have that happen. But again, early in a matchup against Rise Nation. Still too early to tell the outcome, but Rise took the game 1. They've got a nice advantage here in the game 2. 2 versus 2 though. Make it Aqua by himself. Can he clutch up? Wins the first gunfight, but over the top. The final kill with the E-Rat does come through.
Yeah, quick trade was there. You can see the boys of Rise Nation. Not the round they wanted, but you know what? That happens. Here's your final kill from Octane, getting it done there with the E-Rad. We're used to seeing him with the NV4, but it does not matter. The man is a damn good Call of Duty player. Look, Slacked is the only one that sits kind of a distance that I'm used to sitting away, right?
You said, hold up. You said that you didn't have Rise coming out of this group. No, that's not true. Vitality and Supremacy?
Okay, that wasn't true.
I looked over at the leaderboard over there, I was like, okay.
Maybe I had them getting top 16 or something.
That would be one hell of an upset.
I like Shane, but I don't like Shane that much.
I had some crazy ones too. Looney has Trinity Rocket available.
I mean, my big one was straight ripping.
Your big one was straight. I say mine kind of Rise Cloud9, I guess. I mean,
and you could kind of see both coming true with how these teams look so far.
Yeah, but it's like I liked your
See,
comment
look at
earlier.
This. Look at this beautiful positioning. Oh, but why do you shoot Felony? Apparently that's why.
Well, I mean, he's feeding them into his teammates, right? They're both on the backside of Hangar. He's just tagging them up mid-map as they cross. They're just pinned. They're absolutely pinned. Nothing they could have done in that situation.
This series is going game 5. This series is going all the distance.
I'm trying to think of what. I mean, this is a Rise team, and, you know, former Elevate members where I know they've always, one of the big modes they always talked about being amazing at was Uplink, and I know that hasn't necessarily held true for most of this year, but I'm just trying to think of what map maybe I'd favor them in the most to close this out 3-0. I mean, I think Respawn in general is going to be hard to consistently beat LG right now if you're Rise.
Well, Octane trying to stay alive. Beautiful grenade from Looney. You could say the same about Saints, or Slack, sorry, as it's brought it down to a 3-on-3. Slack, worry about you, but unfortunately, look at the pinch developing from Felony. Look at your mini-map. Felony out all the way behind. Aqua makes it a 3-on-1. Again, LG just getting picked apart here, Maven.
And, you know, we've talked about how this map can be hard to do that at times. Like, it favors teams like Optic and LG and how they play, and they like the 4-man hit. What, for maybe the viewer at home, why is Rise able to pick them apart right now? What is it they're doing? They're making it look so easy.
I mean, they're getting some great first bloods, for one. 2, they're playing their crosses. They know LG are going to stack a site and retake. So what do you do to try to help you know when the retake is coming is get information. So you've had players holding these angles where they can kind of count and spot and see where LG's going and then react accordingly. Rise with that information can then say, okay, you know what, let's challenge them before they get through the choke point. Let's pre-nade this spot. Let's send someone on the flank like we saw from Aqua earlier. And because of that, LG just can never seem to just get in a 4-on-4 gunfight. There's always someone behind him.
And anytime I talk to this team after a frustrating finish, they were always very angry about Search in particular because they pride themselves in it as players. They think that is something they should be very good at, and I agree, they should. So it's nice to see them. I
mean,
just picking apart LG right now.
Oh gosh, well here goes Octane. This is desperation. They're popping the camo. They're doing whatever they can. A team kill from Slack might actually ruin this round as it's Looney with the Trinity to put it into a 1v2. And oh gosh, it's GG. Nice job by Rise Nation. They take a 2-0 series lead as they make it look easy in Search and Destroy.
Wasn't even close. Rise Nation completely controlling the pace of that series. They go 2-0 up, and it's interesting because we talked earlier on in the day about, you know, every champs, there's always one result that comes through and really shakes things up. If LG come out second of this group, you could well have one of those big matches in like a winner's bracket round 1. Yep. I mean, that's really going to shake things up. So we definitely need to keep our eyes on how things develop in terms of that. But moving on, we should just recap what happened on Station 3. I believe it was the Game 3 uplink between Echo Fox and 3's Up. And this one proved, I mean, Echo Fox just came out and completely dominated.
You would think with replays on your team, uplink would be their best game mode. He's always been so good working with the satellite, taking it one way, getting the enemy's attention there while his teammate's able to pick up kills around the backside and then rotate it back. He's always just been so good at directing the ball, so that's why I expect him to win the uplink.
One of the better objective-based players.
Yes, sir.
I want to rewind for 1 second, if that's okay.
Yeah, of course.
Because you talked about, you know, if LG were to get second. Remember the big thing that shaked up champs last year was Envy and Optic not taking control of their groups?
Yep.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but we might be seeing LG United round 1. Those would be two of the top 3 teams you would pick to win the tournament. Could be matching off round 1.
I mean,
so I think it's kind of a
scary
similar,
when it happens,
similar
right?
story last year. Like that'd be. Imagine if you're United, you go 3-0 groups. You're like, all right, oh LG.
It seems like. I mean, LG don't look like LG of a couple of months ago. They don't.
I don't want to play LG round 1.
I mean, I don't
no way
either.
Talk about putting a shark into the losers bracket, no matter who it is. Right?
That's absolutely right. Elsewhere, Station 2, of course, that was United versus Lethal. United fans, you can breathe a big old sigh of relief, especially for that Search and Destroy. It's a 3-0 in favor of United with relative ease. The closing moments of that uplink, but you can see completely controlled by United. Some standout games there from Arcedes, 29 and 20. Silly as well with a good game, 26 and 23. And Prestini, 28 and 20. So the Twins back on twin-like form, I think it's fair to say, Proof.
Definitely back in their stride, man. I feel like the addition of Clay has just made the vibes better. I don't know how they were with Gunless when they were winning as far as best friends and how they interacted with each other outside of the game, but I can just tell from social media and just seeing how Clay's always taking pictures with Silly that they are actually better friends as a team, and that will always help you play better.
Yeah, they've acknowledged how much Clayster's already made them a better player, and you're seeing it day in and day out. United, they walked through their day 1.
I mean,
they seem happier.
The CWL Recon piece that was released earlier on in the day. I mean, you saw the United boys kind of as a squad. You can obviously check that out over on MLG's Twitter. But it's a fantastic piece where you see kind of behind the scenes of what it's like for teams preparing for the biggest tournament of the year.
Yeah,
it's stressful.
They posted it yesterday afternoon at MLG. I would 100% recommend watching it.
Yeah, I watched it today. I didn't even know that was posted. That was
we all watched it and we were like, yo, this is actually really cool.
And I got even a better note. Episode 2 is now out as well. So I believe
is that right now?
Yeah, I believe
I thought it was after the broadcast.
I thought it was after the broadcast, Jack.
I just got told that in my ear. So if I'm being lied
it's
to.
out right now. Well, forget this.
Go to MLG.tv and you'll find it on there. Go to the videos.
Like, hold on,
open up another tab.
YouTube.com/Major League Gaming.
I'm actually going to walk off the broadcast and go watch it right now.
All right. Well, before you do that, we have to just quickly recap what happened on Station 4. Project Evil versus Mindfreak Black. Game 5 alert. It was Mindfreak Black that were able to win the hard point, forcing the Game 5. And I believe that Game 5 is actually underway.
Oh my goodness.
So we will keep you updated with how things develop there. But Mindfreak Black looking fantastic.
I was talking to Apathy, and he was telling me, Jack, you know, these people are underestimating this Mindfreak Black team. The words I'm hearing now in the venue from some pro teams is Mind Freak Black is the better of the two Mind Freak teams.
I think they're the best. I think they are the best Australian team here.
That's what I've started to hear.
I think they're the best Australian team.
Are we starting a civil war with Mind Freak?
I think we might be. My bad. But I honestly think from everything I've seen from all 3 Australian teams, Mind Freak Black is the best Australian team.
I haven't watched them play. I haven't.
They're
playing
fantastic.
during a match. I've never seen Mind Freak Black play,
Well,
so I can't really comment on it.
Well, you're lucky because we're going to get to see them play very, very soon. Before, though, we go to check out the closing moments of that Game 5, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we return, more Call of Duty Esports.
It's another G Fuel Key player matchup this time. It's between Classic and Aqua. Classic and LG are down 0-2 now in this best of 5, but thankfully for them, they've got one of their better game modes in Uplink. The team has won 67% of them since Dallas at a total record of 24-12. And a big reason why is Classic at his 1.10 Uplink KD and the absurd amount of points he puts up on the side of Rise Nation. Yes, Aqua's KD is there, but you can see he's not the one focused on the objective. Can Aqua and crew close out with a 3-0 over LG? Let's find out next. This has been your G Fuel Key Player Matchup.
2017 CWL Championship continues here with group play, of course, presented by the PlayStation 4. And Rise Nation find themselves in the driving seat of this series. A big, big result here could really shake things up for bracket play. Of course, bracket play commences Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We're going to be down there in the arena. It's all being set up behind us. Every time I turn around or I have a look, something else has been added.
Done, right? Yep.
It's definitely an exciting time. Of course, we're live from the studio in the upper side of the Amway Center just for the first couple of days before moving down there as well, where we're going to be in the thick of it as well. So we're going to have all those fans. It's going to be an awesome, awesome experience, that is for sure. But in terms of this series, Proof, I have to ask you, did you see Rise 3-0ing LG here?
I do not see a 3-0 happening in this series. I think Rise wins the search, and then LG wins the next 2 game modes, and it goes to a game 5. I think they turn around with the uplink, making some crazy interceptions for satellites, bringing them back for dunks, and we'll see a game 5.
Bringing them back for some dunks. Reverse, some fancy dunks.
I thought maybe it ended here until I saw Precinct. I'm still saying, actually, I take it back. I'm still saying 3-0 Rise Nation.
Yeah, you
Let's
are.
go, Maiden.
There, of course, a quick glance at our groups. Action still being played out through day 1. We still have a couple more games to show you, and trust me, we're not going anywhere. We're going to bring you all of the action. But Precinct Uplink now underway. Rise Nation 2-0 up.
All right, Jack, is a defining moment for this Rise Nation team, because don't you have that feeling like if they don't close it out here 3-0, and this goes to game 5, Luminosity has all the momentum, obviously, they win.
I'm more confident in this series going to at least a game 4 than anything right now in this tournament.
Okay.
I just Rise, they're just not the better uplink team of the two. I will say LG haven't looked in their true form so far today, and Aqua's been playing very, very well. But I just don't see how LG dropped this map. I want to be wrong, because you know what? The storylines that would then develop, but at the same time, I just can't believe it.
Well, it's now tied up 2-2. Hot start from Aqua, who you mentioned earlier. A couple players yet to get involved in the kill feed for either team until a moment ago. Looney with a nice 2-piece there with the ERAD. Sendo trying to patrol this cat statue and get drone in hand. He doesn't have a lot of cover out front, at least at the moment. But Looney, the lone man here. Looney doing enough, though, to get the dish forward and the dunk. Two-man army there as they push forward.
And they have a great setup to keep the pressure on this drone. Another 2 kills in rotation. Felony stays alive for a moment. The drone pushed on out. There's the pass lane. There's the other pass. There's the dunk. 6-2. Looney fully streaked out.
Does that not look like Elevate from like AW back in the day?
Have Rise Nation just flipped a switch and learned how to play again?
That's what I said earlier.
The first and last event of the year, imagine.
But that's what I said earlier. This is a team that was always good at uplink. It's always something that I thought they had such good setups and such good passing ability, and they always shown.
Wow.
Apparently that's the story right now. Teams just stink for a long time and then are good when it matters. We saw Envy do it. Rise is about to do it. 7-2. We're 2 minutes into the game, and this is LG.
Yeah, they're picking them apart right now. Aqua's 10-3. Looney with already 4 points to his name. He was alive in the base of LG for over a minute. Here come the streaks. Already 2 kills. Make it 3. And they're going to push forward for more. Classic's the only one here. Lead blockers are there. There's the dunk. 9-2. I take back everything I said.
I had a feeling about this Rise Nation team, and I just like to remind you that I had that feeling.
How many times am I going to have to hear it this weekend?
Oh my God, so many times.
Oh gosh. There's another dunk.
It's the Harlem Globetrotters playing against Matt Morello's high school basketball team.
Mr. X, is that pre or post torn meniscus he had? Didn't he like tear something in his leg?
Something like that. Somebody said probably pre.
Yeah, because they were even worse after. Or they probably got better because Matt had to stop playing, right?
That's true. Well, 3 down for Rise Nation. Maybe a moment to take a breath if you're Luminosity, unfortunately.
No, that's exactly what it is. They finally have one player across the 50-yard line on the map.
Yeah, they just knocked out early. Chance to get up and rebound here. But, I mean, Classic, who has been sensational as of late. I mean, you can argue he's been the best player on Luminosity. I know everyone's been in that conversation, given the week at certain times. But Classic started out, what, 1-8, as they were just getting punished. He's got to get going here.
Well, LG now with the drone, 90 seconds remaining inside 1. They've got a lane they're trying to push forward through. Felony already with 2. All the cuts come in, and just like that, as I begin to commend LG for getting up the map, they're wiped off yet again. But Barman is ready. Do you use it if you're Looney? Yes, you do. You clear out the portal. You've got Felony with the drone. 2 dead again. They've got someone pinching as well. This will be another dunk for Rise. 13-2. LG are getting destroyed.
From this side of the map, would you say overall that's one of the sicker rallies you've ever seen? Like when they got the 3-4 dunks? Because we see it on the flip a lot more frequently. It's hard to bully your way through consistently like that and just trap them. I mean, that was incredible.
Look at the kills we're seeing right now. Positive, what, 20 already from Rise over LG? It doesn't make sense.
35 seconds left.
Are you sure? Yeah, you literally don't even know what to say. I'm grasping at straws. I feel like I'm watching, I feel like this is edited.
How many alley-oops have they had throughout the course of this? It's just dish, dunk, dish, dunk.
They've gone camping in the base, of LG. They're not winning any gunfights. LG are chaining no gunfights together. There's another pass. Thankfully, the lead blocker's dead. Facetros is going to wait for Aqua to turn this corner and try to help him on out. 1-point play, interception. They get it, but 15-2 at the half.
It reminds me so much of that Aqua Vicento when they were back. You think like the Detroit uplink when it literally 3 passes, they cover the map and it's a dunk. 3 passes, they cover the map, it's a dunk.
So if Rise Nation take this, that'll put them at 2-0. That'll drop LG to 1-1, and then Vitality and Supremacy still have to play tonight, which would put either of them at 1-1. So Rise Nation, they're sitting pretty. They're sitting so pretty.
Yes, phenomenally pretty. I think this game is over. It's 15-2, but
16-2.
16-2. You never know. I don't know that we've seen crazier things. I'd say we have. That would actually be the most wild comeback I think I've seen in Uplink.
Oh, 100%.
Down 14.
the only other close one was when Optic did that against Envy. What was it, like the 6 points in 30 seconds on
5
throwback?
and 45?
Yeah.
Something like that.
But this would be like 14 points in 2.5 minutes would be the equivalent. Intercepted there by Octane. He'll at least stop the bleeding for a moment, but either way, this is one of the biggest. I mean, LG in their series earlier went up 15-0 against, I believe it was Supremacy, right? They had a 15-0 lead in one side of throwback uplink. That game ended 15-4 in their favor. Now they're getting the same treatment this time from Rise Nation.
Now maybe as soon as I say a chance for attack. They do get it away. All right, so 3 now on the board. 4 minutes for Luminosity to think about where this series went wrong. And I think it all starts with the hard point, right?
Mm-hmm.
I swear, LG wins that, it could be maybe a very different series. But when you have a team like Rise that's been struggling to come out and get that game 1 win. I mean, I want to ask Proofy after this, but I got to imagine when you're just been doubting each other and you come out and win a big game 1, how much that has to do for the confidence of all the players in the team.
When's the last time? I'm trying to think of when the last time I remember LG getting 3-0'd was.
Optic just did it to him at Stage 2 playoffs.
Okay, and then before that?
Before that, I'm not sure.
LG have not looked the same then. I mean, at all.
Yeah, no, I think we can agree. I still think they look good. I mean, it's one thing to get 3-0 by Optic, but 3-0 right now by Rise, that's a different story, right?
Yeah. I mean, what do you want to talk about? It's 18-3. You can put a 5th player on LG right now, and they're still losing by double digits.
I don't know. It's just, I guess we can talk about how interesting this makes things as far as the future of this bracket goes. I mean, the fact that it doesn't guarantee it, but it more than likely sets up a bracket between United and Luminosity.
Proofy and I were talking about this prior to coming back in from the break, but at some point, do Rise Nation players just feel more comfortable because they've had experience on this grandest stage, getting second with TR a couple years back?
It was literally the point that I picked them to make a run. They have the TR team, then they have last year they got 3rd at Champs. 3 of the guys, right? Yeah, minus Looney. So you have. It's like the same reason, it was like the opposite of the reason that you thought maybe Straight would do well. You were relying in young talent, all this stuff. I was relying literally in veteran players that have performed at Champs before. I take that mentality and knowing what Champs is like and knowing the pressure that's on it over a lot of things. I mean, it is high on a checklist if I'm talking about what I want in a player that's going into this.
I love that they're just adding insult to injury. Vicento popping the camo for a guaranteed dunk when it's already 20-3. It's all red in the kill feed again. Wow. You know what this is going to be? I'm already seeing it now. COD Worldly's going to take that screenshot of JCap from Hot Mike and put the uplink score next to it. You know how they tweet that one out? That's exactly what's going to happen. I'm too sure.
And I also, I mean, another topic I'd be curious to maybe hear from Proof as well. It's great having former pros on the desk, or maybe they'll be pros again. Proof, sorry, I know you're sitting next to me, but I think the thing I do want to know, Proof, if you can talk to me about it, what's it like for LG on the other side of this? So you've been so good recently, and now you get 3-0 by Optic, and you get 3-0 here. How do you respond to that?
It's extremely hard to respond from getting 0-3'd at COD Champs, especially the way they're losing this uplink right now. Sure, you can lose a close uplink, be over the fact that it was a close uplink, one mistake costed you the game. But this is like something where you go back to the drawing board, just throw everything out the window that you had and start anew. Like, you will never see LG be down almost 20 points in an uplink. We're talking about the guys that are the most impossible to score on when they shoot one. They intercept everything.
And then how much stock do you put in that experience, or those deep runs, those big finishes on the main stage at Champs? Like, I know for me, I am not a former player, but I find that so incredibly important at the biggest tournament of the year.
So if I'm on LG, I'm telling my teammates right now, we can't play worse than that. That's the one thing I tell them. Listen, we can't play worse than that. Let's find ourselves. Let's forget about today completely. Today did not happen if I'm on the team. We are going to start anew. We are going to flip the page book and see if we can get things going if I'm LG. And it sucks that you, like I said, you lost this bad because it's hard to forget about this L. This entire uplink, they're thinking about how bad they just got beat.
I mean more on for the Rise side. Like, how crucial do you think it is, like, to have guys that have
this
finished
is
that
absolutely
deep?
Amazing. You just beat a team that won events this year. The only thing you can think about right now, if you're on Rise, is Optic, E United. I want to play them. I'm ready to see how we match up against them. You just did business to LG. Absolute business. 3-0'd them in the most fashionable way I've seen a 3-0 happen to LG. Like, I know Optic 3-0'd them, but I don't think they won by 20 in Uplink when they did it.
No, the games were pretty
The
close.
games were close.
That wasn't close.
That sends a message and says, hey, Rise is here. Don't forget about us. I know you had us possibly winning our pool, but don't forget about us. We're here.
Rise
and
went
ready
from
to play.
not in the conversation in the conversation in 20 minutes.
Yep.
I mean, you're completely right, Clinton. That definitely spices things up a little bit. I'm not sure if you'd necessarily call it an upset, but I guess you would. But based off seeding, it definitely is.
That is an upset.
Absolutely an upset.
I would say, if I said they won in 3-2, you'd probably be more like, oh, okay, but 3-0 in that fashion is definitely
even more of one. But
big
I would have
statement.
taken upset no matter what, personally.
Fair.
Like, game 5, round 11, still an upset to me.
Well, congratulations, of course, to Rise. As I said, they're definitely making some moves in that group. That's not going to put them at 2-0. For LG, they're going to be set at 1-1. And I made this point earlier on. Who now knows where LG? I don't obviously league ups know. I'm not too sure where they'll be playing or who they'll be playing as from a other group in terms of who won.
Well, I believe it's AB.
I'm not even going to say a word because if you get it wrong,
I probably already got in trouble.
Done. It's done. Exactly that.
I was told I'm not supposed to talk about those things.
Yep. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. I love the first day of events for the reason that you get to see upsets. It's always the day where the most upsets happen. I like it.
All after that demolishment of LG, I believe we actually have Rich interviewing one of the players from Rise. Rich, over to you.
With Felony having an incredible performance here in this game against Luminosity, but be absolutely remiss if we didn't talk about what actually went down earlier in the season. You guys obviously came out hot in Vegas, looking absolutely incredible, but then you sort of fell off. And last time we talked, you attributed that to factors outside of the game, but it seemed to not be the case. What exactly happened? What was your path throughout this season?
2 events this year. We switched up roles due to us not placing well. You know, we're trying something different, and that obviously wasn't the answer. So we switched back to what we originally went with. Out of game, we had a lot of problems. I'm not gonna lie. Like, we had a lot of bashing heads. I'm hard-headed. Yuli's hard-headed. But at the end of the day, it's champs, and us 3 together. I placed 3rd with them last year. They placed 2nd the year before. And champs is a whole new environment, whole different event, and we're just focusing one match at a time.
Yeah, and Champ seems to be an environment that you guys do excel in. I know Maven talked about that quite a bit, actually predicted you guys doing very well. But before we talk about that, there is some history between Looney and those boys on LG. What exactly is it like to be playing with Looney in this matchup?
Oh, playing with Dan against LG is amazing. He just goes that much harder just because he got dropped from that team, and that series showed it all. In the Search and Destroy, he had 11, and it just adds a lot more hype to the match. And on top of that, we always match up well when we play against LG.
Now, the main thing I want to ask you guys, we talked about it in Vegas. When we see players like Bryce firing on all cylinders, you guys seem to be unstoppable. You seem to be thriving in this champs environment. What can we expect to see from you guys for the rest of the tournament?
I feel like when we're hyped like that we can beat any team that's here. I feel like we have a top 2, top 3 potential this event easily, without question.
They just took down one of the best respawn teams in the world in a 3-0. I'm convinced already. I don't know how Maven predicted it, but we're going to throw it back up to the desk to hear what the boys have to say.
Thank you very much, Rich. Well, Game 5 alert. 3's up Echo Fox. We're going to jump straight into this one. I feel like we talked about that bloodbath of a game long enough. Echo Fox 5-1 up here in this Game 5. As we mentioned earlier on, this is a big result for them if they're able to take it, but 3's up, stay alive.
I've got a prediction.
Oh, here we go.
Echo Fox are going to win this game.
Wow.
Wonder what that, why? Oh.
Now,
put my heart on the line there.
Well, listen, the 5-2,
Are you sure about that?
5-2 score line is there. We've seen 5-2 comebacks before.
I think it happened with United just now, not too long ago. Versus Lethal, right?
That's true.
So now, let's see this.
Yeah, I think it was 5-2, right?
And it was right when we turned on, it was 5-2, right?
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh, man.
Who does Epsilon play?
And Swirly's 0-7, Prestini was 0-7.
No way!
It's like the same
Oh,
thing.
this is the same so who's Juju?
thing.
Who's going to be Juju then?
Who's Juju?
Who's going to lose the one-on-one, dude?
It's not going to be Moobot. No way.
Mosh, he's the only 4-letter word.
That is actually crazy.
If this happens again, I'm putting the headset on.
I'm done.
Away.
I'm done.
I'm
Oh my gosh.
out.
Look at
Dude,
Cole Chan's wall
We're
run.
all dropping mics and headsets.
I'm flying back to New York. Cole Chan picks up 1. That's replays.
And he gets out with his life, and he's got a trade coming in.
Oh, Clint, you just put your heart on the line here, buddy.
Oh, no.
Here it goes.
Oh, it's happening
Here it
again. Deja vu. FTL and
Swirly has to get a kill, though, to get the rally going.
So tomorrow, Epsilon would
Oh my
face
God.
3's up,
This
right?
is the exact...
If Emery's goes out of bounds, I'm
this
going to
is
be...
the...
Right?
Did he just go out of
Yes.
bounds and die again? If this is the same exact thing happening, if that guy
I was
just
going
went
to
out
say,
of bounds...
it's the same thing, because then that's when
That
we
guy
thought
went
that
out of bounds,
Prestini
and
got the
then
kill,
that
and then he
Prestini
didn't, and then Prestini got the kill.
God.
What is going on?
Yeah, we've entered the Twilight Zone.
This is... identical. You could put these two things next to each other.
Is Mr. X funny in this universe?
No, I didn't say we went to the upside down world.
Oh, okay,
I am letting everyone on Echo Fox know if they lose this map, Maven.
Oh yeah.
To come find you.
So wait, I just want to make sure we all know this group too, because now, let's just say 3's Up make this miraculous comeback. They now face Epsilon tomorrow. If they beat Epsilon, that's their ticket through.
Yes.
Simple as that.
Whereas Echo Fox, they play up to gaming tomorrow,
and Echo Fox would already be 0-2.
Yes.
So basically, 3's Up have to lay a 5-1 round count Game 5 comeback in their chances for this group.
Bear in mind, Colton still has
Oh, but look at Echo Fox. He's got the bomb down, and they're all safe. They should win this round 10 out of 10 times.
This is similar, though. We
Oh, no.
Oh, not like this.
No,
Not like this.
No.
We're all up female children.
No.
They know he's not
Not
like
like
this.
this.
Oh, my God. What is happening today, man? Oh, my God, dude. What is happening? Going on? Oh, my God. This is us four on the desk. We're bad juju for teams up 5-2 in search. We got to stop.
Oh, my
Can
God.
we look somewhere else?
Oh, my God.
I'm so sorry.
Moch, you want to know what's the craziest part? Is Moch probably had to whisper that because they're right across from him. He's probably like, yo, I'm on the bomb. Just shoot at him. Just shoot at him. I'm on the bomb.
Cojones of steel.
I wouldn't rather
told
share
you.
this with any 3
I'm not
people.
kidding. That's the only way. That is the only way.
Swally got a kill. One kill. Damn, dude. Oh, my God.
If this happens, I'm changing my name to Jeffrey.
It's over. It already happened. This is predestined.
Make it Joffrey.
3's Up
No,
is
they're
winning.
here. They're here. They're here. They can block
boys.
it. They're here. Yes, there we go. Okay, good. The Matrix has been stunned.
Okay.
It's over.
Oh, Moch.
No.
Okay.
It's done.
Breathe.
Got real scary for a moment.
Breathe.
The reason that was
Echo Fox
possible,
do
by
it.
the way, the reason it looked so easy to stop that site was because they rotated super early. They got from garage way back over to top bridge before a bomb could even be planted. Echo Fox win the series, and the hopes of 3's Up are basically done for.
Oh,
Awkward shakes.
try that with
Damn.
a motion replays.
We gotta take a minute. That was almost
How you feeling right now,
scary.
Jack?
That was actually almost scary.
I wanted it. Well, I didn't want it, but like I kind of did because it just would have been kind of funny.
That would have been nuts. But Echo Fox, of course, now put themselves in a decent position. They're going to be 1-1 in that group. Elsewhere, though, there was Game 5 on Station 4. I mentioned it. Project Evil versus Mind Freak Black, the Australian teams. I actually haven't seen how this one closes out, but it was around 11. Okay, 60 seconds left on the clock. As I said, I'm actually unsure
this
who
Game
wins this
5?
one. This is Game 5.
Fastball, one kill off camo. I know this has already happened, but I still am letting it
Right.
go.
None of us know here the result of this one. This was
So you have reactive and a player 1 kill off camo. and-
Project Evil should win this round.
What?
Oh, good win.
He just FTL'd into 3
Oh
of
my
them.
god. Oh no.
Wow.
Did they lose?
That happened way too fast.
Yeah. I think they all just died. I believe that Mind Freak Black won.
Mind Freak
They
Black
did.
won. Yeah.
They did.
They just got. Can we get that in slow mo?
Yeah, we're gonna get it one more time.
happened?
Bruh.
I literally blinked and it was
Someone got waxed.
Okay. So let me help.
This
call
is
this out
Project
here.
Evil.
So Profizi pushes up with reactive armor, and his teammates are following up. They're baiting him, right? So here's their reaction. He pops reactive, wins his gunfight. Watch his teammate Glory. Look at Glory. Oh, we got a kill. Here I go, guys. FTL into 3 and just dies. The rest of the team charges on out. Hope he baits himself. The crossfire is there.
I see. So they literally all died in a second.
What winds up happening is they call the reactive armor and they go, we reactive, we need help. They send all their attention there, and the rest of the team trains on out after. They just kill them all.
I have a question.
That was
Yes,
the least
Proofy.
successful train
Why
ever.
are 4 people pushing a hallway?
That's a good question, Proof.
What?
You're the pro.
They didn't attend my S&D seminar that I had outside the
saw
Amway
that.
Center.
Was that a good seminar?
It was good. There was nobody there.
I would have done that. I would have done
Infinite
something
Warfare,
different.
Search and destroy. You 4-man hit things.
Yeah.
Don't
They lined
hit
up
a
for
doorway. Maybe.
That's the difference.
You shoot one of them and let your team know they're all there. And then-
I love being on the desk with you 3. It's definitely fun. We've
having
had
a great time.
some
Thank you.
crazy moments, but worth mentioning, there is still 2 more games to go, and we're not going anywhere from the studio until all the games are completed from day 1. We still have Mind Freak versus Infused and Supremacy versus Vitality still to come for now. We're going to do a quick commercial break. When we return, the final 2 games of the day. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2017 CWL Championship presented by PlayStation 4. Day one almost coming to a conclusion that is. 2 more matches to be played, and Spencer's still in the studio, joined, of course, still by the wonderful Proof, Jack, and Maven. We're not going anywhere. We're having way too much fun up here with these final couple of games. Some epic moments, that's for sure. But we are going to jump into Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Group Play of the 2017 CWL Championship presented by PlayStation 4. Apologies about those brief technical delays, but everything is fixed and we're back underway. Yep. There's many a picture tweeted at us as we just kind of...
You got to hang out with us when we were, kind of technically off cameras. We chatted amongst each other. But
I want to play rock, paper, scissors, but you guys don't want to play rock, paper, scissors.
But yeah, thanks for being patient, guys. We're ready to get back into the action and enjoy the rest of the great Call of Duty this weekend.
Yes, jumping straight into it, Mind Freak versus Infused Station 3. We missed a little bit of the hop one, but we'll keep you up to date. Here's what we missed. This obviously shows you the closing moments. It looks as if Mind Freak may actually go ahead and take map number 1 here. You can see a pretty convincing scoreline, I think it's fair to say, Jack.
I mean, Proofy goes, well, earlier in the map, I think Buzzo was doing really, really poorly. Here, he's at least brought it back a little bit, but least amount of time on his team, 13 and 21. And we were just kind of saying, we were just brought up a whole conversation about Buzzo before this break had happened, and Proof, here again, he was struggling.
It just made what you say earlier about Buzzo that much more effective.
Yeah.
You just spit facts.
And
thank you, man.
I
if
do
they're
want to
still
point
winning
out,
with Buzzo barely doing amazing, it's crazy.
I want to go immediately into a live look in here of Game 2. Mind Freak actually up 5-4. You're talking about Buzzo, currently sitting at 5-6. This, of course, if Mind Freak is able to win it, will put them 2-0 up in the series.
Tell you what, this is where we've seen Shox be a superstar, right? I mean, I know we're talking back to stage 1, but in S&D, hell, in general, he was just a complete and utter beast in all game modes. We know he has the ability to take over. He's clearly doing that here in Game 2.
And let's not forget, global kind of, or I should say the bigger picture here, Infused are 1-0 in this group. This is a 1-0 Infused. They've already managed to get one win under their belts here. Mind Freak is 0-1. This is a big, big matchup in terms of how things are going to shape up in that group.
Round 11.
Well, you take a look, yeah. So their matchup obviously was against Lethal, so they still have to play United. God, well, I mean, Mind Freak obviously has to win this one, but...
One thing I do want to say, Shox uses camo in that round 10, and it's for nothing. They don't wind up winning the round, so that's a big payload now burned. That's the round Infused needed to secure to obviously stay alive, but to even get some payloads used, now they've got to have some momentum in their favor going into this final round. Look, Fida and Shox both pop their abilities there.
Well, round 11 now underway. Nelson is going to use his Centurion. We'll see just how effective that's going to be. 11-6, by the way. Zerg also at 12-8, so a couple of players from Infused with some pretty good results thus far. Alex is just barely going to get away with the skin of his teeth. Currently sitting at 2-7.
And they've got all the information they could want. It's going to simply be a 4v4 retake. What is Niall working with right now for Infused? Look at how close he is. He's 1 kill off. Is he the camo player? For Infused, I don't actually know, as Denz is just going to try to play his life. First blood now for Nelson.
Well, he's going to pick up a kill.
Yeah,
he instantly uses it. He was the camo player. Great call. Jack uses it, but to absolute zero effect. Shox is going to find the kill. He's traded out. Now you have Buzzo. He falls as well, and Infused will take the map. That, of course, tying things up in the series, 1 map apiece. Of course, elsewhere, the game that we were also following is the Supremacy versus Vitality matchup. Supremacy, they won map number 1. I want to go ahead and take a quick replay of what happened in the Search and Destroy, of course, map number 2. I think, Proof, you were watching that one. I know when we were having those tech issues. I'm pretty sure Vitality won that, did they not?
I just caught the end of it, saw the scoreboard, and saw Shane's name there and put a smile on my face.
Wow, what does Shane score? 4-3 at this point, but 5-1.
Oh wow, they handled business.
They this doesn't look pretty.
I've seen a lot of goose eggs today, or almost.
Right. Imagine they go 2 more rounds. Vortex is 0-7 and gets his first kill.
Funniest thing. But yeah, no, that looks like it should be a quick little cleanup. Vitality just outmuscle their opponents. It seems throughout the entire map like a camo trying to swing around. It's just one that doesn't look too good.
Shane in the 1 versus 1. It was a good use of camo. Tried to bait it out a little bit, but Shane in these 1v1s, one of the most experienced players in Europe, gonna go ahead and win that one. So Vitality tie up that series at 1 apiece, and I actually believe Game 3 concluded as well. We can take a quick look at how that one finished. Of course, that was the uplink. Supremacy leads 6-5. Final 30 seconds, though, boys. This could get interesting here.
It already is. It's just a 1-point game. The question is, what did Shane even have to work with to try to get this final point in? I mean,
it's reactive.
Reactive. Oh, no.
Oh, that's painful.
Yep.
It's unfortunate. 12 seconds left. Doesn't look like the throw is going to come off. It will not. Supremacy with the reset. So Supremacy actually now up 2-1 in that series. So to reiterate, as day 1 comes to an end here at the 2017 CWL Championship, we have 2 games still going on. We have Mindfreak and Infuse, which is tied at 1-1. We have Supremacy versus Vitality. Supremacy with a 2-1 lead. I'm actually surprised by that. Vitality's Search and Destroy has been very impressive from what we've seen today.
Well, they took the Search. They just are losing all the respawns.
Yeah, it's been pretty tough. But in terms of the big picture now, we'll just have a quick look at our groups, of course. Starting with Group A, up to Gaming 2-0 as many expected. Echo Fox, Epsilon 1-1. Now, this is where it's interesting because Echo Fox have to play up to Gaming tomorrow, which is definitely no easy feat. Meanwhile, Epsilon take on 3s up. So if you're a betting man, you'd probably put your money on Epsilon coming through in that group. Group B, of course, Team Envious 2-0, Elevate 1-1, Mindfreak Black 1-1, Project Evil 0-2. To me, Jack, that's a big surprise. I don't know about you. I expected maybe a little more from Project Evil.
Yeah, Project Evil, I think, let a lot of people down. We said that they got blessed for the group that they got drawn into. A lot of people thought that, you know, I guess, honestly, I think a little bit less for how good they thought Project Evil was going to be. It was more, they thought that low of Elevate and Mindfreak Black. And both Elevate and Mindfreak Black, I would say, are 2 of the teams that have impressed me more today of the people involved in all these groups.
Project Evil hasn't played India, correct?
No.
That's their only match. Oh, yeah, so they're toast.
Oh, and I thought
they already were. But
You say that, but if you think about how slow Envy started today, and just in terms of just their pacing, you know,
well, even if they win, they're in trouble. I mean, they're 0-2 going into tomorrow.
I mean, yeah, but
that's just that does shock me that you go 0-2 on your day 1 where you play Elevate and Mindfreak Black. That blows my mind.
Well, isn't it possible for them to get through? Because now Envy play Project Evil and Elevate play Mindfreak Black, so Envy will be at worst 2-1, and the other group will be 2-1. So Project Evil's done, right? I don't see how they. I
think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you're right, but I'm not going to say it. Looking at Group C.
Most times they don't do that, but that little
United 2-0, Infused 1-0, Mindfreak 0-1, Lethal Gaming 0-1. Of course, for Infused, if they are able to win this series, they're currently tied with Mindfreak. That is going to give them a big cushion. Of course, they'll be sat 2-0, and at that point, it is impossible for them not to qualify because each team only has 1 game left. So you'd know the 2 teams qualifying from there, but still plenty of action. Of course, we have tomorrow, a ton of group games. We have to finish off the other side of those groups to find out who does qualify and whatnot, and then of course we'll know our bracket by the end of tomorrow, and that's where it gets exciting.
We just got very antsy up here on the caster desk in the studio because we just saw the analyst desk and caster desk get installed down on the floor. You guys need to realize something. The hype is building in the matches. The hype is building in us, and literally the hype is building in the venue. They are building it behind us. Go look at the VODs from the start of today. Those big screens, dude, those weren't here.
It looks
Tell them to pass the aux cord. Let's
I'm
get
all
some
fired
music
up,
going.
man. Oh,
yeah, they were
I'm so fired up, but I know we have a game to get ready to, and Benson, I'm going to do your job here and throw us into 3.
I'm just going to leave then.
It's like, I'm actually very hungry.
Yeah, I am. I haven't really eaten much today. But anyway, Mindfreak Infuse, as you mentioned, this is a big game for Infuse. It would put them at 2-0 in the group. For Mindfreak, it's a must-win. Going 0-2 on the day would not be a good result for them, of course. But we will see how things pan out here. Of course, going into Uplink on Frost. Just to update the Supremacy and Vitality fans out there, that series has not started their Game 4 PowerPoint, but we will keep you updated with how things go. This one still 0-0 after the first 30 seconds, Clint.
I think this is going to be similar to what we saw in the other series, where one team takes both the respawns. I think Mindfreak will be the superior team here. I think Shocks, FIDA are going to dominate.
Really?
I think Shocks can completely take over here. I mean, he should. When we saw that guy with the red in his hand, it was just an absolute monster. FIDA actually had, the superior stage 2 after Shocks kind of went off in stage 1. So I expect he can do big things. And I think one of the other big storylines is the Dens that we all expected. You know, one of the best players in Australia, considered the best player for a long time, and someone that has been actually looked at by North American teams, came out stage 2, and I don't know, it wasn't the Dens that we expected, I would say.
I think it's completely fair to say. I think it wasn't the Mindfreak we expected as well. But as it stands, Mindfreak still 0-0 with Infused. It's been a very slow start to this uplink proof.
Yeah, watching this uplink, I'm just very, very worried for these guys tomorrow. They're going to have to play Rise and LG in this pool. And when you're just watching this game and you've seen that game, I would like to see the pace speed up. I would like to see some plays being made, because if you can't speed it up and keep up with LG or Rise, you might lose by 20 if you're playing Rise, and you still might lose by 20 if you're playing LG.
Well, you might lose by 40 if you're playing Rise.
Right?
Off their performance earlier on.
Who played LG earlier and went down 15-0 in uplink? Who was that? Which team here? Was it Mindfreak? I can't remember. It was 15-0 at the half where LG was up. Fine. I thought you guys were here doing your job.
It wouldn't be Mindfreak because that's a different group.
Oh, did you say?
No, they're in the same group, aren't they?
No, United is the top dog.
Yeah, okay. I was sorry. I was listening to Proof. Proof, you lied to me.
I did lie to you.
It's okay.
What's funny though is that is the group where for some reason I have swapped to United and LG a couple times. I don't know why. Probably it's because they're next to each other in the groups and we've looked at them so many times that they're starting to bleed into my brain.
Bleeding to your brain.
Help.
Graphic. Well, Mindfreak 1-0 up. They are going to find themselves a score. It came in the form of a Dens. 2.5 minutes still to play here in the first side. And just to update from the other match, Currency Vitality, that game 4 has now just kicked off. But we'll stay with Mindfreak Infused until maybe the other game gets a little closer towards ending. Try and show you all the action from the final 2 games here of day 1 of the 2017 CWL Championship.
Ben, when you lived in Europe, did you ever hear any of these players on the side of Infused?
No.
Okay, I didn't know. I feel like Nolson is a name that I've seen more than any other, but even he was someone that really kind of made a name for himself.
Zerganile
in most recent times.
I've definitely casted Zerganile several times, but yeah, Nolson's the.
Alex I'd never heard of.
It's kind of crazy watching the meta change throughout the game. Now you're seeing almost 4 E-Rads just used on Frost by both teams. At the beginning of the game, you had at least 1 MV4, 1 K-Bar, and 2 E-Rads. Now they just realize how the game needs to be played. It's just kind of cool to see the transition.
That's how every COD goes, right?
Yes,
more
sir.
and more sub-heavy as the year goes on.
Well, even it really stood out to me when I was like, wow, you need a lot of submachine guns on this map when we saw Formal rock the Elo site E-Rad about 2 months ago, and I was like, okay, they really want to put the pressure on.
It's funny, 'cause speaking of TP earlier on, he was kind of said a similar thing to what Proof just said there. He was like, you go back, to sort of the start of the game, everyone's saying, oh, the E-Rad, why would you use it? It's pointless. You had sub-players, hardcore sub-players not using an E-Rad. Now, of course, to that point, you can see often 3, 4 E-Rads come out.
They underestimated the E-Rad.
Yeah, even the most recent weeks, the big step for EG as of late was that Havoc finally started using an E-Rad on that team. He refused to. Was basically only rocking the K-Bar, then finally gave it the time of day, got used to using it, and I mean, the gun absolutely shreds. I think the thing that people were scared to use it for early in the game was you get no bullet penetration, but there's only a few areas on the map where that's important, even in the game in general, like throwback, sidewalk, those white picket fences. That's really where you'd love to be able to have bullet penetration with a gun, and it kind of hurts to have this. Another one is top retaliation bridge, those car windows. That's also a rough spot to not be able to shoot through.
That's why you see 17 NV4s.
Yeah. I've always thought the fact that people didn't like to use E-Rads is because of just like the ego thing. Like when you see someone long range with an MV4 or K-Bar and you challenge them with an E-Rad and you're losing it, you start getting frustrated. But the sub players that use the E-Rad correctly, like Seth, for example, I'm going to always talk about Seth because the way he uses the map to his best ability is by far better than anyone else I've ever seen play COD.
Yes, but it's a combination of, I think, it being buffed too. Like there was a time where that gunfight was impossible to win, and now you actually can. And we've seen people get mapped with the E-Rad.
Just knocked off.
Yeah, they did that, the extended range, bullet damage range, and that's when it really became, not only that, but also what your kind of the aim assist distance also was affected. But yeah, I mean, the E-Rad, I think it's been very good since the beginning of the game, but it's certainly become more and more dominant.
And that's kind of the SMG role traditionally in Call of Duty, right? It isn't necessarily just about trying to get those kills, it's the positioning of those sub players. Your AR is set up to allow your subs to make plays.
Well, that's why subs get better and better as the year goes on. You learn timings, you learn positionings better, and that's why it becomes better. And that's why you see more sub players go off and dominate.
And to play off of that's why I think Havoc at first wouldn't use the E-Rad because he felt like he wasn't getting the kills that he should be getting, but he was actually challenging the wrong gunfights at times with the E-Rad.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Reminds me of Zuma back in
gold medalist. He knows what he's talking about.
Oh man, I can go days and days on this, man. Just somebody wanting to switch to the same gun I'm using just because they're not getting kills when if we're still winning, it shouldn't matter. Just little things like that.
This game's gonna end 1-0.
Yes. Don't say that.
They'll be the first.
they get 3 down, but you got to move the drone.
You talk about how nervous you are. This is what Frost Uplink was at the start of the game. Slower paced.
That's true.
Back and forth fights, and like a 3 points scored total. I feel like I'm back 6 months ago.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm back in the alternate universe again.
Well, when it's this low scoring, who's going to get camo first? Might be the different shocks. Well, it's 75% of the way there. 17 and 14.
Nile, I think, is closer.
Yeah, a little bit looks like for now.
Nice shots.
See, there's 2 deads. You can get, yeah, thank you. So push up on them. Get that map control and get yourself some points.
Who makes a play with overdrive?
I would see Ben's going to be trying to do something here with
FPL. Come on, do it.
Yeah.
Do it.
Me and Jack are thinking the same way here. Is he going to go for it? Nope. Well, no, just throws it straight into the hands of Infuse, and Infuse go immediately for the reset. Still 1-0, 3.5 minutes to play.
I've seen that same thing happen probably 1,000 times this year. Like, you have to pick up the kills first. Or at least have somebody in front of you that draws their fire.
And again, Mindfreak get 3 down. See if they can try and convert this one to
now,
points. It's the 4th time, really.
Now Shox is able to spawn them out, though, at least. You know, he got a position where they're all spawning out, like cliffside. This is a guaranteed score, yeah.
That feel like that's a gunfight that you almost have to win, but Mindfreak are able to get a point on the board that extends their lead now to 2 whole points. 3 minutes still to play.
Are they averaging a point and a half?
Yep.
That's incredible. On Frost. Smallest map.
It's so defense heavy in certain areas. And if teams can't get a second wave of kills easily.
I feel like I'm watching a USA soccer match. We're lucky.
Could be worse. You could be watching England, Maeve.
We rarely score 2 goals.
You know, I feel like the low-scoring games that happen in Uplink are strictly because of players that don't know all the ones. Like if you were watching,
that's true.
If you were watching like Splice play this, or you'd see them go wrap the ball red and shoot it over and make ones constantly if they're holding ship side too heavy.
Yeah.
And vice versa, if they're holding the opposite side too heavy, you just push ship side, bring it through the cut, meet up with your teammates, and get it done.
Nice shots by Zerg there.
Zerg nicely done, but it's almost as if he's allergic to the drone. Every time he kind of thrown towards him, he just immediately picked it up and threw it away. And unfortunately, Mindfreak, despite having players fall, they're still able to keep possession of that drone, to keep control. Now you see a couple of players starting to get the specialists as well.
Niles got camo, and Niles in a very forward position. So if he can get a couple more here and they can get him the drone, well, as I say that, he gets pinched and drops.
So have you guys seen the ball go red at all for Mindfreak? No, right?
Nope.
And that's
Maybe
just
once when Zerg accidentally ran into it.
That's one thing that I've always talked about with teams with uplink. You can totally make plays by using the satellite. If you take the ball and go left and all your teammates go right, and then you jump off the map or throw the ball off, it resets middle, and then you chuck it ship, you're already set up ship side while they're rotating red to try to stop a ball. Just using the satellite to make plays is how you play uplink.
Speaking of plays, Nelson could maybe try and make something happen here. He has overdrive available. Of course, now with camo, the problem is you're running out of time. Even if you get a 2-point play, the best you're going to get is an overtime, so you may want to try and save something in the bank here. But as you say, if he's trying to make the push, but Fida with the flank, almost finds the 3rd. But it is going to be Zerg who still has it. He has FTL. Is this the time?
I think he killed overdrive and camo. So like maybe you get a 1-pointer. Oh, that actually would have been a clutch toss. I was surprised it wasn't picked off. But that was an incredible flank from Fida. You killed the 2 key payloads that are going to push forward, maybe get a dunk for the team.
That's true.
Now Dens is trying to come in from behind. Dens gets a 2-piece that slows it down. This is what I love when a team like doesn't even allow the other team to use. You know, you talk about how good camo is, how effective it is, how it's a guaranteed score. Well, don't let them get in a position on the map where they can actually make a play. And that's exactly what Mindfreak's been able to do. Is Dens and Fida have just taken over.
Mindfreak just keeps in possession of the drone as well. This is the smart play. Careful there, Dens.
That's your teammate.
Nelson picks up a big double though. I mean, if you're infused, you got time to go for 1 push, and you got to take control of it. Kind of grab the game by the scruff of the neck, and this will be that push. Time ticking 20 seconds. Nelson still with camo, but
3 down. Go, run.
Fighter again being the nuisance.
Pop it.
Camo in Niles' hands. He
Dominos,
pops it. 12 seconds left. Is he going to be able to get up into the portal?
Oh,
he missed it! What are you doing?
Man.
Oh my lord!
All right, who's trying to have us have heart attacks today? They are setting us up right now.
I mean, that's good and all. You force overtime, but to my point earlier on, you invest camo to get you to overtime. Now the problem, you're in overtime, and guess what? Mindfreak have a camo of their own to use here. So I feel like
themselves a chance. No, they give themselves a chance.
Right, but I feel like now if you're infused, you have to use overdrive off the bat to get control. You do not want to allow those first couple of gunfights to go the opposite way.
That was intentional. He was trying to burn more time off the clock.
Right. Smart.
Yeah. That's what I would have done.
I feel like this is one of those games where no one's going to score in the first half.
Oh no!
Oh, they're doing a set up play.
Good call.
They're overextending. They should have their overdrive there. No, wait, what? Nelson with overdrive went middle.
He died. I don't know why you would go middle.
No. Yeah.
If your teammate FTL grabs drone, throws it to the side, you expect the overdrive to come in on the flank, grab the drone, and peace out.
Yeah. He pushed middle map with that.
That's confusing.
That's just poor communication and execution.
You can't die with
that's a
camo
misplay.
there.
That was a great idea, but just
a bit of a misplay.
Nope. Wait.
That was weird.
Well, you still have camo for Shox.
I wish you could see Jack right now.
He just tried to one-man that. He was like, I'm going.
Listen, I gave my S&D seminar earlier outside the Amway Center.
It's uplink time now.
I need to have an uplink seminar with these 2 teams.
Tell you what, Fighter is getting a lot of consecutive multi-kills. That's another double for him as he tries to get a little bit of map control now from Mindfreak. Another kill comes in.
So, Shox have the drone. Dens does currently. Get it to Shox. He has camo. Let him dunk it home. There we go.
A shot.
It's like they can hear you, man.
Shots with a team kill on Fighter there, though. Sharks, of course, does still have camo to use. Slides away,
we go.
uses
There
camo.
we go.
He's so weak. Look at that beautiful
Oh
execution.
my God.
Nobody's block comes through.
I thought he could have done
minute
that.
16 time to beat.
When he had it outside Cliff, I thought he was just going to do the outside wall run, pop camo as soon as he hits the edge, and soar through for the dunk. I don't know. I guess he was just looking for kills.
He had to
back
get
him
the
up in
style
research,
points.
But
Now thinking, of course,
thought he had it
about
early.
what do Infused have at their disposal. I believe they still have Overdrive, I'm pretty sure. I think that's about all they have in terms of tools at their disposal. Meanwhile, Den's, of course,
little over
still
a
with
minute.
FTL. You have Buzzo with the Centurion. He's going to put that down, but
I wouldn't even bothered with it.
all right, you got to play for those skills. You got 60 seconds basically now to take control of the game. Mindfreak 2-0 up. This is overtime here, and the winner of this map
my
will go
God.
2-1 up.
well, let's see what Buzzo can do. Just milk some time. Don't even allow the drone to get into Infused hands.
Yep, smart.
Problem is, if you're going to pick it up, you may as well just throw it down and
Oh my
try and
God.
play for some kills. Instead, it's gone from good to
3
bad,
dead.
but luckily a couple of kills do come in for
4 dead.
Infused. Zerg is going to fall.
Low wall run.
Map control.
Yeah, I would have just ran
30
in
seconds
circles down there. Said
See
he's trying
3
to
guys
match
there.
people
Grab
with
ball, throw
B-Red.
cut.
Back him
Austin
up.
Still with
Use the Scarab. Why not? You have it.
Austin's going
2
to
dead.
fall.
Good play by
Shocks.
Shocks with the flank.
Oh, they just want
Are they gonna do this?
with the dagger.
18 seconds left again now, going big
Oh my
defensively. Buzzo, the assist, and still going to be there as well. A couple of players still remain. 10
Another
seconds
team
left.
kill.
This is looking
You gotta do
good.
something.
Mindfreak's
From
trying to give him a
Mindfreak.
chance to make a play.
Oh, nice, Buzzo.
You gotta. Damn.
Credit where credit's due. Buzzo was a great map there for Mindfreak.
He held it, bro. He held it. They
He
couldn't
just
do
looked at the
nothing
camera.
on him. Just jumping back and forth and just getting mowed down. So
Yeah.
you gotta do something, man. Hit a cut.
Well, Mindfreak now 2-1 up in that series, and was an exhilarating uplink. Very, very slow paced, but hey, you gotta do what you gotta do, right? So
Yes,
all
sir.
about those W's. Mindfreak get
A
the
win's a
W.
win.
A win is in fact a win, that is for sure. Meanwhile, Station 4, Supremacy versus Vitality. We can go take a quick look at what happened in that. I know we missed the closing moments of the hard point. Is this one going to a game 5? Vitality up 222. Of course, Supremacy were 2-1 up at this time. I believe this one has game 5 written all over it, folks.
Attaboy, Shane.
Look at that schoolboy Shane again with another good performance, 29 and 21 for him. Vitality making some noise here, Jack.
Yeah, and they're going to keep on fighting. And we knew the series was going to be close. This is exactly how it is. We talk about, you know, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 EU teams. I've got Vitality and Supremacy right around tier 6 of these squads. And I'd expect the 2 tier 6 squads to put up a good fight against each other.
And we're going into another search and destroy. I'm pretty sure the first search and destroy,
Being blunt with them.
Vitality handled business. They went up 5-0, let them get 2 little measly rounds before they closed it out. So,
Yep.
I mean, their search is looking good. I think I see Vitality
I
taking
think
this
we're
one.
I think we're about to cover our final 2 maps.
Vitality.
I think Mindfreak wins it, and obviously the other series ends.
I was going to say, really, Clint, yeah. A game 5, definitely going to be the last map. And that one, of course, Supremacy versus Vitality, tied up at 2-2. Mindfreak versus Infused. Mindfreak are 2-1 up. We're going to a quick commercial break. When we return, though, potentially the last 2 maps of day 1. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the group stages of the 2017 CWL Championship presented by PlayStation 4. We have just 2 final games here of day 1, and what a day 1 it has been. We've had a couple of upsets, some pretty big chokes, and some pretty epic plays, from 1v4s to unbelievable 1v1s that just don't seem to ever end. It's been a truly phenomenal day. It definitely has, but we're jumping now into Super.
Yeah, that's definitely.
How
I
many
agree
gold
with
medals
Jack.
do you have,
Always
Clint?
keep your feet grounded, man.
In a situation like that, I feel like there's no need. If you see the other person jumping, you're trying to readjust your height, then yeah, it makes sense.
Him jumping, it makes the gunfight easier for you because you already have him spotted and you're already aimed in on him. Once you jump on this game, it drags the scope down, so it's harder to keep your shots on him. Just stand still, line him up, kill him. You're good.
Sure.
I agree with Jack. How does Jack knows this and you don't? You just getting gunned like that? Come on, Jack, man. We gotta compete next year, huh? Us 4?
I beat 4 of the best S&D stars in a chow this week. At this point, I'm untouchable in the game mode.
Wow.
That was a good win. I didn't even know drop shotting was that effective.
Tony J just
with an NV4. That was an NV4. That wasn't an ERAT.
My goodness.
Whalers left by himself, 1 versus 3. He does have 3 kills to his name though, but they are soaring into bedroom. 2-1 now.
So you think of what the series was. It was Supremacy winning map 1, Vitality winning map 2, Supremacy winning map 3, Vitality winning map 4. Does the theme continue?
I mean, Vitality's Search and Destroy, to what I said earlier on, has been honestly very, very impressive to watch. And I actually just got confirmation it is Vitality that would play LG tomorrow. I mean, with how Rise played, you don't really fancy Supremacy beating Rise, so I guess maybe in some crazy universe, Vitality could cause an upset. I mean, I'm stretching. I'm trying to find some storylines here, boys. Help me out.
You're a good guy, Ben. You're a good guy.
You just have to hope that the LG that showed up today shows up again tomorrow if you're Vitality. And the chances of that,
you have to win
and
here.
the chances of you getting the same LG as today is pretty much slim to none. So I just, like Maven said, man, they're playing for 3rd.
That's a kill you got to get.
There go my storylines.
Brain now, what was it, a 1v3 for Whalers, now 1v2 for Brain.
Oh, they swatted him as well.
And it was Vitality took the first search, correct? Yes.
Yes. Pretty convincingly as
well. And if I remember correctly, in the first search, Vortex ended 0-7.
Yeah.
He is 0-3.
That's not good, Maeve.
I'm just going to see how far that continues.
Well, he's 0-10 right now. If you combine the two. Oh, you see the second guy as well. 1v2. No, not going to happen. So close, just a couple of shaky shots towards the end. And that could have been a big, big turning point right there in this Search and Destroy.
Oh, I thought he had that one, actually.
I did too.
Because Tony JS lost him for a second. And then finally was able to snap some shots to him.
And he knocked the first guy off really quick, too, and saw the second guy coming out the door before he got behind.
Just a quick verbal update. I would throw to it right now, but as we're in a Game 5, I'm going to stick with it. Mind Freak, Maven kind of said, probably going to be their last map in that series. Of course, they're up 2-1 against Infused. The hard point score is 134 to 39, and we'll keep you updated with how that goes. Potentially throw over to it if this one.
It is breakout though, so
true.
Who knows? But yeah, no, they've been dominating throughout. I've been keeping an eye on it. FIDA's like 13-5 or something.
Yeah, he's 13-6 right now. But
I'm convinced more teams come back on breakout than actually close out maps.
Yeah, right.
Right.
It's
at this point.
We need JP to figure that stat out.
Yeah.
Vortex, your first kill is coming.
Honestly, that's so true. Breakout always goes to the last second, and then Scorch Hanger Hill is like the craziest hill.
There we go. There we go.
Oh my God! Now we know why he's
That is why he is 0-11.
Can we? Oh, he
get this man a new controller. Get this man a glass of warm milk. Get this man the damn Bible.
Thumb surgery.
Shooting circles. I'm gonna be honest. Wow. I've been watching competitive Call of Duty for a big amount of years. I don't think I've ever seen anyone windmill that hard.
He just painted a Picasso picture.
I respect it. He's trying to fiend a renewable energy source with windmilling like that.
I say whirlwind a lot when that happens. That's one of the craziest whirlwinds I've seen, man.
He is now 0-11 in S&D this series.
Jack,
are they trying to feed easy?
Giving him this? Like, what's
making
happening?
it easy.
It's now a 1v1. I'm confused as to how that wasn't even traded out, but Easy still alive.
He's reading this like a book. He's reading this like a book. Easy spots him in a great cheeky little spot. Gets the cleanup kill. Supremacy at 4-1.
If I'm Vitality, I pray.
No.
I mean,
look at this.
This is a special whirlwind.
Oh my!
Oh my!
Oh my God! The best is he tries to recenter an ADS again. And he shot the hell out of that
The guy was
wall.
on the ground. I think he shot the window.
Bro,
the window is 10 feet in the sky.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Wow. Supremacy up 4-1, and Vortex is still on the donut.
No, Vortex gets dropped.
I give him a 10 out of 10 on initiation. Just closing with his less than a 1.
Vortex is now 0-5 as he gets blooded by Whalers, but Shane finds a second easy there to trade. Weeman immediately flies in action to trade that killette, so now you have Maul's 1v3.
Vitality's playing a 4v3, and they're still down a man every round.
I mean, yeah. Shane was, what, 1-4 at the time at the beginning of this round as well, so it wasn't much better for them.
That's true. That's true. I think it just combining the game, too, as well is why it seems even worse.
I just can't believe I've just seen that big of a win.
He doesn't know what it's like to get a kill in search right now.
Can we watch his perspective?
Is he confirmed at 0-12?
Yes.
Yeah, he was 0-7.
He was 0-7. So he's actually 0-13.
We saw the final moments of the round.
Is he 0-6 or 0-5?
He's 0-5 here.
Oh,
we saw the final moments of the round. I remember calling him out and saying he was 0-7. That was a similar story that we talked about in the other games. I'm 99%
that's why I said we've seen a lot of 0-7s.
Yeah, 99% sure.
Too many James Bonds today, that's for sure. I want to go on Vortex Cam.
No, we find out.
Well, yeah, let's go on Vortex.
We find out he had one killed after we stopped watching or something.
That's the storyline of this search.
Driver's in the other
Vortex
room.
Get a kill?
If Vortex gets a kill,
run and tell the driver.
Yeah.
All right.
Probably I just want to see if his aim gets a little bit better. But bomb going down, of course, now for Supremacy.
He's left by himself on plat. He's going to be the first one in the engagement
What
here.
rig is Vortex using?
He got a kill.
Yeah!
There we go.
Okay.
He got a kill.
There we go.
1-12. A .0, 1-13.
That streak ended.
A .075.
I do want to point out his kill was him sat in a corner as Shane just
That's all right. That's all right. I mean, that's what you do at this point.
I really want to know what rig he's using, man, because if he's the camo player and you haven't gotten camo in 2 searches for your team.
So remember how we talk about like players having bad S&D and their KD's .75? His KD this series in S&D is .075. Not even .1.
Oh my God.
Well, all right, let's focus on the game now because this is actually getting close, right? 4-3, coming down to the wire. We might get a round 11 here, game 5.
I hope so.
Round 11 Vortex.
And Vortex is in the clutch, right? Yeah, he's in the clutch for 1v1.
We're on the same wavelength there, Maven.
He's gonna be shooting one guy and hit another guy.
That would actually be really funny.
Shoots circles around his teammate in a gunfight, kills the enemy.
Yeah.
Style points.
Round 8.
Oh, I
Tony
said
J going off.
Supremacy 4-3 up here. Vitality making a little bit of a comeback, getting a couple of rounds under their belt, but really you have to look at Vortex to step things up just a little bit, make Supremacy's life easier. Shane finds one, immediately traded out by Easy. Easy with a big double once again. Braden there for the trade. Weeman immediately finds a pick, and now you have Moles in a 1 versus 2. Braden and Weeman still alive for Vitality.
Well, let's take a look at what they're doing on the minimap. So right now, just wrapping back to Backside Hotel across bridge, and they may be meeting up. Malls could get the greatest timing ever if he goes out to his left right now. Unfortunately, he does not go out backside towards curb.
I think he still may get.
Well, he might actually get incredible timing still. He's going to get incredible timing.
Oh my God. Oh no.
He's going to get incredible timing. Does he check the corner? I see your feet.
He sees both. 1, 2. Oh, FTL. Oh, don't fall off the.
Oh! He's only got 4 bullets. He has to reload. He only has 4 bullets. He had to reload.
What am I witnessing?
I mean, that was tough in the sense he got down to 4 bullets. I don't know what he was. So he had to run away behind the cars.
The
But
FTL was nice too.
No, the FTL was great.
The FTL was very nice. I mean, here's an instant replay.
Once he was so low on ammo, I think he had to retreat a little bit. Like he couldn't keep challenging the fight there.
What I would be telling him right after this round, after losing that round, is take your time. You have so much time on the clock. You just killed the first guy.
And you know where he is.
You know where he's at, and you have the van head glitch.
Oh my goodness, he panicked.
See,
Missed
right
so
here,
many
panicked.
shots.
It's right there.
He couldn't jump off.
Falls.
He had to run backwards somewhere to safety. He could reload and try and
That's
get a good
unfortunate. So map tied at full. Vitality making the comeback. Vortex still looking to try and find his second kill of this map here in round 9. And it looks
they can plant in Centurion at the bottom of the arch. I think you plant here, Centurion right at the bottom of the arch. You keep plat control.
Or not.
I like that though.
Right? Oh well, they did have a streak, so because they knew they had streaks, they've got to get away.
Streak. Not finding a
know
kill
they've
just
got-
yet.
At that point, I'm
They know
surprised.
they got several in here.
I'm surprised they didn't even try to defuse that.
I like that spot that Shane was just laying in.
Sneaky.
I actually haven't seen that used. That was really well.
3v3. Shane knows one player is by the bomb for Supremacy. He's not going to be able to find that pick, and it's not going to be traded either. Weeman now 2v2 with Brain. Should be able to make it a 2v1, but team kill comes through as well, and just like that, Supremacy now put themselves at match point.
So who burned reactive right there?
Yeah, I was just thinking it's such a 50-50 play, like whether you use that or not. Because yeah, you want to secure the round win, but you look at the clock, it's like 14 seconds left. You tell your teammate no one's on bomb. He gets the guy off bomb. You win the round. You have kinetic for last round.
Was it 2v1 in that spot or 2v2?
2v2.
All right. Well, we head on into round 10. Supremacy on the verge of taking this game 5.
Camo, though, for Brain. See if maybe he can make a play. Passive defense from Supremacy.
I wonder what two rigs the guys on Supremacy have right now. Camo versus what?
It's going to be a surprise for us as well.
Well, Mole's used, reactive, so Vortex probably isn't using camo, or at least I hope he's
no. One of the other two's got to be camo. And, well, Vortex, look how far he got into his meter with 2 kills. He's absolutely not camo.
And someone had a Centurion, right? Because we wanted them to put it down after they planted the bomb. So that leaves an FTL. I'm thinking it's FTL.
Oh, camo's going to be used. And Brain...
He's not going to check the corner.
He's not going to check the corner.
God.
Oh, no.
Easy pop his payload as well.
That is camo.
Last player, Shane. Shane, for the clutch of his career.
Nope.
Vortex turns on him, I think.
GG Supremacy. They take it in 5 games, beat Vitality, and they'll at least get themselves a series victory on day 1.
They will. Nicely played by Supremacy. For Vitality, it's going to be back to the drawing board. But of course, there was that one other game going on, Mindfreak versus Infused. Would have pulled away, but didn't really feel it was necessary. Clint, you kind of called it. We can show you the replay of that matchup. The hardpoint really wasn't too close. Mindfreak, I believe, do go ahead and take that one as well, giving them a 3-1 victory over Infused. Here's a look at the closing moments. I believe it finishes at 250 to 119. So despite it being breakout, Clint, no comeback for Infused.
Yeah, I mean, the lead was, 100, I think, when we checked in. No comeback whatsoever. If anything, they got beat worse. We talked about Fida earlier, how good he's been. He continues that dominance, man. That duo of him and Shocks, I think, is the one thing that is impressive right now for Mindfreak, and if something's going to carry them through to beat any better teams, it's going to have to be those guys.
Now, of course, in terms of how the groups pan out, that is very interesting, because Mindfreak and Infused are both tied at 1-1, but of course Mindfreak have the head-to-head over Infused, so the big question is, who is Mindfreak playing tomorrow? Is it United? Did they play United today? I've completely forgotten, but we'll take it. We'll see the schedule in a little bit.
I believe
they played the first series of one of the first series.
Well, if Mindfreak plays Lethal Gaming tomorrow, they may be in a great position to come out. Here's a look at our group standings, though, at the end of day 1. Of course, to kick off tomorrow, we'll go through the second games of E, F, G, and H before just concluding with those final matches. Excited to see who will come through from each of those groups. Of course, Optic Gaming starting off well, 2-0, MB 2-0 as well, E United 2-0. Rise Nation, really maybe the only big surprise. You would have probably expected LG to be sitting at 2-0, but Rise dismantled LG earlier on. But now we'll take a look at our schedule for tomorrow for day 2. And I'm just kind of quickly glance through to see E United play Infused. Where is the Mindfreak game? Does anyone see it? There's a lot of names on there.
Yeah, it's
Mindfreak Lethal.
Bravo.
Mindfreak Lethal, yeah. At match 4, 2:30 p.m. That game, honestly, if I'm Australian, I'm feeling good about Mindfreak getting out.
The match I'm looking forward to tomorrow is the Ghost versus TK. TK did lose to Splice game 5. They were looking good. They lost game 5, little mistakes from watching it. I think TK was able to clutch 2 2v4s,
right?
Something like that. But I want to see Ghost versus TK because then that kind of decides like who's going to get second in that pool.
I think Straight Fnatic is one I'm really looking forward to. There's going to be a lot of matches.
If Ghost loses to TK, beats Splice, like just imagine, man, we're going to see some spirals.
Day 2 is probably going to be just as good as day 1, but that now concludes a fantastic day 1 here at the 2017 CWL Championship. There's been some fantastic moments throughout day 1 of groups, some epic fails as well. Want to give some love, of course, to MLG's new series, Recon. There's a new episode out every single day. Of course, we're following United, FaZe, LG, and Envious. You can find it at MLG.tv or at the MLG Twitter at MLG. Day 2 and the final part of group play kicks off tomorrow at 10 a.m. tomorrow. We'll see you then.